Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of Elimination and Advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double-elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
for. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm rolling into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome, welcome, welcome everybody. I think it's safe to say that the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs have certainly delivered some memorable experiences, fantastic games and amazing Counter-Strike. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity, and I'm going to be your host throughout the rest of the RMRs. But joining me I have these two fine gentlemen, dressed to the nines I must say, guys. Talk to me, how have you been finding the Asia RMRs? Incredibly sad it's the final day.
Yeah, just injected straight in my veins, right? It's been some pretty exciting CS overall. We've had the usual suspects kind of make it through, and of course we had to say goodbye, unfortunately, to TYLOO, I think, which was the big story of yesterday.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest storyline of yesterday, I think, is seeing TYLOO getting eliminated a little bit more premature than we expected. ATOX, though, was kind of the cool underdog story that we had yesterday, as they were a team coming into this tournament, having not really been able to beat any of the top Asia teams in the past. They finally get their monkey off the back, so to speak. They get that, big win over TYLOO, and that propels them into that lower bracket final against Greyhound, or semifinal, I should say, to have a shot at the major later on this afternoon. Of course, we do have MongolZ and Lynn Vision, though, kind of kicking things off as the winner of that will indeed cement themselves a spot in the first CS2 major. Loser will drop down a lower bracket for a second try.
Well, I want to revisit the storylines that we had being formed from yesterday. Obviously, the Aussie boys making all the noise. We had Mac with an incredibly inspirational speech for them heading into today. Talk to me, what did you make of their performance yesterday?
From Mac or from Greyhound? Oh, I'll talk about
basically
Greyhound
the same
instead.
thing, no?
Basically the same thing. Yeah, I think that was Greyhound kind of getting a wake-up call on day one, where they just got smacked by MongolZ. I think it was like 13-4 the scoreline. Yep. And yeah, yesterday they kind of woke up. They seemed really warmed up coming into the game. Obviously they only had to play just the one best of three yesterday, but they made it look so very clean there. And this is the Greyhound I wanted to see coming in, right? This is a Greyhound where it's not just the individuals looking good, like someone like Vexai, like Ali, Alistair, just thinking popping off and having a good time, but also the team as such. There's so much of cohesion, right? There's so much of a sharp CS, and they just made JiJieHao, who, in all honesty, I really felt like they played some pretty solid CS thus far at the RMRs. They got just destroyed by Greyhound, and that is what you love to see.
Well, we also ended up having the TYLOO and ATOX showdown. TYLOO not making it through to the major. Would you say it was very much TYLOO falling apart at the seams, or ATOX putting forward their A game?
I think you could probably say there's a mix of both, as most things in life. I do think that TYLOO at times looked a little bit more timid than what I'm used to seeing from them. Their T-sides looked really lackluster. They didn't really seem to have the same punch they normally have. But I will also credit ATOX to the fact that on their CT sides, they did a great job kind of disabling TYLOO's normal pace, by using certain counter utility and timings to really disrupt them and not let them get comfortable in the game. And I think we have to remember that ATOX does have some very talented players and good structure. It's just they hadn't quite jumped the hump yet of being able to beat some of the top teams in the region, but maybe a win over TYLOO like that can kind of start propelling that confidence into maybe we are taking those next steps finally.
Well, you know what, boys? We still have 3 best of 3s to come. We're going to be kicking things off today with MongolZ versus Lynn Vision. I want everybody in the chat to let us know who is it that you're going to be rooting for, and my fine gentlemen, who are you going to be rooting for? Who do you think is going to be looking the strongest heading into this series?
I think, I don't know who I'm rooting for, but I feel like the MongolZ have played the best CS we've seen so far from everyone. They've looked flawless. Everyone's looking super good. They are, there's a reason why they have been, or different iterations of this core, having the team to be making it at the majors, or being the representatives at the majors for the past 3 majors, if I'm not mistaken, right? All the way from Antwerp, we had them in Rio as IHC, that we saw them in Blast as well, in the Paris major, the final CSGO major. And if Lynn Vision are to pull this off, it's going to be the return to Chinese Counter-Strike. to the major after, I feel like, 2 years. The last time we saw a Chinese org was TYLOO in Stockholm in 2021. 2021 is quite a while ago, and that was a very different TYLOO with Summer and that, all that particular lineup and Danking. So MongolZ will still be the favorites here, but if Lynn Vision pull it off, it's going to be pretty big for Chinese CS.
It'll also be a new group of Chinese players making it to a major for the first time as well. There are no legacy members really left between, any of the Chinese teams that are still in contention, which is now just Lynn Vision with TYLOO being out of it. But I tend to agree with what you said. I do think MongolZ are certainly the favorite. They've earned that right by winning their RMR qualifier to get here. They also won Extremesland, beating Lynn Vision and NKT and TYLOO to do it. They have represented the region internationally at Katowice at the play-in recently and had a pretty good run at Atlanta for ESL Challenger. So they're, a solid squad, but they're up against a Lynn Vision team who I feel is on the up and up, right? They've kind of leapfrogged TYLOO as a top team in China as they've beaten that team multiple times recently throughout different qualifiers and lands. They came second at the Extremesland, just behind, MongolZ, and they came third in the last season of the APAC ESL Challenger League. So, and also qualified for Chengdu, over TYLOO and Wings Up. So they have been putting some good things together. Definitely a very talented squad. And I think the other big thing that we can kind of discuss is the parallels between these two teams. They've dominated their way to this point. Both best of ones that they played to, kind of to kick off their upper bracket runs really kind of went their way with little struggle. And so now it's gonna be kind of cool to see them clash and see if they can, let that momentum keep riding.
Does 1xBet is kind of ridiculous right there. Very heavily favoring the way of MongolZ. And why wouldn't you be, right? I completely agree with you. I think Lynn Vision have been on up and up, and whenever there was a conversation as to are they the #1 right now, I think it's pretty clear that they are the #1 Chinese team, a top 2 team in Asia. But I will say this for this particular lineup, they seem to struggle on land when it comes to like the big events. When it comes to, and the difference between the MongolZ and the side of Lynn Vision for me is the MongolZ, they're going up against your top tier teams. I'm talking about like tier 1 opposition. On land, they deliver. Even they lose like in very close fashion. I remember the heroic game that comes to mind where they lost in a heartbreak fashion in map number 2, for example. But if I'm looking at Lynn Vision, they play some pretty solid CS, but when it comes to land, it gets murky, it gets ugly. I saw this in CAC where they just got destroyed by, I think, Mouse and Ends, memory serves me right. They had a very messy game against TYLOO as well, which they managed to clinch. Extremesland, they're looking good. In the finals, they got destroyed on their map. They closed the second map, right? But that's my problem with Lynn Vision. I feel like they play good CS, but when it comes to a match where it's like, all right, boys, this is the time. You get this win, you're going to be in the stratosphere. That's where they falter. MongolZ don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. MongolZ has beaten this team both times they played each other in Counter-Strike 2. As you mentioned, it was a 2-0 in MongolZ's favor in Extremesland. One of the maps were close. It went into overtime, actually, but other map was pretty one-sided.
Just one.
And then when they played each other in that APAC League for ESL Challenger, definitely, again, went MongolZ's way. That time 2-1, and both their wins were very one-sided on Nuke and Inferno. I think 13-5 for both of those games. So we've seen a little bit of everything when it comes to the head-to-head between these two teams, but certainly rides with MongolZ if history repeats itself.
Well, you've mentioned a few 2-1s here or there, and you did mention that both of those teams were looking incredibly dominant when we were at the best of 1 stages, but best of 3 could be anybody's game. So I think on that note, Veto-wise, what direction are we going in?
I mean, MongolZ had a pick of maps here, right? They can pretty much just go anywhere they want. Obviously, Vertigo is going to be taken out the equation. Mirage going to be taken out the equation by Lynn Vision. You think they're not going to ban it? They're going to ban it.
I think they'll float it because there's no threat of Lynn Vision picking it, I don't think. They don't play the map. So I think that MongolZ could do something tricky here if they wanted to and float it. They don't, and that's fine that they don't.
You're the favorites. You really shouldn't be floating.
Yeah, I just meant that there was a window. Obviously, Mirage should get banned here, no doubt from Lynn Vision. You don't want to be messing around with the opposition there. I think, obviously, Ancient is a commonality between these two teams. Both teams are willing to play it.
I think it's Inferno, maybe.
Inferno would be the punish pick, I think, if you're MongolZ. I'm surprised they didn't go for it, but just going for the Ancient confidence pick, I guess. If you're Lynn Vision, I think you try to go for a punish pick potentially of your own against MongolZ, which to me would have been maybe something like Anubis, I think. I'm kind of surprised they went for Nuke. MongolZ Anubis has been kind of weak lately, so I thought that was an opportunity there. I
mean, they have, like, even the losses they've had to, or wins they've had against Lynn Vision, it's been very close in Anubis. I can kind of see why they're not feeling comfortable there. And even though MongolZ have lost on Anubis, it's been against teams like ENCE, who are specialists on that particular map, right? So honestly, this map pool, it feels a little weird. Like for Lynn Vision, you're going into Nuke. I think they put up a pretty solid showing on Nuke overall. I think they should be pretty comfortable there. But this map, again, MongolZ very comfortable on. I just feel like for MongolZ, Ancient, when you had Inferno available, is a bit of a question mark. Maybe they have a little bit of tape on Lynn Vision's practice or whatever, and they're not feeling super comfortable on it. But Inferno pick would have been the no-brainer for me. But then again, I look at MongolZ as Ancient, and I'm like, holy shit, they're good on it at the same time. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they come into this tournament 11-2 record on Ancient. One of their only losses was the Spirit in overtime at the Veto play when the eventual champions of that tournament, by the way.
I believe, one of the closest games Spirit ever had in that Veto run. So, it's a map they're very comfortable on. And honestly, I like this. They used to go for Mirage picks and Inferno picks, which I felt were like a little iffy here and there. But this map for them, it just seems very, very comfortable.
So who would you say the Veto is favoring right now?
It's going to favor MongolZ any way it goes. Sure. I'm just saying it could have favored it a little bit more if Inferno came in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, I'm, to be quite honest with you, a little bit sick and tired of seeing this Ancient. So how do we think?
I like Ancient. Ancient's great.
Okay, we've been seeing so much Ancient. I think a lot of people are sick to death of it at this point. Every single time as well, we've had a scoreline of 13-4 when we were over on.
Well, you're not going to get that again.
We're not?
No, I don't think
promise?
so. Yes, I think both teams are just very fluent on playing this map. The last time they played each other on this map, it went into overtime to decide things. So I definitely think they'll play each other very close. I think both teams are capable of playing very explosive counter-strikes. Even if you're already seen a lot of Ancient, I think you're going to see a little bit scrappier early round situations. There's going to be a lot of action, not a lot of laws in play. Both teams on both sides of the map are very willing to fight for mid and B control defensively and on the attacking side, which leads to some really cool early engagement. So I do think that this should be a slobber knocker of a map.
Slobber knocker.
Slobber knocker. That's certainly one way to describe it.
MongolZ is going to make it easy.
Why though? What is going to make it so easy?
The individuals just so much more sharper, I feel, for the side of MongolZ. I know we haven't seen them play much. We saw 2 Ancients from them, and the way they just made Greyhound feel very tepid, very timid, I feel was just a sign of how good they are in the moment. Right. And for Lynn Vision, I saw the game against TYLOO. They were off to a pretty rough start. I got to remember that. It was 6-1 down, and then they were able to bring it back. But that is TYLOO's permaban. We had questions as to why Advent allowed that map through, so I'm not going to be reading too much into it. I feel they have a solid Ancient, they know how to play the map, but I just feel like MongolZ, there's so much more variations, and their utility usage and the way they work in tandem, it's the best in the event right now, closely followed maybe by Greyhound.
I think for me it's going to come down to 2 very specific matchups. It's going to come down to the entry duo of Senzu and Techno over on the Mongol side, taking on the entry duo of what is essentially Ben Zacher and West Melon, because both these teams really like to fight for early B control, both defensively and on the T side. And so I think that those particular entry packs that are going to be clashing in these early round situations will dictate a lot of how these rounds play out. And then obviously it's also going to be, is there going to be an op diff or not, right? We know how strong 910 can be. I think he's one of the strongest oppers in this region. He's going up against a player in G who is kind of a newer player, for honest. He's kind of one of these new upcoming op talents in China, very young player, not quite as experienced, and this will be a really good test.
Well, you know what, boys, without further ado, let's go ahead and get our very first best of 3 of the day started. It's going to be the MongolZ taking on Lynn Vision. It's over to Yumi and Tea Time.
Thank you, Jasmine, and what an exciting match it is. It's insane to see Lynn Vision over here at the RMR after all of these years of them not being able to make it, and I think even more so to have them matched up against MongolZ in the upper bracket finals. What a cool idea.
Yeah, I mean, just the idea that the MongolZ were one of the first teams from the Mongolian region to make it into the majors. There was one chance previously at an MLG Columbus where they could have made it through. Yeah, 2016, quite some time ago. Mar was a part of that roster as well, but he was able to stand behind these guys, this young group of players, got behind Blitz as an in-game leader, and they've been able to breach it 3 majors straight. The MongolZ versus Lynn Vision on their map pick. They said on the desk, MongolZ are fierce on Ancient, and they're going to show what they've got on the T side.
They've made a bit of a dynasty for themselves so far in Asia, but they would really like to continue it on. Zacher wants to stop it here now. Generally the most consistent performer up against his team, and he won't find anything right now. Both him and Westmelon are going to fade back towards the B-bomb site. You've got to be careful. Mazinho is on the lurk, while Senzu's doing the same on the other extremity. Senzu is going aggressive in the lurk. Emilia discovered and eliminated. Starry not giving him assistance in time, and Emilia can't just win the duel outright either. But 910 takes that space. In he goes. Starry gets another one. Starry wants to keep fighting outwards. Blitz turns around from a flashbang. Doesn't realize there's a man who threw it as well. Mazinho, in the meanwhile, caught out, and MongolZ's pistol crumbles.
This was all over the shop here for the Mongols. A very spread fanning of players to see if they could catch the Lynn Vision players off guard. But in fact, it's Mongols that got caught. Too many players rotating in from Temple. That push from Red needed to find better results. So Techno, a 1-on-3, he doesn't prioritize that plan. He knows he's going to get run down. The first kill there, but the trade immediate by Westmelon. Lynn Vision strike through with their pistol.
One of the things to also watch out for the Lynn Vision side, I mean, we did see Emilia fumble a little bit, and I don't think that's indicative of anything, but generally speaking, Emilia has sometimes struggled up against the Mongols in particular. It feels like he's not able to get up to his mojo. It feels like Mongols do like to target and exploit him at times, so he will be a core component of this ancient defense.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, he's somebody that has had to grow a lot with this roster, was one of the players that before the transition for Westmelon as an in-game leader was a little bit uncomfortable in some of his positions. But as you saw him grow and grow, he started to become more autonomous and actually taking a lot of priority for Lynn in terms of how they like to attack. So when we see them on that T side, Emilia will be critical.
Double deco contact is always scary when it's Senzu and Blitz to be the ones wielding it, but in fact, Mazinho is the one going forward. Don't know how much I like this, but they are trying to rush over to Donut and just play containment. Emilia's position revealed, and now he has to be worried about these deagles. Senzu can't find Starry back in CT, so the bomb plant seems impossible at this stage. Prioritizing Temple over there might have cost them a few kills or a plant, but hey, they had an idea, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, just having no utility up against rifles. I mean, that A-bomb site is so exposed. Even when you actually have smokes down, trying to get a plant can be very difficult.
Yeah.
They blow open that smoke, they spam it. So I don't think any real surprises. They needed some nice quick deke shots if they wanted the space, and that was unfortunately not available for them. Lynn were playing very far back. 2 rounds straight here for Lynn Vision and a nice and healthy anti-eco. Now Mongols on full rifles. And this is a roster that has so much threat when it comes to these rifles, whether it's 910 as well on an AK. Blitz himself as an in-game leader can be such a nuisance to deal with. But Lynn being very assertive with the weaponry that they bring forward from round 2 and showing some presence to B lane. They'll keep Mongols contained.
And Mongols have been intending for a late B hit from the very beginning of the round. One of the things to keep in mind is that a few of the big wins that Mongols have had on Ancient internationally come with a lot of from spawn calling, where they clearly have a specific site in mind, a specific plan in mind from the very beginning. And if this isn't the map to pull it out on, if this isn't the match to pull it out on, rather, then nothing is locally for them.
This is a surprisingly tame start for the Mongols coming into this map. Even just the way that they approached their pistol round seemed a little bit more unorthodox to what we're used to seeing out of them.
Lynn Vision, in the meanwhile, though, very worried about a second A-site hit. That is something Blitz likes to call very often. And honestly, it might still end up being the case as they are traversing back towards middle. Starry blows open the smoke in mid and spots out no one. That might be false information, though. A deep flashbang in. G to peek out, gets the quick kill. Mazinho is gone. AK can be recovered as well. And now suddenly that A-side defense becomes all the more difficult. Molly in Blitz's feet, and Emilia goes back into the site to smoke this off as well. This is huge, but Westmelon caught out in the back lines. Makes things more difficult. Time's running down low. 18 seconds on the clock. 2 players on either site. Where will Mongols go?
I mean, that could be a mistake there from Westmelon, just being able to swing like that. He had to try and lock the Mongols in 10 seconds. They need this entry on Techno, and it's a trade, but it's a labored one at that, and there's no time. They found everything they needed to on that B defense, and Senzu's lurk ends up empty-handed. Lynn Vision, 3 straight.
Westmelon might shake, they might shiver, but Zacker's got the most stable hand there is. And this is one of the benefits about him and his idiosyncratic opping style, where he plays up to the level of his opponents. That stayed. When he's playing the Mongols, he's consistently one of the top 2 rated players in every single matchup that these guys have had since August of last year. That's quite a few.
Yeah.
Zacher does not fail.
Once upon a time, the star AWPer of the Lynn Vision squad then transitioned into sort of lurking roles, actually ended up being more of a rifle-heavy hand, especially when Westmelon made that transition. He took quite a few of Westmelon's traditional positions, and man, he excelled pretty much off the rip. I mean, the fact he was able to make that transition so seamlessly, sometimes AWPers struggle on rifles. You know, that's become a modern day standard that you can use whatever guns ahead of you. But it was kind of a surprise to see how quickly he adopted that role and is thriving in it. So, I mean, this is a good-looking Lynn Vision to start off this map. I think when we look at Ancient in particular, you know, you think about who the Mongols play on Ancient and the sort of wins that they're able to get. It is a little staggering to think that Lynn Vision, I mean, this is sure it's a strong map for them as well, but compared to the opponents of the Mongols face, it's night and day. Very rare that you'll see much of a smirk, much of a worry on the Mongols. They're a very stoic team. They're like the Finland of Asia.
Yeah. Of course, for Lynn Vision, I mean, you know, a little bit of a history lesson to people as well. Lynn Vision erupted in Asia, right? Like, they are one of the first teams who came into the sort of the ESL Challenger League as well. When they joined, they were just dominating from the very beginning.
Yeah.
They weren't losing. They came first place. It felt like they couldn't make a mistake, but every single major qualifying point that they had, qualifying to a LAN that they had, qualifying to an RMR that they had, that's where they would falter. And back then, everyone said, oh, it's inexperience, it's this, it's that. But now, they've got a couple of LANs under their belt. They went to IM Sydney. They went to the CSGO Asia Championships. Now, even though they weren't one of the teams that boot camped in Europe in preparation for this, it feels like they're very much at the point where you cannot discount what they are taking into the series.
Yeah, these guys were, I mean, notorious for winning a lot of these games online, but never making it to that LAN environment. And especially for a roster that was so young. You know, it's hell, I mean, Westmelon joined this roster, when he was, like, I think 17? And he's been with them ever since. And, you know, he was under the tutelage of X-Pro at one point or another. They kept bringing in these young, up-and-coming players. You know, Lynn Vision as an organization definitely had a longer-term plan in place to sort of foster in new talent within the Chinese scene. And quite often, you know, with these Chinese organizations, these Chinese players, if they go to one of these big organizations in the region, it's very infrequently that we see them turn over to a different organization. That's what made the whole TYLOO transition, for example, so crazy, I guess.
Especially when you consider, I mean, like players like Emilia, the thing that I find really cool about Lynn especially is it doesn't feel like they have a hangover, they have any sort of attachment to players who think aren't going to succeed. Before Emilia was here, there was Nelly. And Nelly looked like he was serving a very similar role. He looked like he was floundering, but he was mechanically skilled. Emilia looked identical to Nelly in the beginning, but they committed to him, and I think it's really paid off for them. And now we go back into the game to see if Lynn can continue on from this gun round victory that they've had. Senzu's one-saved AK could be a source of trouble, but honestly, Mongols do really want a bomb plant in this round because he didn't get that loss bonus in the previous.
Again, they just feel like the Mongols can't take this early map control. Lynn Vision are doing a good job of keeping that pressure applied in these opening segments. Even when we saw them on that first gun round, Lynn wanted to show some of that presence. They had that nice flash play into A main as well. Feels like right now, Lynn are playing to a pretty forward game plan, and the Mongols are having to take a step back because of it.
It is just the one smoke to donut. Emilia will deploy his own smoke that he didn't use in middle earlier on, but in the meanwhile, Blitz is going to be exploring in through there just to see if Westmelon had pushed forward, anyone's on lane, maybe a quick deagle shot to be found. It's a game of pickoffs right now, he knows it. And Senzu will be one of the players searching for them actively with the saved AK. Trying to peek forward, Westmelon won't give up this duel. They're reinforcing, doubling up inside cave for this late hit that could come through. Zacher playing a little bit bait and switch, but we'll have to see who's baiting for who. Senzu spots out Starry, rotating over. Nade's gonna be really good. Juices them up, but now comes the squeeze. They're going inside the B side. Starry playing close to the smoke. There's no one here to flash him out, and the bomb can be planted. No one's spamming it either. Blitz commits completely, and it's a 5v5 retake. The CTs to come through predominantly from their spawn. No one's coming in for a B main flank, anything like it, and the Ts want to take the fight to Lynn. Close range pistols can be dangerous, and they're looking to close that distance. G, Molotov in their face, but it's actually a team kill that could be problematic. Seagull still on the site. Senzu's now committed to another quick kill. Blitz will find the back, but he can't quite trace it. Westmelon finds a shot, and with that can line up the defuse for G, but G doesn't have the kit. G's got to recover that M4 and try and stop this. Now with the kit on the ground, G has to fight, and Techno brings it all together with Zacker's AK.
I can't believe Techno's pulled that off. I mean, took so much damage, was actually just trapped, couldn't ever escape, knew that those two players were inside of cave the entire time, but once he gets his hands on that AK, once he hears that defuse, lines up that spam perfectly, and he pieces it all together. That is a round that just shouldn't have fallen away there from Lynn Vision. They had a belt of utility, they had this 5-on-5, they have better weaponry, and honestly, the trades at long were great. But unfortunately, that one team kill from G, that extra player you could have had for the retake, that sometimes is the difference.
That, and then of course him not having a kit because he had to buy the op as well. So Westmelon was initially planning on committing hard on a Techno and letting G be on the defuse, but when he realizes that's just not going to be a possibility, becomes a little bit difficult for G to close the distance he needed to get inside cave and give that safety. Lynn Vision back on the save.
Yeah, rounded off by having just one AK on Senzu. That's how Mongols break through first, and that could certainly break your focus. Lynn had a lot of bravado in those opening rounds, but may have been quickly humbled as a result of it. Down to USPs in this round.
Kind of cool to see that they don't buy anything at all. G as well on 5100 won't even be dropping a deagle or something like it. He knows he'll have to drop a gun in the next round most likely if they want Emilia to have that extra kill.
Expecting if they're going to get kills, they'll get them because there's an overlooked angle or a surprise inside of the smoke.
A very good gun to save, to be honest.
Yeah. A buy could be around the corner here for Lynn Vision. Zacher maybe be a little bit compromised, but Emilia could use this rifle.
He'd be on 4300, I think. He'd be fine. Curious to see if MongolZ wants to hunt out or they're worried about their own economy. Of course, that is in a slightly precarious position, despite the fact that they did win on what was sort of almost a half buy. 1v1s won't be too nice to saving guns.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, the Mongols have been playing pretty far back on their default, understanding that Lynn Vision are going for a lot of this early utility. And, you know, at a certain point, someone will have to call for Lynn that maybe we just hold on to some of these extra grenades. If they're not going to challenge these areas of the map in the opening segments, then it'll be better utilized to retake or attack these areas of the map later on into the round instead, because that's when the Mongols are actually starting to explore. But these are adaptations that could be seen.
It does feel like, though, that's exactly what Blitz is waiting
Probably,
for, right? That's sort of his trap card that he's waiting to activate. The second he doesn't hear that nade, anything like it, someone starts lurking forward, someone starts looking for a pick. And if G doesn't hit a shot then that could be problematic.
That's one of the things that can always be commended about the Mongols. They come in with some very good game plans ahead of their matchups.
Senzu now. This is exactly what you had to be worried about. Westmelon won't be able to spot him. This is a very difficult angle, even with the jump. Doesn't choose to proceed forward. He's worried about a flash pick or something like it. That would have been very dangerous if he'd been there earlier on. Same as before, Michael. Very slow, very measured. And Lynn Vision isn't looking to contest them late either. They're not holding on to deep mid. They're not holding on to lane. They're not trying to set up a crossfire over there. This is two teams that are both waiting for the other one to blink.
They are holding a lot of their smokes, though, here on Lynn Vision, and so that can really funnel and actually trap Mongols behind it, actually buy more time as well for the Lynn side to get comfortable with what's coming their way. But Senzu's just this one-man band on the B bomb site. Nobody actually there to support on the Mongols, no support util, and so they actually just try and crunch, move straight through Donut. It's Emilia, the last man here. Mazinho dropped that Molotov, forcing Emilia forward, but Starry there to pick up the slack, but the trades are good. Mongols have broken in, and they can get that bomb down.
Bit of a mistake from Emilia, but we'll talk about that later. 9-10 has gotten his first kill off the game so far. Wants to get a few more over here. Techno angle is fantastic, but he can't hold it. Westmelon all by himself is able to take him down. Doesn't need a double swing at all. 9-10. Now to defend this bomb. There is a smoke, but that might just end up helping him, to be honest. G tapping on it, but he's the one with the AWP. He doesn't really want to be firing into the smoke either. 9-10, good for one more. Keeps the spam going. This is very expensive, and they will be able to get the defuse, but they lose almost all their weapons.
Having that extra body certainly pays its dividends, and having all that utility working in the favor of Lynn Vision, having that smoke down, 9-10 couldn't do much to really combat it, and he did his damnedest. I mean, getting those 2 kills is certainly nothing to scoff at. That's an expensive round, but Lynn will take it.
And the reason why Emilia over there isn't able to put up a slightly better defense is because he doesn't use that Molotov in time. That's why Starry deserted him early on, even though they'd only seen Senzu, because Emilia with the Molotov in the back big box position when a lot of this MongolZ utility has been used, it's a very strong position. He gets that first kill on Techno by dodging the flash, really nicely played, but then instead of mollying out Donut, instead of using his utility that he had plenty of, he unfortunately just swings out trying to fight with Starry. It's a good instinct to have, but when there's that little time left on the clock, maybe could have been a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the idea of that if he pulls out a Molotov, that could also be a timing where they start to swing him from Donuts. So
it's a terrible choice to have to make as an anchor.
Yeah, it's a fight or flight situation, whereas you want to be able to just line up and catch them by surprise almost. There were no surprises, but some good kills coming back into that bomb site. Lynn Vision, they pretty solid buy. Emilia's on a XM, but he has the high ground.
And it's not just Star Wars fans who think that's an advantage, it's also Counter-Strike players.
Vertical flick is a little hard to accommodate for, and Emilia just flooring the first. Senzu also a victim of this XM, but they get good trades, and they actually have brought it back into a 3-on-3 very rapid, but Starry's there sooner than they expect.
Fantastic timing, and he's going to keep it going. Techno can't find space inside Temple, and although there's a bomb plant, Blitz needs to get a quick kill. Made in his hand is not what he was looking for. Starry just pushes out when he hears that util being thrown, and Lynn Vision, great round, even if G isn't able to find a kill onto anyone walking into the site.
Yeah, some timely rotations being made by Starry. I mean, this is a guy that was a little bit hot and cold in his first debuts going international, had some very surprising rounds, had some, honestly, huge moments with this Lynn Vision roster. And then there was a period where it seemed like he sort of went a little bit quiet. He was sort of tapering away. I don't know if that was the in-game leading transition or bringing in new players, because that's also something that Lynn had to undergo. But at this event, highest rated over the 2 maps that they've played so far, and off to a flying start as well here for the Chinese.
Blitz is out in the flames. He's still fine with fighting. Emilia. Flames are exactly what ends up trading him. Creep up ramp in the meanwhile. Mongols have an idea once again to use Senzu as potential distraction, but Techno just found the entry. Westmelon, a corner, not generally played. Good for one, but can he find more? Bomb being planted, the new default pretty much. And G's the one to punish Mazinho for peeking out with a smoke in his hand. CTs do have the advantage, but 9-10 has the position. Westmelon spotted out right as the smoke was coming back. He thought he had more safety than he did. Techno's low, doesn't want to take contact, but behind these smokes has to be careful not to just get spammed. G's AWP isn't the best weapon to be relevant here, but Starry is the one to take point because of that. In fact, Starry's just moving further back. He's hoping that G can find a kill. Starry swings out wide, 9-10. Head taken off, but Techno's life gives them the round regardless. Mongols with their third.
Yeah, I think Lynn, in this 2v2, honestly thought that smoke wasn't going to last as long as it did over and long. It seemed like they were waiting for it to fade, and by the time it actually was dissipating, they realized the time was simply too low. But they started gravitating back to spawn. That's a nice set of kills and a nice breach in to that A play. I mean, the Mongols can be so explosive, and utilizing this lurk smoke inside of the B bomb site to get these entries, I mean, really well done. 9-10 as well, not faltering on that rifle, especially when it came to Westmelon, who can also just, you know, as an in-game leader, Westmelon is kind of like an unconventional stereotype. I mean, sure, he goes in for these entry kills, but he'll sometimes take like the lower percentage play in a position, and it does catch people off a lot.
He's an IGL with the star player attitude.
Yeah. were willing to get down and dangerous.
Sometimes you take peeks thinking, I'm just better, to be honest. And he does do that. Kind of love it.
Yeah, I mean, these are the two fragging in-game leaders of the Asian scene. And Westmoreland's only recently made that transition. Blitz has been there a while.
Deep CT smoke. This is a Blitz classic. MongolZ going in very quickly to the A side, hoping to catch Amelia off away from it. They know that there's been some good rotations. They won't give them time to come. Nade doesn't really clear out the smoke either. In fact, it's starting to fall through. Blitz's spam incredibly on point.
Oh dear. I do worry that they're probably just going to call for a save. They weren't in good positions to deal with this. The MongolZ have breached in. They went for one of these off-the-spawn calls like you were talking about. And Lynn losing that man before the retake even really got started. Yeah, they call it quits very quickly. The MongolZ make the perfect call this round.
It's nice to see because it has been very often that Lynn starts off with 3 players on that B bomb side but don't get aggressive. So there's no way of actually punishing that except for just to go A like this. So perfect call like you said.
Yeah, and it's faster than, you know, having sort of gravitated outside of A main, thrown those smokes, because when you see the Lynn Vision setup, they go for that mid control early, then one player starts to peel back into Donut. You know, these are the ways in which you can sort of pick up the slack in case there's somebody going for a faster timing on A.
And this is one of the rare places where going Donut through mid becomes worse than going Donut through A, because you just can't get those audibles, otherwise there could be a fast rotation, something like it. So, yeah.
Yeah, before they knew it, by the time they figured out what was happening, it was already a little too late.
Oh, double or nothing. All right.
Okay. You better fix this right now, Lynn, otherwise it's another save.
Emilia's nearby. Molotov won't matter. They're just going to smoke it off and go inside, hunt him down in Donut if they can. Donut smoke a little bit late. They try and peek in behind it. There goes Emilia. Deep molly planned by Senzu, but delayed as well. He saw that second player inside Donut, assumes that the rotation is going to be slower from CT. He's right, but it's not going to be slow enough.
Oh.
Westmelon with 2, and back through the flames he goes to safety. 4-on-3, the retake is on. A lot of utility. The A main smoke goes out. It'll be blocking out Blitz. He will be content with pushing through, but he's got to do it while Techno's still alive. Great Molotov Donut. Delays them for a little while longer. There's only one avenue of assault that could come through. Blitz has got a flash lined up for Techno to peek as well. What a flash play. There goes Techno. Looking for more. It's 3 and 4.
That could not have gone better. Blitz was negated. The smoke A main down, but him having that flash, teeing Techno up for perfection. This is the man that stuck by Blitz, has been his right-hand man through many major appearances here for the MongolZ, and between the two of them, they lock Lynn Vision out.
You can remove the 4K from the name, but not from the server. That's what Lynn Vision's finding out. Techno's always going to be 4K to me.
That 4th kill is such a flow state.
Yeah.
Right headshot, right time, straight spam.
It's like we're in a 4v3. Techno's like, oh, that's kind of what I do.
That's good. They need the help.
Yeah. Right back down to eco territory for Lynn Vision as well. Never been able to build up that money. Shotgun kills or not.
You're gonna have to worry though if you're the MongolZ. Don't want to fall into a stack. You know, these are the types of rounds that, honestly, between the top 3 within Asia, the top 4 if you consider Greyhound, these are the types of rounds that can sometimes determine games. They're having no problems sussing out the Lynn Vision setup and picking it apart. Nice kill from Amelia. G will fall, but only 1 casualty. The MongolZ are going to be very satisfied with that. Lynn Vision not able to build up more confidence. Yeah, oh, they can't deal with pistols. Let's just do it on rifles. Lynn Vision need a win right here, right now, because they started this game looking really strong, addressing this slower pace, finding these kills on the extremities, and actually punishing some of the more aggressive moves that the MongolZ pulled out, even though they were playing a slower game. But now the MongolZ have paced up.
Especially when you consider that Mazinho's so far been having a bit of a bad game. This is his first kill in the game so far. he's going to pick up eventually, and now Senzu's picking up the pace. He's going in, but Zacker's ready to intercept. The one man you don't want to fight up against right now is Zacker. A deep nade as well as they've blown open the smoke. 910 just sees the shrapnel coming his way. Oh, great kill from Starry as well. Blitz tried to jig things up down middle. Starry just keeps it going.
Yeah, he's just so confident in his duels at the moment. I mean, Lynn seemingly coming in with a very solid call. Wanted to get aggressive down B. Senzu as well, kind of obliging by sending himself up into that B bomb site. And that almost opens up a window of opportunity for Lynn. They wanted to be aggressive. They wanted to throw Lynn Vision in for a loop. But after all those aggressive moves on A being so successful for the Mongols, they decide, let's go to the other bomb site. Lynn Vision had the same thing in mind.
Techno 910 do have enough util to potentially make a play. But a 2v5? That's a big play to make. Full execute onto the B side does reveal the presence of both players. Techno spots out one through that smoke, but Zacker will just be delaying. They don't care if the bomb plant comes through, they just want to get this round win. But money is irrelevant at this stage. Smoke to cut out. Back towards Cave, Techno will be isolated in. Flashes, mollies, the works, it's all going out. 910 has to come up big over here. Needs a double kill, if not more. Techno's playing distraction. Could have lined them up, but it's not enough. Techno now, no HP to work with. Will be spanned back soon. They're going through the smokes, and he simply can't trace G. 6-6, Lynn Vision, keep it even.
The value of holding onto utility there for Lynn Vision. Took a lot of fights, took a lot of duels, but took them pretty straight-laced, and then you look at how uncomfortable that hold is. Everybody's flashed, they're getting Molotovs, like you said, it was the full works. And Lynn Vision pulling us back to a 6-6 scoreline. The Mongols felt like they had a bit of momentum built for the middling portion of that half. But Lynn are here to play. You know, this is the thing with Lynn Vision and them being an inexperienced LAN team. Sure, we can have that caveat when we look back at their previous LAN experience.
Yeah.
But so far at this RMR, we've yet to see much of a waver.
And the really cool thing about Lynn's story is, look, I love that we've got teams going to boot camp in Serbia and whatnot. I know TYLOO is doing it, I know MongolZ is doing it, but Lynn didn't do that.
They had a period when they went to Blast and then they had to compete in the European actually no, they went with the Middle Eastern RMR.
Yeah, that was quite a while back.
That was a long time ago.
But I mean, specifically for this RMR, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a team that's coming in with Asian practice. This is a team that's coming in with their own server time, with their own domestic practice, with their own domestic meta games that are being explored and everything like it. Mongols, obviously they've got sites beyond the continent right now.
Yeah, I mean, half of these players were competing in FPL in the lead up to this.
910 missing a couple of crucial shots over here, but Mazzinho's here to pick up the pieces regardless. Good damage on Starry as well as a kill on Amelia. 910 forced away the Gush to the dome, and he is going to be fought back. There's shadows early on, but those are deceiving. Makes double swings very difficult, and Senzu almost takes down the plant. Our Blitz is going to be able to finish him off with just a quick tap to the body. Bomb can't be planted, not like this, and Starry's finding more kills, but Westmelon's not finding timing. Starry tries to do it all on his own, but needed some help.
Yeah, couldn't really get themselves into a position where that bomb would be allowed, and the smoke's not lasting for as long as Westmelon maybe hoped. They just kept losing players here on the Lynn Vision side. They breach in, but they don't hold on to that bomb site for very long. Nice kills, and honestly, just a solid job of containing what the possibilities were. Lose temple access and things get a little bit hairy, but what you want to kind of see out of Mazzinho, just getting his kill, tapering back, and things will feel pretty good here on the Mongols, because that's actually one of the things we sort of mention about this roster, is that even through its many iterations, in terms of actual like weak links, it's very rare that you get moments where a player will go missing, especially when they're having these opportunities, these big stage LAN events where they understand the implications of a win.
And that's one of the big reasons why we rate Blitz so highly as an IGL, right? I mean, Blitz managed to make Hastika look like a star at last year's RMR. And look, I want to give Hastika some credit. Obviously, he did have some really cool moments, but we know he's a player well past his prime. Look at what's happened to Score since he's left the Mongols, right? Score was touted as maybe the best player in Asia at the time, right?
People talking about him going overseas and getting scouted.
Score was Blitz's caveat that, well, he is doing it with literally the best rifle you've ever seen.
You had players like Annihilation winning hella clutches.
Yeah.
Had some very explosive ulting moments, and through its many iterations, you know, some of these stars that people were looking at as going, oh my god, this could be the next big thing. This is like, no. You haven't seen the next big thing.
Blitz just knows the only big thing over here is his brain, and that's all he needs.
Yeah, him and Mara.
Yeah. Consistent confidence.
Godfathers of Mongolian Counter-Strike.
Starry right now has been demolished as he jumps into nades, molotovs, and bullets. Sorry, that's an unfortunate nade to try blowing it open. The flash is great. It's traded. Senzu, however, not ready for a second. I think he didn't even realize he got the first kill. He was fully blind. Blitz has to now hold it down. Will they expect another player? No, they don't. Zacher taken down, and the flashes are great from the CTs to dissuade G from going further into the bomb site.
Yeah, like the assertive step there from the Mongols, and Lynn actually had a good counter action, but not anticipating that Blitz rotation. They're down this man, and they're really hoping that Amelia's lurk bears some fruit. Mizinho, the man to cut him off. Youngest player on the Mongols, but doesn't falter in a very pivotal position because now G has to compete with Mizinho himself. He's tucked himself away at the back of the site. Quick flick. G does actually get the kill. 40 HP, and he'll be allowed enough space to get this bomb planted, and he can try and wisp himself away into a solid post plant. Only man to try and lock him out is 910, who holds far back, maintaining ledge, but now making audibles, but G swinging into it, cannot convert. This is not a clutch, this is not a man advantage falling away of the Mongols. They start off strong, CT.
Really nice stuff coming out from the fast rotations towards that B bomb site, despite the fact that they lose 2 players. The flashes are just great, so you can't scale up. A bit of an oversight from Zacher, not expecting more to be nearby. Of course, it's hard to do that, don't get me wrong.
I think it's as well that, you know, they have that deep line where they can see short, and they're just thinking if they see, you know, something cross, then they'll anticipate it, but
yeah.
I think more concerned about cave, and that was surprisingly absent.
Great stuff from Mizinho as well, I mean, no doubt about that. Good to see him picking things back up, and like I said, Mizinho is not a player who will go silent forever. He's just not. And remember, this is potentially a qualifying moment of the major for him. It doesn't matter how experienced MongolZ is, he is still not. He's Bartek's younger brother.
Yeah.
It felt like Bartek was just holding on to the slot long enough that his younger brother could come and fill it out once he turned 16 and was of legal age to compete in some of these top-level tournaments.
They have stuck with Mizinho since they picked him up as well.
Yeah.
He's had some rocky performances. He looks a little uncomfortable in some of his roles sometimes. But when he shows up, this Mongols basically don't have a weak link, is what I was trying to say earlier. And yeah, at the moment, even though Mizinho's kills may be small, they've had a lot of weight behind him.
Flashes to pop out. Lynn will not be respecting those smokes as MongolZ was, even if they are still trying to slow things down a little bit. Senzu sees the Molotov coming over. Starry's got him out. Really good timings to be caught, but there's still 2 more on these sites. Techno can't move through the smoke, and Blitz can't really move past the flash either. Techno in fact pushes. He's got 1, makes it 2, and Blitz is taking advantage of that timing. These 2 players, just consistently, the communication, the coordination, the plays they make. No wonder they play with each other.
Yeah, they've got chemistry. That's what happens when you've played with each other for as long as they have, and you've made as many majors as they have together. I mean, you can't expect Zacher to be able to pull the cat out of the bag this time.
The cat is burning, Michael. Someone set her on fire. That's a little bit sadistic.
I think Zacker's goose is cooked. 40 seconds, they know exactly where he is. He's already tagged by that Molotov, and they have a great setup to keep him locked in. They're even prepping for the double swing, but Blitz doesn't need the help. Double digits here for the Mongols. They have yet to concede a round moving into CT, and like we're sort of mentioning, Blitz, Techno already proving to be massive problems to deal with here for Lynn Vision. Techno as a player that had to transition into star roles at a certain period of time here for the Mongols. But weirdly, now that he's in his more comfortable positions, he's putting up more star numbers. Sometimes the shoe fits.
And then, boy, does it kick you right in your face. Steel cap toes. It's boot. There's a plan from Lynn. Plan is to pop out into the A-bomb site. Have some late util come through. Hopefully keep 9-10 blind. And Mazinho shouldn't get more than one. That's what they're hoping for. Mazinho though on the drop now makes it 2. What a spray transfer. 9-10 was disabled by the flashes, sure, but Mazinho's done more than his job. Bombs being planted from Westmelon. 9-10 will only look to contain out to Temple. He might have missed the timing over here though. Will he be finding the kill? Westmelon peeks right back over. 9-10, another miss from him.
Knows he had to vacate. Those pistols could have closed that gap very quickly. What a shot from G. But Senzu there to take out Zacher in the meantime. G just trying to keep Temple contained, keep them off that angle, but 9-10 just continuing to re-challenge. And it's Westmelon out in the open. Good first kill, but running low on ammo, running out just as Blitz swings. It is close. It looked like the Lynn side had broken through with just those pistols, but still the Mongols prevail.
Honestly, fantastic defense from Mazinho as well. The way he's able to get 2 on the spray transfer, despite he's in a very awkward position, dropping down while he does it as well.
Yeah, sure.
He wasn't ready for it, but he still just reacts. And then, honestly, it's just heartbreaking to see Westmelon run out of bullets like that. Was no point where he could reload. He was really hoping that they'd think that he was in a main. The smoke finishes up in front of him as well. It's just one of those rounds you look back to and groan.
Yeah, plant wasn't ideal for him either. Well, a lot of presence being shown here by the Mongols. Deep smoke. A whole myriad of flashbangs. And so Lynn are just going to have to give up that space, but this is the counter action that the Mongols came up with. They went for A plays. This time it's a little slower here from Lynn, but Mazinho once again put in a pressure position and he ends up empty-handed. A clean entry here for Lynn Vision, and they breach the bomb site. Molotov in will certainly do some damage. Actually, no, not even a lick.
Mongols aren't going to look to retake this. It doesn't feel like that's a possibility for them. 9-10 still worried about a late lurk to come through from middle, and that is, of course, a threat, but Zacker's decided not to execute on it. G finds one more. Mongols will have to go back and save.
Yeah.
And they might not even be able to do that. Zacher very effective on the cleanup, and he's looking to continue the smop and take it further ahead.
You see the difference in mentality as well. Zacher, nice try to get the exit, but you know, you consider the Lynn Vision had a similar round where they lost the entry on that A-bomb site. They got trapped behind utility and they just called the save instantly. You know, their money wasn't in a great position, but the Mongols actually still wanted to go for this. Techno was actually hunting for that opening kill, but as soon as he died inside of Temple, brought it to a 3-on-5. That was when the Mongols were willing to call it quits.
Also have a fair bit of money behind them, so obviously a little bit more to play around with in that regards.
Yeah, Mazinho knows that getting 1 or 2 kills there would have made that round probably an easy enough mop-up there for the Mongols. They've been playing really well off of each other, especially when they've had that man advantage.
Westmelon's trying to accelerate in through. Techno's turned around and he can't find the adjustment in time. 9-10 now here to cover off Cave, but Westmelon surely doesn't look to contest any further. The flash might help him, but 9-10's actually moved right back to a Molotov, so position's given up. Westmelon's second flash won't matter if it doesn't hit. 9-10 trying to clear out the close angle. He will be missing his shot, and now with the Molotov to try and delay, he is panicking, he is worrying, and Mazinho is being tagged up. Will he be fragged? Yes, he will. Starry finds the shot. And although Westmelon is found by Senzu as he was trying to move back to middle, it's still Zacher that you have to worry about. Senzu surely knows, but Zacher is patient. He will not contest this. The entire round comes down to this one duel. If Zacher gives this up, then you might end up seeing Lynn Vision being funneled through back to A main. There might be some more hunting going on. Mongols could really damper this victory. They've decided not to. Zacher doesn't give himself up too quick.
They definitely need the money that the saving these rifles could certainly help you provide. Gives them opportunity to fight back in the following round as well. There's Zacher still trying to take guns away, and once again, hold by 9-10. But trying to keep that pressure applied. The less you have to deal with the Mongols on rifles, the higher your prospects are. Though they do have a fierce Deeg, then we'll happily fight that beast, cross that bridge should it come to it.
Very nice to see Westmelon using himself to serve as a distraction. Very similar to what we saw from Senzu in that first half on the B-bomb side. But the fact that he gets that kill and then he's able to continue forward and keep himself alive for so long means Senzu also can't rotate. So he had to push forward to get the frag. So where we saw really good timely rotations from Lynn, especially when it came to Starry, reinforcing that A-bomb side, we haven't been able to see Mongols do the same. For them, it's been more of an effective retake situation.
No wry smiles, no big frowns, no one looking too upset here on the Mongols. They know they're getting some production out of those anchors. Or even in some of these opening engagements, you know, Techno getting floored by a MAC-10 is not exactly an inspiring duel, especially when he doesn't have head armor and just gets destroyed by the hypermobility. These are not kills that you expect to get too frequently. A little fear here for the Mongols. Some of these players incredibly young. Some of the biggest games of their careers. And Senzu, a fierce challenge, hits the headshot and floors Westmelon as well in an attempt to trade. They are mopping things up here on this B-bomb site. There is no way in here for Lynn.
G can't get the flick either. And Techno on the jump up just finds G, descends upon him. The hammer that he is. And it's a very small thing, it's a very small criticism. But unfortunately, G just wasn't in the position where his teammates weren't blocking. But that's not his fault. But he had two players in front of him. He couldn't have a clear line to Senzu. So the first kill that Senzu finds is so free.
Yeah, I mean, they simply tried to contact up that B ramp and hope that nobody long spotted them. But Senzu face-checking it, hit an instant headshot. And, you know, some of those players at the back of the pack are wounded. That's why Westmelon's moving in to get that trade. But he got clotheslined as well. They tried to be a little bit different with the way that they wanted to approach that round. You know, throwing a lot of spawn-based or quick utility. Lynn went silent and hoped that the Mongols would allow them that space.
And unfortunately, where Emilio was having a fair bit of impact early on, especially on the CT side, you know, we haven't seen him get involved the same way ever since. G as well, a little bit lower on the numbers across the board for everyone except for Starry Lynn. It doesn't feel like they're necessarily having individuals go missing because a lot of the times Mongols is outplaying them in a macro capacity, but you also don't have any individuals present who can change that just by brute force.
The Mongols with a very, very strong Ancient. Started off a little shaky coming into this map. A qualifying round to the Copenhagen Major. Their map pick, of course. Once they warmed up into it, once they started to change that pace, once they started to be dynamic, Mongols, I mean, they're in a commanding position right now. One more round and we send it through. Nuke would be the second. Lynn are hoping to keep us in these green holes a little longer. A very, very slow default. Sold those smokes down towards B. Didn't over-challenge or commit to taking mid-control. So Blitz never left his position inside of mid either.
Could be forced away from it now. No one here to punish. Molotov to block out the intended ascent of Lynn Vision, and now look at what Techno's up to. He's read into, but Westman's still fragged out. Techno spam is just too potent. With 45 seconds left on the clock, a flashbang overhead, Techno just keeps them from entering cave. They have no access points whatsoever, and the rotation from the CTs are all here. You've got 3 players on B, and although Blitz is worried about a late A hit to come through, there's nothing to worry about at all. It's 3 players intending to go up a ramp, and Zacker's shadow gives him up completely. This round might be over. Lynn Vision might be looking to their own map pick very, very soon. Mazinho here to hold him down. A quick double man spray, and Mongols take the first.
An emphatic shutdown at the end there from the Mongols. They took that time out, they discussed how they wanted to approach it, and honestly, by cutting sound and not going for a lot of these more aggressive plays, by giving these opening duels that Lynn were actually succeeding in on that T side, the Mongols were just able to lock down bomb sites from there on out. We didn't see a post plant in from Lynn for those past few, and it really felt like the Mongols re-engaged themselves and found that extra position that they needed to be in, you know, slotting Mazinho in away from that A bomb site, making that adaptation, you know, something that some teams will kind of be stubborn to do, but they made that change, and he's able to get some extra kills because of it.
Well, listen, we're going to get some extra discussion going on with the boys and Jasmine. Over to you.
Thank you very, very much for that, fellas. Well, there we have it. Mongols taking away the victory 13-8, as expected by my fantastic analyst. Boy, oh boy, we got to give credit to Techno, though. Consistently multi-fragging, putting in an absolute shift for his team as well. Was he the one to look out for before we even headed into this?
Yeah, I mean, he obviously had a lot of like clutch moments coming in, right? But in general, okay, I guess we're just going to play out the round right there. Round number 4. I think this is going to be the round where basically he gets a nice little 3K, not the 4K. And this is a very important round to win, by the way, for the side of Mongols. It was just a 1-saved AK-47, able to convert the round. And this was the round of that map, if you ask me. Techno 4K setup in a 3v4. And the flash comes in and gets the 4K right there. It's like just brilliant stuff coming out from Techno. But for me, it was more about a tale of how he fit into this T side for the side of Mongols. I feel like they, even after losing the first 3 rounds, they had a very good read as to what the weaknesses were for Lynn Vision on that CT side. And for me, it was mainly Emilia towards A. He was getting abused, as you can see over here. Rather, that was actually a Mongol silo, but he was getting abused a couple of times here and there. And I think that's where they found a lot of success.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it came down to the matchup I was talking about, right? Like, what entry duo would be more impactful? Would it be the Techno kind of combination with Sinzu, as well as Blitz, who's being very willing to be aggressive in that IGL role? Or would it be kind of like Zacher and Westmelon, who are typically able to kind of do that sort of role for the Lynn Vision team? But the T side certainly a lot stronger from Mongols. I thought they did a great job doing what they do best on this map, which is kind of having like a multi-prong approach where they can kind of, you know, have a slower, more methodical kind of start to the game, kind of feel things out, get map control, work into the mid rounds, but then they hit you with those really rapid executes kind of later on. You just never really know when those are coming. And the fact they were able to just repeatedly do it on the A side of the map, I think was devastating for Lynn Vision to not be able to figure out an answer for that consistently. It didn't come until basically the end of the half, and they won like that final round, but until then it was kind of the Mongol show once they got their economy in order.
I know that we kind of expected the Mongols to pull through on this one, but after the first half, was there a part of you that was like, okay, I had expected Lynn Vision to do a little bit worse or Mongols to do a little bit better in this first half?
Not really. I don't think Lynn Vision's T side on Ancient is that great, in all honesty. And for Mongols, I feel that the CT side's even more devastating, right? We saw that coming out. And once they're able to get like 4-5 rounds on the T side, they would set up in a very comfortable position. On the CT side, the pistol was a little back and forth. You know, they win that, they make it a little bit more comfortable for themselves. And then on their you know, kind of like the first couple of buy rounds from Lynn Vision, they got completely demolished. I do like the fact that final 2 rounds, Mongols was able to switch things up. They played it a little slow, took their time, didn't take the fight to Lynn Vision, and forced Lynn Vision to kind of, you know, come in a little bit late into that into the bomb sites where they got completely shut down. In fact, Lynn Vision didn't get a single kill in the final 2 rounds here. Mongols make it very convincing. And if there's one criticism I've been giving the Mongols, many have levied in the direction of the Mongols, have been the fact that when they have map point, when they're very close to getting the win, they struggle to close things out. They struggle to, you know, just emphatically just close out a 13-8 or a 39 scoreline and instead allow a lot of teams back into the game. This time it didn't happen. That's a good thing.
Well, the next map is going to be Nuke, gentlemen. So how do we think Nuke will end up playing out?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think this is a misfire pick from Lynn Vision from the start. You know, I really think they would have had a better edge on something like Anubis or maybe even Overpass. I think picking Nuke is a little bit dangerous. I understand their personal comfort in the map. They've, you know, went 3-1 in their last 4 games. Have beaten TYLOO a couple times along the way to do that. So there's definitely some precedent that they can play Nuke pretty well. But the issue is they're going against a MongolZ team who are also very strong on Nuke. They're 4-2 in their last 6 games. They just beat Ents, a very strong team at Katowice.
Yep.
They are a team that is not shying away from this map any stretch of the imagination. And I think kind of like Ancient, you're kind of on equal footing. And the last time these two teams played each other, MongolZ slapped them 13-5. It wasn't even close to competitive. So unless they've learned something from that film and have found some type of adjustments that they feel that they can make, I think that this could potentially be a 2-0 MongolZ, you know, moving on to Copenhagen.
Do you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I have to agree. But I do imagine that Lynn Vision have, like you pointed out, you know, they've done some homework on it. Maybe they have something in store for us. Maybe they're able to find a flaw for the side of MongolZ. But I do agree, like, you know, Anubis, even though they did get smacked 13-3, if I'm not mistaken, the last time they faced in Extremesland, it's a comfort pick for them. It's their best map. It's a map they always pick when they go up against international opposition, when they qualify for all the IEMs and whatnot. But yeah, I guess maybe they're a little uncomfortable, a little shook on it. And Overpass is a second ban for the side of MongolZ. You know, it's a map where they could potentially throw a curveball. Nuke is just Blitz feeling super comfortable. It's gonna just, it's a chessboard for him. He's got his pieces. He's just gonna Blitz them.
Best case scenario for Lynn Vision to be able to take away the victory. What are the win conditions for them?
I mean, again, there must have something going right for them, right? I mean, again, they've gone 3-1 their last 4, so they have a personal comfort on the map. It's just head-to-head against MongolZ. They've really struggled. I think for them, it's just going to come down to what we see for them in other maps as well, is hopefully being able to construct like a solid T side. Like, you've conceded that, you know, your opponent's going to get that CT side first on a map that is very strongly CT sided. So their T side is going to have to come together. They're going to have to be good at outside control. They're going to have to be good at mixing in those upper executes. They're going to have to find those good mid-round timings, and you're going to have to see some of their entry fraggers step up a little bit more, which we didn't really see on the T side of Ancient.
I feel like on the T side, because they are going to be starting on the T side over here, MongolZ going to be in your face. They're just going to make it feel super uncomfortable. I like how MongolZ approaches map. It's very on meta with like how a lot of teams do, even in buy rounds, you know, not just in bonus rounds or eco rounds, but even in buy rounds, they're just going to go for the lobby crunch. They're going to make it feel super uncomfortable. And I just feel like Blitz, he just seems to always surprise me on this map. You know, some really good calls, really good nade utility protocol as well. So I think it's a 2-0. I think MongolZ, I think in a span about in the next 40 minutes, we're going to congratulating them as the first team to make it to the majors from Asia.
Well, there we go. We have Blair's prediction. I want to hear from everybody that's joining us in the chat. Let us know who it is that you are rooting for, because very, very soon this could be a very swift 2. I'm losing my words because
you're getting there.
I'm getting there very slowly.
It's 5 a.m. Jazz.
It is 5 a.m. but we're doing good. You know what, team? We're all in this together. Nuke is going to be our next map, and we will be back soon.
I'm Techno from the MongolZ. 6 or 7 months ago, we changed the one roster. The Azteca replaced the Senzo. We became the youngest team, I think. In MongolZ, we have our paced platform. There's a lot of players coming to improving their performance and became the pro players to join any other team. In statistically, we're the best team in Asia right now. I think we will qualify for the major. The toughest opponent is the TYLOO. I think our play style is good against the European teams, and also we have all the unique styles. From Mongolia to Europe, it's very hard to play. Last month we had boot camp in Serbia, not that too much days, but I think it's a good practice for team. Thank you for supporting us and keep still cheering for us. Yeah, thank you. Биднийг дэмжээрэй. Баярлалаа.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
grinds it to perfection. And Simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm rolling into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
We might be out for blood, but MongolZ is out for gold right now. They're looking to make it through to the major, untouched, unchallenged, and a quick 2-0. But Lynn, now it's their map pick. It's an unconventional one. It is an Anubis. It's not what we were thinking. But what do they have on Nuke?
I mean, their nuke performances are usually really solid. I mean, this team is very quick to make rotations. We even saw that on Ancient as well. It felt like they were playing off each other very well on that CT side. I think when we move into T is where they'll have a lot of their problems, because Blitz as a player is going to be very difficult to actually sort of pull the wool over his eyes. He always keeps tabs on outside. He's always fighting you outside as well. And if Blitz has a solid game, Lynn are going to have a lot of problems just throwing actual presence on the map just because of the gravity that Blitz brings.
And it's not even just the gravity, it's like we kept hammering home and home, and you guys might be tired of hearing it, but I'm sure you're not tired of watching it. That Blitz Techno duo, when it comes into the flow states, it's so scary. But more than that, we haven't even seen the best of Senzu yet. Right, we haven't even seen Senzu completely take control because it felt like he was taking points so many times out on that Ancient ramp. We need to see the best of Lynn. Starry has to maintain performance, Westmelon and Zacher have to increase it.
Yeah, we need good openers from this Lynn Vision squad. They are great at capitalizing should they succeed. But now moving into this pistol, just quickly catching them off guard. Senzu caught by the flash, and G the follow-up as well. They breach in with just 2 clean kills. Lynn have the site.
There's the opener. Now it's time to capitalize. Flashbang through. The dualies will look to take point, and indeed they're good at it. Mazinho and Blitz both finding a kill apiece. Mazinho traded, but are they ready for 910? No, they're not, despite the flash thrown earlier on. 910's been given a real chance at thing. If he'd found that frag, Westmelon might have been too far away. Now he doesn't have the kit, so he can't just stick it. He has to fight, and he's won it. First fight won. 910 knows that Westmelon should be up top. Westmelon, nice wait. Quick move out. Foster tap.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of urgency there from Westbound. He wanted to commit to a sneaky flank, get back into heaven, and actually have a great post plant to deal with the plant position that Lynn Vision went with. They never had control of main, and that's where a lot of the problems came in on that retake. But because he made those steps, as soon as that first kill came out by 910 in this 1v2, you know, you get a little fearful that all it takes is one quick headshot from 910 and the round is done. An important clutch won by the in-game leader of Lynn Vision.
I'm surprised that they're going for the full rifle setup, maybe expecting these USPs. Zacher is hoping to come through unsinged and unscathed. His HP is low, however, and Techno nearby pushes through the smoke. Quick kill found. There's some comms chaos going on. I think that much is clear, but nothing too substantial.
Yeah, Techno was just being very problematic.
Yeah.
Sat in the smoke, didn't fight with his teammates, and did finish off Zacher at the very least. It's again a nice start for Lynn Vision. They won the pistol, the conversion, follow-up gun round as well, moving into Ancient first. But then the Mongols started clamoring back into the game by changing their pace, to which Lynn Vision already showing a very quick-footed approach to their T side.
910 has gone for a birthday suit up with a flashbang. That's interesting, not generally the map you see it on. Of course, if he's just planning on holding down ramp with it, then it is great, especially because you can actually go outside and aggressive with much less utility if you'd like to, or even if you just want to hold on and use those M4's long range. They've got 3 nades, probably intending to break open the walls of smoke. If they do end up coming through, 910 will be given that first opportunity, doesn't not land it. He didn't have a star-studded performance in the previous map either, but Mazinho, what a pickup! Quick swing out, double frag found.
Heard Westmelon as well slide himself into this corner, Spo trying to hard clear him out, but Westmelon finally swinging, getting that trade. prepared for the 9-10 reface on that AWP, but it's Blitz that mops up between him and Mizinho. They've locked down ramp, and so Starry's lurk, ultimately useless.
These fast rotations from the Mongols, man. What are you going to do against them? The sheer amount of confidence they have in their individual players to hold down whatever part of the map they're assigned is stunning.
They get their hands on guns. 9-10 serves as a bit of a distraction more than anything on that AWP. But yeah, it's that fast response that the Mongols are able to implement. Makes it things very difficult there for Lynn Vision. You know, Starry was alone in that sort of lurking duties, but he's hoping that they get access to ramp. They're able to sort of maybe even freeze in that position after they get a kill. That's when that lurk can be very dangerous. But if they get completely shut out, round is very cooked.
I do appreciate the fact that Lynn called a timeout this early on into the game as well. They do need to just make sure they're game planning all throughout, right?
Yeah. Also, I mean, they started the game fast. They add this nice pace. They try and go as well for like a quick explode towards ramp. But they're just not able to track down or even really get proper gunfights throughout. After Mizinho got that double, everything just broke apart. You make sure that people are focused, don't pull util out on contestable areas.
Oh, the focus would be broken and so would the back be. Emilia's not happy about that. He only had a Tech 9 as well, and so much of that Tech 9 is like, hey, maybe I can get a quick headshot before those 5 M4A1 bullets connect on me. Now just 2. I like the change-ups from 9-10. He's still serving a similar purpose. He only has to keep control of outside, but Westmelon in the meanwhile is going to continue to lurk forward. He hears Blitz as well, moving back. Senzu could be caught out over here, over at Hut. Indeed, his head is gone, and now all comes down to Techno. He's fighting inside utility again. He is excelling. Quick double kill found, but the site is still controlled. Blitz is here. 9-10 backs him up from outside, and once again, Mongols are unbreachable.
I mean, this time, there's a massive gap that's exploited by Westmelon. You used to think that that bomb site would fall so quickly, but as soon as they get that entry, Techno making that play, fighting in through doors, they're trying to channel through a smoke. That makes a world of a difference. It was Westmelon that actually stabbed his teammate in the back. But once he got that entry, you know, you'd think that that was all they needed. They got the Molotov down as well, but Blitz did so much to bring that back. 9-10 as well dealing with that main pressure.
Techno's feeling it.
Had a solid start to this series. Very impressive performance on Ancient. Wasn't getting kills every round, but what he wasn't getting in those, he was making up for in other rounds instead by getting multi-frags.
Yeah.
And look at the confidence
Here comes
from
the money.
Senzu.
Oh my god. 2 HP is all that separated Senzu from a big bonus.
He's paid off that MP9, and he's secured the round as well for the Mongols.
Look at how happy they are as well. You talked about that confidence. They're radiating jubilance at this point.
Yeah, I was saying that, you know, sometimes these guys are just so stoic. Even when they win rounds, they, you know, don't crack as many smiles as, you know, some other teams that you'd see. But they're liking the way that they're playing at the moment. Can they face this challenge? So far, the only success we've seen out of Lynn Vision was very fast plays towards that A bomb site. And I talked a bit about how there might be some difficulties crossing towards outside. They've actually been able to get that space, given that they've had 9-10 try to slide into position with the AWP. They try to play him from secret steps, and that smoke is going to effectively negate Blitz as a presence, but blows open the smoke, sees a whole lot of nothing. Lynn are trying to be sneaky about this. The route main, once again, they're going to try and attack this A bomb site, and they get a lot of util down. They blow the smoke, but Senzu has simply feasted. Techno up there with him, and it's 2 topside Hut that breaks apart Lynn Vision. That is not a conventional setup.
That is a complete read. They are fully aware of Westmelon's tendencies to ask for outside the mini to A hits. They are ready for that nade to blow open the smoke. The double-double coming through between Senzu and Techno. They're inside Lynn Vision's heads, and they like what they see.
Hard to know if there are even eyes behind that mask that the Mongols wear. But they are honestly, an unrelenting spirit for the Mongolian scene. This time, Lynn are very loud. They make use of the smoke across. And Amelia is already tucked inside of the vents. Techno tried to bait out shots, but once he didn't hear anything, actually just sends himself down. They get entries, they breach B instead, and they'll have a man advantage. They got their hands on a rifle via Amelia as well.
Bomb plan is nice, but they really need to be able to get a kill or two from the double window setup that they are trying to play out here. CTs are not quite sure about how to approach this. It feels like they are a little bit confused because of Blitz being the only one with the smoke now. He wants to save that one for the bomb plan. Zacker's moving through some already broken glass. This is a big play from him. A very nicely positioned Tech9 will take down one, look for two, but it's still Blitz who's got his head on a swivel. Starry, 0 and 5 so far. Needs to increase it, and he does! Lynn Vision are given a lifeline.
That is huge from Starry. 2 kills at an important moment there for Lynn Vision. They come in with pistols, but they send it down towards that B-bomb site. And once you saw that, the Mongols had to channel all through ramp. They didn't have multiple attack avenues. They couldn't eliminate angles before they broke in. The fact that there were all of these smokes out work against the Mongols. They needed fights. And by the time they realized where those fights were coming from, it was a little too late. There was already a victim found.
Mito's good for the fast trade as well, but Zacker's the one who's made a difference. Blitz is gone. DPs and Zacker, well, he's not done just yet. He doesn't realize there's a player next to him. Techno should be able to get the backstab, but no. Techno wants more than just that. He wanted to move past and find the planter as well. Emilia's plant will not be denied, though. But it does open things up even more. The problem is, 910 doesn't want to go for this retake, not from ramp with an op. It all has to come down to Techno. Westmelon dodges util, but no, I've lied to you. Westmelon wasn't ready, and it's a 1v1 between Oppers, one without his favorite weapon. And the bomb clock is ticking down low. There's a smoke planned out to double doors. He prioritizes the Molotov, but it's gone too deep. It's gone too deep. G can now swing out wide. Does he want to continue fighting? 910 gets the kill, and with that, he'll have the defuse. 5 seconds with the kid. It's right down to the nick, but he will have it.
Oh, an absolute steal. How many times is Techno going to make the right play, the right moment? Even though the bomb went down and he went for that flank, the fact that he waited and got that free frag just as that bomb got punched in, that makes a world of a difference. 910 played it so slowly from there on out, and Techno was just maintaining communication. But that is so well done there from 910. That Molotov may have gone a little bit deep, but there was that real fear that, listen, he could be sticking that defuse right behind those flames, and he couldn't channel out. Clutches won for both these squads so far here on Nuke, but Mongols have had a more consistent track record now that we're into these gun rounds. Lynn Vision need to find a quick response, and they're finding breaches, they're finding vulnerabilities around the map. They've been attacking that main side, either creeping out from outside, or this time getting Zacker down those vents. It actually looked like Zacker was just going to win the round by himself. Colt Blitz massively rotating through those secret steps. Caught a player in the vents as well, but the Mongols have been very quick to respond, and they're doing so in troves. It's not just one player making that response, it's multiple.
And these close rounds, they're in some ways they're a moral victory, but it slowly starts to corrode at your soul. It's been happening since Ancient, that's what it feels like. Blitz finds Westmelon, 910 finds a great angle. And with that, though, Starry overruns regardless. 910 not ready for the wide swing, and Mazinho caught on the rotate.
Nice kills, and Techno as well, though, through that vent. Once again, good for a double kill. Amelia trying his best to link up towards that lower side, but it's just about trying to contain and keep him in at ramp, because Senzu's in on the flank, and he'll catch Amelia out. It's once again Starry calls into action. He needs another 1-on-2. Already 2 kills to his tally. And they're creeping out from ramp. Techno, or Senzu, sorry, tried his best to sneak his way out, and on that crouch peak, Starry ends up empty-handed. This time, no clutches for Lynn.
But again, it feels like they're putting themselves in such a good position. That first kill from Starry, Amelia catches a lurk. In their head, they're ready. They're ready to take that bomb site. They're ready to set up into traditional post plants. But again, whatever's in their head keeps being interrupted.
I think as well, as soon as Blitz got that kill outside, Techno was more than happy to dive through those vents as a quick response. The Westmelon's been trying to peruse that area and even, flank in through main. You don't want to get shot in the back of the head going through those vents. Techno has put himself in so many solid positions. It's him and Blitz. They are serving as major propellants for this youthful squad around them. Techno is the young vet of the Mongols.
Yeah.
If Senzu pulls off what he's doing inside of those vents, Lynn have already had enough heartbreak. That would be a crushing way to lose. But maybe even just getting decimated by these holds is already sad enough. Senzu, 2 kills, 910 rotating in, and Techno never flushed off of this top site. HUD has been a domain for both him and Senzu, but Techno is getting 2K after 2K after 2K. They cannot trade this man.
Lynn look broken. They feel broken. All of these opportunities that they feel like they have slip out of their fingers, and where they got one forced by chance as well, they can't find another. There needs to be a guaranteed round one strat. Anything at all. Anything you've got in mind. You picked this map. You knew this would be the T-side you're up against. But right now, it's only a brick wall, and there's only so many times you can bash your head through it.
That'll be a great way to start. Senzu floored, but the nade and the flash, they go right past each other. They're both blind as a bat, but Westmelon's cooking in the flames. And Mazinho pushing in from ramp. It's suddenly what started off as an opportunity is now extremely restrictive. Mazinho still fighting for his life, and every attempt to trade just ends up as a multi-frag for the Mongols. Their spirits are shattered. Moments of weakness here for the Mongols that instead turn into moments of confidence. They made their weakness into strength.
Everything is going their way. It feels like it's been ordained. Mongols feel like they're walking a path of divinity at this point.
Once again, a solid start to the map for Lynn. But as soon as you get past that pistol and conversions, the Mongols are all full charge ahead.
No one's having a slow start either. Sure, 910 might have missed a couple of shots here and there, but even then, he shows up when it matters. He gets that clutch. Mazinho, you know what? He started off this series 0-7. Look at how confident he looks now. Despite being caught out in places, despite making a couple of errors here and there, this is the power of the Mongols. This is the power of being able to look down your seats, look at Techno, look at Blitz, and knowing that, you know what, you've got your safety net, so it's time to get your boots out and go stomp some people.
Blitz and Mara as commander and general of the troop of the Mongols. They may bring in new recruits, but the proof is in the pudding. The Mongols have been the top Asian team, even though they'll lose some of their domestic matchups. You know, they'll lose some of these online games to Lynn Vision, to TYLOO. You know, but when it comes to qualifying to international stages and making it to the major, the Mongols are a completely different beast. They don't have these moments of uncertainty, where some of these other teams do. Hell, you could excuse Lynn for having that as well. They are such a young squad. They don't have any of those veterans from TYLOO. They don't have some of those veterans from Vichy or some of these other organizations within the Chinese scene. They were fostered into this. They are the top Chinese team, but there are no other Chinese competitors left. They're the last hope.
Denzo's gotten so aggro already as well. They're not ready for this. They're not ready at all. And he's going to keep it going. He doesn't realize there's players back in spawn, though. Westmelon can punish.
That is ridiculous.
It is, but despite that, the advantage is still in the hands of the Mongols. And guess what? It might still be extended. Techno, he's getting aggro as well. Going up through Secret. The A site will still be reinforced. You've had rotations come through. Mazinho is here. Blitz is in heaven. Blitz spots him out. Mazinho just goes aggressive. He's got the quick shot, and Blitz is there to cover. Again, the trades give them advantages. 1-on-2 now. Westmelon, it's now or never. Going into the line of fire of 910. No smoke to cross. 910 has the right idea, and he will get the frag. 9-3. Mongols are breaking Lynn Vision, spirit, body, and bone.
Two of those rounds are basically gimmies as well from Lynn Vision. They played with such pace, but once that pace started to work against them, they couldn't get these trades going. The Mongols just kept finding multi-kills across the board, whether it's Blitz, Techno, Senzu, Mazinho. It doesn't feel like there is a weak link. Lynn Vision struggling to find those trade frags throughout their entire T-side half. And now all eyes on this pistol round. You look at how confident this Mongols team are playing. You lose that pistol. That may be Lynn Vision down to the lower bracket. Three majors straight. The Mongols have made it. A fourth and the first Counter-Strike 2 major. Sounds lovely to add to the list of accomplishments already attributed to both Mara, Blitz, Techno.
Won't matter too much as the decoy will be hitting the back. Techno and Mazinho hitting the heads. 910 keeps it going. Westmelon is falling. But he does find 2 kills, and that gives him a little bit more buoyancy. 910 finally shuts him down. Leaves Amelia alone. Has got the right sight potentially, but no, 910's decided against it, wants to go down to lower. It will be dodging out the CT player entirely. Bomb can be planted, make it look comfy, and Amelia, again, 1-on-2, clutches that seem like they're not even in contention. Amelia doesn't even check. How can he?
A pistol that's picked apart quite quickly. And the Mongols make the right read in what is low numbers left in the server. Even though they had this stack at ramp, they get the kills they want. What a challenge this is proving to be. The Mongols haven't looked like they've been pushed in basically any series so far this Asia RMR. That first map versus Lynn was the closest we've seen. It only conceded 8 rounds in the opening 2 games. Here against Lynn, biggest game of some of these young Chinese players will ever play. It's not like they don't have another swing at it, but they wanted to take a swing at the Kings.
Seems like they might have missed. Unless there's a boomerang in their shot, it'll be hard to turn this one around. This round's a gimme.
Having to save, knowing that the Mongols are already creeping closer and closer to victory. And they're not making mistakes. They're not letting their guard down. Not a single loss of life here for the Mongols against those pistols. Lynn Vision tried to be tricky, but it has to start here and now. So it'll be the best chance that they have. And even then, you know, going into first gun round on CT side, sometimes you feel like you don't have all the utility that you want, especially if they're going to play with a faster pace. If they're going to go for some of the outside utility, you want HEs, Molotovs, flashes to slow them down on that cross so that the ramp players or your rotates down lower can feel comfortable. Some of that will be absent here for Lynn Vision. There will be no kits. A post plant will be incredibly challenging. Mongols already having a plan in mind, a topside attack. And it's empty. There's no one inside of the site.
And over and out they go. CTs want to play full retake. Well, Mongols are going to make them play it hard. Molly's down on the site from them themselves, but the smoke out to heaven. They're trying to be bossed. West Melon good for one. Make it two, but that's all it'll be. Zacher to fall, and Lynn Vision have lost their best chance, their only chance, perhaps, at making this a miracle comeback.
That must have felt like such a brave call at the time. Conceding the site in its entirety and just trying to go in with a flurry of aggression. But the Mongols were there with open arms. They were waiting for some of that utility to fade, for some of the lifespan of it to evaporate. And they're just ready to scrap, ready to trade. And that's something that Lynn have had problems so far this map in. The Mongols are now 1 round away from Copenhagen.
And they want this to be a fast one. Out they go. Massinio, good for the first. Looking for more. Senzu's already in. G's putting up a defense, but that defense is gone. And Lynn can only look inside. They can only look at their sins as they ask themselves, what have we done to be born in an era of the Mongols? Go to your places of religious worship because you are witnessing divinity, but perhaps Emilia can still interrupt it. Blitz, Emilia, both a whisper from death. But Blitz is a whisper from the Major, and he is ready to come out and roar! Blitz will take it home! The Mongols have qualified one more time!
The first Counter-Strike 2 Major in Copenhagen, and of course it's the Mongols, the first to make it through out of the Asia RMR. They have shown consistency in their leadership, in their coaching positions, and the way that they foster in brand new talent each and every time. They have a long list of bringing up new stars, but it's the system that's proven to work. The Mongols are that top team within the region.
And what a way to do it with Blitz and Techno leading the charge, being, you know, the main general with his right-hand man. You've got Mara behind you, but these guys were in a flow state. And the rest of the players, you know what, Massinio and 910, they had their floundering, they had stumbles, but when you get caught up in that tsunami that Blitz and company bring to you, you've got nothing but up. And you're just all ships rising with the tides, going forward to Copenhagen. The Mongols, what a performance.
Yeah, and Techno, one of those youngest players actually to make a major. Now we have Massinio, a man even younger than when Techno was the last time they qualified with him. That's ridiculous. Like, how does he keep finding this young talent and actually making it work? I mean, this Mongols team are just so hard to nail down.
And listen, I hope that the panel can do it better than Lynn Vision did, but something tells me they might be lost for words.
Well, that was a little bit savage from him, wasn't it? I got to be honest with you guys. Fantastic showing there from the side of the Mongols. However, for Lynn Vision, struggling to even get their plants down over on that T side. They only actually managed to plant it successfully twice. Why was that, do you feel, that the T side was so weak?
I mean, they just got completely shut down.
Yeah,
Why was it weak? Because Mongols just so much more stronger, right? I think the upper bomb side holds especially was so hard for them to crack open. And just the crossfires being set up was just so much. It was too much for Lynn Vision to deal with. They didn't really have too many backup plans. A lot of the calls from Lynn Vision were from spawn. They were like, all right, guys, we're going to go for the outside play. We're going to be going for this upper hit. I feel like if they'd slow things down a little bit more, maybe they'd have got a few more rounds, but that's about it. Also, credit where it's due. I feel like Massinio has been was a target, at least for a lot of people watching the Mongols, saying he might be the weakest link when it comes to fragging output. And he plays some of these positions like ramp towards Nuke, he was playing A towards Ancient. But having watched him across the course of the past couple of days and today, he seems to really matured real quickly as a player. And considering, with Tea Time and Yumi mentioned, he might also be the youngest player ever to be playing at the Major.
It's probably true. Is he 16?
He's 16 and a half. I don't remember anyone being that young.
Neither.
I've seen some 17-year-olds. Techno was there as well. If that's the case, someone could probably... Someone who was watching, you can just fact check it. I didn't have time to go through all the Wikipedia pages, but if they do it and let me know, that'd be great.
I was thinking maybe Swag. I think he was probably a little older than that when he played his first major in 2013 in Complexity. So yeah, that's the one that I could think of. But anyway,
and then he got banned after that anyway. So yeah.
okay. No, anyway, just getting kind of back to this one. I mean, again, I thought the Nuke pick was potentially going to be a backfire situation for them, and it turned out exactly like that. And the thing is, because look, if you're going to pick Nuke and you know that you're going to be playing that T side first, you have to have some type of game plan. And clearly, they had some type of plan. Some of their, attempts at upper takes, they certainly had at least an idea of how they wanted to use their utility and how they wanted to try to move across the map. But they just got shut down all over the place. I mean, you had a Mongols team that was firing on all cylinders. Their top fragger 19 kills on Blitz, who were kind of featuring here. But then you have 9-10, who wasn't that far behind as their bottom fragger at 12 kills. Mizzino, as you said, was doing a fantastic job holding the ramp position. Techno was holding all these upper pushes with Blitz. They just didn't really give Lynn Vision any breathing room. And then they connect on the pistol. They get that early economic start in the second half, have no trouble closing it down. And this is the picture we painted all along, though, was that this Mongols team is clearly the best team in Asia. They have now swept through this RMR, winning all the maps, mostly in one-sided fashion. I don't think they've allowed their opponents double digits once throughout this entire tournament. And so we kind of got what we expected, that this is the best team, and they've earned this slot.
It's not just the best team in the region. I think that they're, we've seen them come very, very close to taking on some top-tier teams, which they have in the past as well. I go back to Cologne, I go back to Kato, we go back to Rio and all these tournaments, and now they have the reps as well. And I just feel like if there was ever a time for an Asian team to make it to ever since we started having 24 teams, in the major, right, with the different stages, if there was ever a time for a team from the region to make it to the second stage, it is now. It is this team. They're playing some very, very good Counter-Strike. The individuals just so very sharp. And once again, I'm starting to believe.
Oh no!
Yeah, friendship over with TYLOO. MongolZ is my best friend now. They've been for a while, but now I'm really believing.
I love how I was gone from Counter-Strike for like 3 years and nothing's changed about Blood and his hope for Asian CS. I feel for you,
hope
bud.
dies last, and the MongolZ have made me...
This is your chance to hit me what the whole North America has
believer
died
again. I don't know. But yeah, jokes aside, I'm very, very happy to see that they've qualified and also they did it in such a goddamn emphatic fashion.
Yeah.
Well, I know that it was certainly an explosive matchup, to say the least, dominant, in fact, for the side of the Mongols. Whilst we are waiting to get an interview prepped and ready, of course, the journey is not over yet for the side of Lynn Vision. They will be dropping down to the lower bracket to face off against the winner of ATOX and Greyhound. So talk to me, Lynn Vision, obviously, you're not going to be playing tomorrow. You're going to be playing today. Of course, you're going to have a couple hours to get things under order, if you can, at that. But what is the game plan for them, do you think, facing off versus either one of those opponents? Is going to be a mental factor coming into play here? Obviously, pressure is incredibly intense in scenarios like this.
I think it goes to what we mentioned at the beginning of the day, where I said, like, this particular team seems to choke a little bit when it comes to LAN in the important games, right? This was not really close at all by any stretch of imagination. Even Ancient, came down. It was basically them winning the pistol round, getting a few rounds right there. That's about it. Mongols still very dominant on their map. They're getting absolutely smacked by the Mongols, and now you're going to be going up against, well, it should be on paper, Greyhound coming in, right? Should be. And Greyhound, apart from the one loss they had against MongolZ, they've been looking super clean, super clinical. All the individuals looking good as well. Now, I'm not saying that Lynn Vision don't have a chance. Of course they do, but I feel like the nerves could be a factor, and if they're able to kind of take that out of the equation, then yeah, maybe might have a fight here, but I don't know.
How can you take the nerves out of the equation, though, when you've just been absolutely decimated on your own map pick?
I mean, that's a tough one, but I think it's also one of those things where if you're Lynn Vision, I mean, there's always this obvious confidence you have to have that you can do it, right? Like, you have to believe in yourself. Obviously, Lynn Vision have made great strides over a good period of time, being able to establish themselves as #1 team in China over TYLOO, to be able to kind of wrestle themselves up to that position, you know, qualify for Chengdu, get some success under your belt, right? And they do have some talented players. I think the big thing that hurts for Lynn Vision, and it kind of goes back to what you're talking to about the choking on land, it's just because of like the lack of experience for some of these players, right? I mean, again, we talked about how there are no legacy players, are veterans really, you know, on this Lynn Vision team. It's kind of a new up-and-coming group, and you have guys like G, for instance, who's a guy who's really hasn't been playing on big teams until like last year, basically, right? So I mean, I think it comes down to that, but what I would hope is that they could know, okay, yes, Mongols were the favorites, you know, business went according to plan, so to speak, but we still have a fighting chance to make it.
Yeah, you just have to reset, just mentally reset. You have a coach as well. I think Gum's a coach. You just like kind of reset and be like, all right, boys, we got just dumpstered there. It's fine. Move on. There's another game right ahead of us. And of course, I'm sure they're going to be keenly watching the upcoming best of 3 as well.
Well, as we go ahead and take another look at our bracket, the ATOX and Greyhound showdown, I want to know your thoughts. Which of those two teams are going to be facing off versus Lynn Vision?
I mean, as much as like I love Asian Counter-Strike.
You don't love it that much.
I'm not deluded. I'm not a lunatic. Greyhound should be the favorites here. They've shown incredible CS yesterday. They were so just ruthless. JiJieHao, who, by the way, were one of the better performing teams coming out from, you know, the Middle Eastern region, from the rest of Asia qualifies. If you're looking at teams like MA Mag and Twisted Minds, who were, of course, coming in last minute. But even if it was 15 average in other teams, JiJieHao, you have players like Issa, you have players like Mini and all these guys. So they were playing very solid. Yeah, they were made to look like kind of plebeian by Greyhound.
I think the only hope that you could really have for ATOX is that getting that big scalp under their belt of being able to finally beat one of the top Asia teams in TYLOO yesterday. You hope that maybe that provides some sort of confidence boost, some sort of like proof of concept, like, hey, we've been slowly working our way up our region. You know, they've been able to beat a lot of the middle of the pack Asia teams time and time again to make it here to this, you know, RMR, for example, you know, beating your Rare Atoms, your, you know, New Happies, you know, some of these other kind of, like I said, mid-tier teams kind of in the region. And now you finally did beat one of the big 3 between TYLOO, Lynn Vision, and Mongols. Maybe that gives them some sense of hope of like, okay, we're making progress, we're making strides in the right direction. It might be a little too soon, though, for you to convert that into a win over a Greyhound team that has looked as powerful as they have looked.
I agree. I think the win yesterday definitely is going to be a catalyst for ATOX rising to the top, so to speak, of Asian CS, but yeah, not against Greyhound, not today.
Well, I have some fantastic news for everybody that is joining us from home. We have an interview, and of course, it is very much with the explosive player of Techno on the side of Mongols. Techno, congratulations are in order to you and the entire team. I gotta ask though, I know the question on everybody's minds, especially my analysts, why the ancient pick? Even though you knew that, you know, Inferno would be a bigger struggle for the side of Lynn Vision.
Hello guys. First of all, sorry for my bad English. Please understand this. We just preferred for their ancient, of course, and we didn't say the Inferno. Yeah, I meant that we didn't pick Inferno long time. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Techno, congratulations. Great game. You were great. My question is, this time, are you going to get to the second stage of the major? Are you going to get to the challenger stage?
Yeah.
Yeah? Nice.
We believe in ourselves.
Great answer.
Because,
love it.
Yeah, we have 3 young players, and this time will be different, I think.
Hells yeah. There we go.
What do you think will make it different? What do you think this team has now that will allow you to go further in international competition?
We need to. We have lot to do, but I think we should manage our play style and be preferred against the European teams, and it would be okay for us, I think.
Is there any special preparation that you'll be doing between now and the major to, you know, try to prepare?
Or casual practice is special, of course.
Okay,
perfect.
Well, Techno, I just want to open the floor up to you. Are there any final words you want to say to everybody that has been supporting you and the team?
Can I say MongolZ?
Yeah,
Language?
Go for it.
Okay. Thanks for cheering us, everyone who supports us, and keep cheering us. We we will do good in future. And энэ үр дэмжижсэн монголчуудад баярлалаа. Бид одоо дахиад нэг 4 дахь удаа major шалгаж чадлаа. Тэгээд энэ удаа ер нь дахиад legend stage гарнаа гэж бодож байна. Тэгээд биднийг цааш тулан дэмжээрэй. Баярлалаа.
Thank you so much, Techno. I hope you enjoy your celebrations with the team. It is very much a well-deserved victory.
Thank you.
What a lovely chap.
Yeah,
lovely guy.
Listen, I remember speaking to Techno like a couple of years ago. I think it was like, was it Cato or Antwerp first time, and his English wasn't really the best back then, but I think his English is great right now. He has some great answers coming out, and I love that he's like, this time is different. This time we're making it to the, I think it's called elimination stage now. They keep changing it up, Val, but like, I think they're going to make it this time, Dus. I think this is the team. This is the team.
And I think what he pointed to was the 3 new players that are with them this time around, right? I think that's a really good point, is you have a player in 9-10 who I think has proven himself to be one of the best AWPs in the region. What I like most about him is how patient he is. Like, he doesn't always just take that immediate first shot the moment he sees someone jiggle or take a jump at him. He waits for the shot where he feels like he has a higher percentage chance to hit it, which is something that you don't see a lot of operators have the discipline to do, and I really like. And then, yeah, Sinzu, when you kind of bunch him up with Techno in that entry pack, he is such a strong trade fragger that has really kind of helped this team out. And we mentioned Mazzino earlier, you know, only 16 years old, might potentially be one of the youngest players to ever play in a Counter-Strike major. And he actually has stepped up in some key moments. Like, yeah, maybe he was one of the weaker fraggers if you look at the team overall with this 5, but in some pretty key games throughout this RMR, he has stepped up and put up some pretty big performances on some of his CT positions that he's needed to. So props to him.
If you were playing for the Mongols, and you just made it, right? How are you celebrating right now? I'm kind of curious to know.
Knowing the Mongols, they're going to go home right now. They're going to have some Mongolian hot pot, get back to the pieces and start playing.
Solid.
Practice right now. Get that.
Now, what Vlad would do would be a very different thing, but I don't know we can talk about that.
I'll be in a bar right now. But that's I'm not playing, you know, it's simple as that. But yeah, congratulations to the Mongols. I think they were clearly the best team we had here at the Asian RMR.
You know what? Your copium has finally paid off, and I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for the Mongols, but there is still one more spot remaining, and we still have 2 best-of-3s to go. The next matchup is going to be Greyhound versus ATOX, and we will see you soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker, Odyssey.
I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
How's it going, mates? And welcome to the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs. My name's Jasmine. I'm joined alongside this time, Mac, mate. How's it going, mate? I did good. I did good the first time.
Yeah, you did it really well the first time. Second time, can use some work. But yeah, I'm bloody happy to be here and happy to see some solid Counter-Strike. I have no idea what's going to be going down today, but I know what I want to happen.
Go on, tell us. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. The next matchup is going to be Greyhound and ATOX. Can the boys do it?
I hope so. I really hope so. They've been playing really well like yesterday and leading up to the competition. They've been doing so much work together as a unit, and the only time they faltered was, well, similar to what we just saw happen to Lynn Vision, right? It was just a slaughter to Mongols.
So how about you, Dust? How are you feeling about this Greyhound ATOX showdown? Do you believe in the Aussie boys as much as Mac does here?
I mean, I think they certainly earned the right to be the favorites in this, right? I mean, they've dominated their region coming into this. I think they had like a 35-2 map record in Australia before they came to this. And while they did get crushed by Mongols, fair enough, everyone has been in APAC, it seems like, here lately. But they were able to get the win over ATOX in their last meeting. They were able to get the win over JiJieHao, which looked like a pretty dangerous team throughout some of the matches we saw throughout this tournament. So they have certainly put themselves in prime position to, you know, make that lower bracket run.
Yeah, well, I'm super excited to see the Aussie boys play this one. What can you tell me about their previous performances, how much prac time they've had, and how, you know, you've been led to the conclusion of them taking away this series score 2-0?
I think it's just how much more confident they've been playing since Dexter's been there, and you can just see with the rotations as well. The only thing that's going to let them down today is if they can't win pistols again, because yesterday I don't think they won a single pistol round, and it looked a little bit rough off the back of it. You know, they try to go for those second round force buys, try to get those rounds on the board, and unfortunately a lot of the time it just wasn't working. They'd have to lose 3 rounds before they could finally get to the gun round and finally start to start to find their groove, really. And ATOX on the other side of things, it's like a similar conversation, right? They looked like a completely different roster yesterday compared to what we saw on that first day of games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, we kind of talked about this a couple times already throughout this broadcast, but it is the fact that they finally got over the hump of beating one of the top teams in the Asia region. Again, when you look at how they played in the qualifiers to get to the RMR, how they've played in some of the other events they've played in recently, they've been able to beat, you know, your teams like NKT, Eruption, Rare Atom, things of that nature. They could never beat one of the big ones like a MongolZ or a TYLOO, but they finally got their win against TYLOO yesterday. And I think one of the key things about that was it wasn't just the veteran duo of Dobu and Cabal that were getting the job done, as often happens for this team. It was someone like Zesta, who's one of the new younger players on the team, who actually really stepped up yesterday and put up some big numbers across the entire series against TYLOO.
Yeah, if we're talking about younger players stepping up, Vexide as well, having a stellar game on Vertigo. I think he was getting close to 30 there, maybe like 26 kills, and just lifting when a couple of other players didn't really need to show up. However, on Anubis, on that first map, everyone on the team was playing super well. I think it was like 17 kills is like the most amount of kills, and like 13 kills is the least amount of kills on the team. Everyone was in a line, all working together like a solid unit. And if we get that kind of Greyhound today, things should go right. But it's just the Mongols, man. All these Mongolian players are so dangerous if they're all playing their A game. They're just so aggressive. You don't really know what they're going to be doing, and all you can do is stand there with your gun out and hope you're hitting your shots on the day.
Well, for the side of ATOX, their performance versus TYLOO was absolutely astounding. Just taking a look at the score lines, 13-4, 13-2, incredibly convincing victories for them. The real question is the caliber of TYLOO and the caliber of ATOX heading into this tournament. Would you have had that on your bingo card? Would you have anticipated that ATOX could have taken away the victory in the ways that they did?
Well, that's probably the biggest upset of the whole tournament so far, I think, right? I mean, we've had a couple of games that were pretty close and a couple other moments. You know, maybe we didn't think Greyhound would get slaughtered as badly as it did by MongolZ, right? So that was a little bit tough. But no, they have been the dark horse kind of story so far throughout this tournament. But now they're being tested by a team that they've already gotten smashed by earlier in this tournament, right? I mean, they played on Ancient. It was 13-4 in Greyhound's favor. It was, you know, Greyhound's first match outside with this 5, outside the Australian scene, playing one of the teams in APAC and getting a very big victory.
Yeah.
And so that's something that's going to be in ATOX's mind is, man, last time we faced these guys, they pummeled us. But I'm hoping that that newfound confidence maybe from beating TYLOO will kind of help fuel them on what's possible. You know, if they can get their heads together, they should be able to at least put up a better performance than they did last time they met Greyhound.
Well, speaking of newfound confidence, I'm hoping MacMate's inspirational speech that you gave the boys yesterday, as well as your belief in them today, might just be the ticket for them to take away this victory here in a best of 3. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Lucy and Buff Dog. Never mind.
Hey.
You know what? We wanted the screen time. We wanted to go through the Veto.
I thought I was excited to get into the game, but you're throwing early. We didn't even do the Veto yet.
You know, no. This is what it is. This is the Aussie pride coming on through. Okay, Lucy just wanted to show her support as well. Veto time, baby. First map is going to be Inferno. What do we think of that one?
I think it's pretty solid. You know, you got Inferno there, so hopefully if Inns is feeling it today, we might get to something a little bit exciting, although I do see Ancient in there, which I'm a little bit worried about, but ATOX, of course, has a bit of source material on Greyhound on that map already, and we got Anubis as that 3rd, so I feel like ATOX's best chance is probably on Ancient to pick up a map here. I can't really remember their Inferno. I haven't seen a lot of their reps on it, but I know that Greyhound love Inferno. They have faltered on it, I think, in recent times. The map that they might have lost in the last couple of months.
Yeah, that was a trade against Bad News Kangaroos, I think. That was one of their only 2 map losses that they had coming into this tournament, as well as a loss on Nuke. So, meanwhile, ATOX on Inferno, actually a pretty solid team. I mean, they won over TYLOO, of course, yesterday to help propel themselves to this matchup, and their only loss with this team was actually an overtime loss to MongolZ. So, their Inferno is actually a pretty solid map, and I will say, if you look at the rest of Greyhound's map pool, I would say Inferno is one of their lesser play. Like, they have a ton of Ancient games, a ton of Anubis games. They play a ton of Mirage, but Inferno is one of their lesser played maps outside of course, their permaban Overpass. So there is a small little chance there, I think, for ATOX on Inferno.
It needs to be said as well that I'm pretty sure on Inferno, this is where you're going to be like pulling out everything you've been saving to get you to the major, of course. You'll have to show some today. The map pool runs deeper if they have to play Lynn Vision, whoever has to play Lynn Vision later on today. And there's been a lot of Ancients, so there might not be too many new strats that they have to pull out to make this one happen. But at least for the most part, it's a map that they're confident on. Even if ATOX look really good on this map as well, they have to have something up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the fact that both these teams play Inferno kind of the typical way you expect Inferno to be played, right? The push and pull, you know, trying to take banana control where you can, fighting top middle, maybe changing the pace up a little bit with some aggression at mid on the T side. You know, maybe you sometimes play really proactively on banana on CT side, or post an opera up and let them just be solo. Like, they're going to be very dynamic on both sides, but it's going to come down to those key, like, mid-round decision-making moments, like when you decide to feint, when you decide to actually make a commitment, and how efficient you are in your trading when you do commit up one of the areas that you're looking to attack. So it really will just come down to those critical mid-round moments, I think.
So the way that ATOX are going to be looking to play this one, you think Greyhound are going to be able to keep up with the pace?
I think so. I mean, again, both these teams are very fluent on how to play Inferno. I mean, while obviously there are some structural changes to Inferno, you know, Banana's a little bit skinnier than it used to be in CSGO, things of that nature. The way that you play the map is still this way it's been played for many, many years, right? It's a very figured out map. There's not much crazy innovation going on. I think some teams are a little bit more prone to like faster lane and apartments hits than what we used to see in the past, and trying to pick up the tempo on T side just because Banana's so hard to get sometimes. But other than that, again, I think it'll just come down to the critical mid-round moments.
All right, well, without further ado, second time around, Lucy and Buff Dog. It doesn't really have a ring to it anymore. Go ahead.
Right, well, thank you. This time we're back, and this time with audio, much to the dismay of some, but for the excitement of us, because we get to do the lower bracket run today, starting with this Greyhound versus ATOX match. Going to be an exciting one, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, if you come into this and you take a look at ATOX, the way they performed, even in that best of one, that opening was against Greyhound. And sure, the scoreline really doesn't look too good and favorable for them, but I'll be honest, that game is a lot closer than a 13-4 scoreline. It really didn't do it justice. There was a number of rounds in which ATOX got themselves into really good positions, and it felt like if it wasn't for how good and the highest quality of the retakes that Greyhound were providing, ATOX definitely could have reset their money on a number of occasions. That scoreline could have easily been 13-9, 13-10.
Yeah, that was the difference, right? Just the quality of those retakes coming through, because they were able to get onto the bomb site so consistently, and that could be an issue here for Greyhound, because I imagine ATOX have gone back and they've reflected on that loss. I don't think they'll be making the same mistakes, because they would have been expecting Ancient to come out here.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, Inferno, it's actually a really nice pick for ATOX. It's one of those where you take a look at the head-to-head. Where can this really go? The desk was saying, sure, you go for Inferno. It's a map that hasn't really changed too much stylistically from the transition from CSGO to CS2. It's one of those where you really rely on your team play and your cohesion, and it was what was driving ATOX into those bomb sites on Ancient. It was what was getting them those early advantages. I don't think Greyhound are going to necessarily run at them. I don't think they're going to do anything too out of the box here on this map. Starting on the CT side as well, it should be a lot more controlled. But one thing I think is very interesting from Inferno of old to Inferno of today is the fact that retakes are a lot more encouraged. There's a lot less rounds to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. And Greyhound, I'm sure, will continue to show us the retakes they were. That opening best of one, they'll be starting on that CT side because it is ATOX's map pick. We've got a smoke, double flash for accuracy. HE for Dexter. It's going to be dumped somewhere. And 4 players lean over towards the A bomb site. It's a smoke bottom banana early. They're going fast. It's just straight out apartments. And there are 4 CTs in towards middle. Liaz and backside are going to have a nice little line of sight here as they pop out the apartments. First kill is theirs. Now out towards long. Alistair's going to fall. Ins catches the lurk. They still have to cross this short. And it's just too many CTs here. It was a nice idea, but the setup for Greyhound is completely unraveled. Oh, and the knife is out. Liaz just trying to disrespect, and he draws the fire away to allow Ins to kill.
Yeah, look, I like the idea from ATOX there in that situation, and you can see the pace they're trying to apply. But not a singular flash kind of thrown out of the balcony. Normally you get the players that kind of come in from middle and they drop the flashbangs over the top, but the setup from Greyhound completely prevents that. It just feels like you're completely funneled into their line of fire. I really also like the reposition from Ins. The fact he walks second mid, he deals with players that are still in the apartments, and from there, ATOX, they can't get going. They can't move a muscle.
Accuracy's got the Zeus on the T side now. This is something I always get excited about a Zeus, Brandon. You know this. We love the Zeus here. And I feel like the T side isn't really where you often see the Zeus in play. And I don't know if we're going to get to see it now because he's been spotted with it. And he gets blown out of the server. A perfectly thrown HE straight into the wickets. Alistair, long range with the MP9. Getting some cash for his future AWP.
Future is honestly a thing to consider in this one. You take a look at the buy that Greyhound have brought into it. 5 SMGs. They want to get up close and personal. They want to take these gunfights. More importantly, they want to make that money. Typically, we've seen teams, especially here in the Asia RMR, future-proofing their buys a little bit. Having a little bit more of a say when it comes to that bonus, dropping in some of the FAMAS, bleeding in the A4s. But no, instead, it's pure SMGs, and that means they're going to have all the utility.
And shout out to Greyhound for finally getting a pistol round and the follow-up conversion. A good start, a good omen ahead for them. But now they're going to have, as you said, 4 MP9s and an M4 against 5 AKs. So I wonder if we'll see maybe a little bit more aggression. This has been faster rounds so far. They definitely want to get up close and personal with the MP9s.
I like the smoke they're dropping in towards top middle because it just means they're always having a threat of pushing in towards the apartment, splitting from second middle. But that's not going to be the case. Instead, it's going to be Dexter up close. Full blinded, doesn't matter. Dobu first to hit the deck.
Yeah, Dexter just manages to spot him before the flash comes through. Gets that half a second of vision and able to put his crosshair on the dome of Dobu. Now one of those MP9s gets upgraded to a Galil. And Mick is not feeling too pretty in there either, tucked into the corner. Just have a tree in it. Nice shot from accuracy though, so they've got some space. Zesta, I don't know if you heard Inns moving about there, but the smoke is going to deter him.
Still very difficult. There's one flashbang for ATOX to kind of go into one of these bomb sites. Kabul just really wants to fight at long range against these SMGs, not quite working out. At least top brackets has been taken. You've got a lot of space here if you're ATOX, but ultimately you need to execute onto a bomb site. Vex site searching, but not securing. The bomb site's open.
Yeah, that's a bit of a risky maneuver to be making for Vexside. He's given up all the space. Alistair with the timing shot. It couldn't be better. That's made this retake a lot more doable, although the other two CTs not quite in position yet. Alistair's going to try and spam. Not quite going to catch the target initially, although he has done some damage. With the SMGs, you may as well throw them in there. No reason not to be giving this one a go, particularly with the strength of the retakes they've shown so far. The Inns are setting up the flashbang to allow the swings to come on out. Cabal manages to dodge that fairly well, and Zesta, it's a great setup with these AKs. Inzo is able to get one. Now it becomes a little bit too difficult to deal with. ATOX fight their way into B. They're going to get onto the board.
I think it's actually a really interesting round from Greyhound when it comes to assessing where they want to go for that retake and which direction they want to go in. If you take a look, Inns is in the apartments. It looks like he's going to flank Banana. Instead, takes the long way round. Resets, comes in towards CT because he had those two flashbangs. He wanted to set up the MP9s. He wanted to get them through, potentially utility, or just blind these players on the site. But because his rotation was so long, despite having this kit, it didn't matter. ATOX were just able to have this room to set up in the afterplants, and from there, it's just pretty straightforward. You've also got to kind of comment on the fact that Vexite goes, oversteps in top Banana, because Greyhound don't really have the information.
I think that's been a conversation around Vexite based on his kind of international performances in the last year since he came into this squad is, yes, he's got that raw talent, but some of that decision-making, some of those overextensions, that can cost him.
That might be why the pauses come in early. Urcast could be getting on the mic and just saying, look, just need to remind you, settle into this game. We've done really well to find this pistol. ATOX aren't people to be underestimated whatsoever. They've shown that. Map after map, series after series, and you go into this, it's their map pick. You give them a way in, sure, that was bonus. That was just all SMGs. But look what Liaz is working with, for example. It's just a 5-7.
The prettiest. Fast control being established. Spam's been pretty good for Greyhounds. And oh, Dexter just getting aggressive. The MongolZ setting him up, almost gets the double. Vexite thinks better of trying to trade, waiting for that support to come on over first. That's good damage. Dexter knows that he's wounded Cabal. Now it is going to split this defense 2-2, and as you mentioned, that 5-7 is over here, so Inns, he has a lot that he needs to do.
This is good positioning from ATOX, just understanding that they're going to force that rotate over. Big fight here. You mentioned him. He completely stands up for it. 2 kills instantaneously. Zesta trades from the apartment. Knows that Inns is on short, but Inns is passing every test with flying colors. Gabal now low. And left on his own. Bomb completely restricted from him. 50 seconds left. Greyhound reconvene and rendezvous by top brackets.
That's a beautiful hold from Inns. He might even get this 4th kill. But I do want to say, Liaz, I'm not sure what he was looking at there, right? Inns is on that angle. Didn't need to extend him with the 5-7. Some of those small things, not going to be punished here, but definitely can be punished further down the line. But a great round from Inns altogether. Seeing that smoke come through just in front of the corner, and he's able to spray them both down.
Just to kind of add on top of that as well, you take a look at these fights, they're all individual. It's not like Greyhound is setting each other up for like these star plays. It's relying a lot on just the riflers feeling confident, feeling like they can win all of these engagements, and that will have a trickle-down effect later down the line. If they keep going for this style of play, and if ATOX figure it out, then that's where things can get a little bit complicated. We commented yesterday about how much Greyhound were doing the simple things so efficiently. It's up to ATOX to try and break that cycle and get them kind of thinking, get Dexter's mid-round calling really active.
Having only 2 players survive in that one round that ATOX picked up means that they can't even really go for proper consecutive buys after losing that one round. So we're going to see the AK on Cabal. See if accuracy can find success this time. I really want to know where he's setting up with it. I assume in the apartments.
Yeah, not 100% sure. The thing is that Zeus could be a flash, and that flash could be set up for the AK. Instead it's Vexite with his AK, getting rid of Dobu early. And there it goes, Inns just spamming. Just hitting the timing, seeing a glimpse of accuracy, just trying to jump up from the underpass. Now he's still got sight lines. The smoke spreads slightly to the right, so it's covered from second mid. Inns can just keep on fighting.
Yeah, they know that they're just up against these pistols. Cabal's AK might be a bit of a shock. I think it loses its potency as his supporting caster taken down. See what Cabal can manage to find. Can't quite complete the kill into Inns. Greyhound should be looking for a fourth pretty comfortably here.
In fact that we've already got 4 rounds here on this CT side. One thing that has kind of been pretty prominent just in CS2 in general when it comes to Inferno is that maps are quite dependent on the attacking side, and ATOX, their stats tell the same story. But the rounds they win, it's 65% on that T side. So they're really struggling. This Zeus, not going to find a thing. Vexite just cleans up. 5 alive as well was incredibly important for Greyhound. Just kind of keeping the money afloat, especially after we've had those SMG buys, after we've had the fact that they kind of got knocked back a little bit by that B pop from ATOX. It's important to kind of keep these rounds clean.
Smile on Vexite's face. He picks up that Zeus after finding the kill. Inns looking very solid. That was kind of the statement in that, well, one-sided affair against ATOX in the opening round, where he went 25 for 10, 2.12 rating. And like he's the real nemesis of ATOX at the moment. Yeah, Kinsey's now tried to do an Achilles heel, we put Inns in there. They were calling it Ancients yesterday. Not yesterday, 2 days ago.
I like it. We'll get there. Liaz, swinging. Again, at least there's a trade, but you feel like these 2 players from ATOX just could have swung together.
It's individual fights just across the board, right?
Yeah, it really feels like a scrappy game, and that's only going to play into Greyhound's favor. To be honest, they've got the better individuals on the server. Just right now, you can see that it's reflected in the scoreline. It was the duo of Dobu and Cabal playing up against TYLOO, where they blew them out the water on this map. It was 36 kills between them. And sure, only 6 rounds deep, but it's 2. It's a stark contrast, and something's got to change. Fighting towards top mid, perhaps. Yet again, it's just pure contact. And time's running out.
Heading through the wall, a little bit misleading of a sound cue. Alistair starts to lean back so he can rotate B if needed, but he's going to be in a good position at library regardless. Now that flash is going to give him the information. Nice little off angle, and he should be good for at least 1 here. Oh, make it 2. Inns as well on the swing. That flashbang was beautiful from Inns. Not only does he find a kill, but he sets up Alistair for 2, and he finds that 3rd as well. All too easy. That's the support that we're talking about.
Yeah, that's much better. Just the network being set up by the utility. The fact that Inns is throwing it as well from the pit just means that your player on site can still focus in towards short, in towards balcony, and it just sets Alistair up for success.
But it's so easy for them to set that up, Brett, because Alistair hears it all. He knows that they're flashed out towards long. There's no contact play, so he just needs to call flash long.
Yeah, it's incredibly basic. And also, look, it's just a shame when you take a look at this from a map perspective, because ATOX, they're getting a lot of this control for not really doing anything, which means they should have some nades left over. You could even smoke off library potentially. Instead, they just kind of want to have that element of surprise because the clock is being burnt out so low. They're going through this. Smoke, but it's Liaz who's actually jumping. It's Alistair with the covering fire. It's Alistair with all of them. ATOX, they just can't get a look in. It's Alistair with the full house as well. And that's a statement piece.
Yeah, it takes the full clip that he gets every single kill. Alistair fired up. And you know, once he gets online, once he starts getting that fire in his veins, that he's an unstoppable force. 12 for 3 after that ace. Liaz calling for support. I think he got like dinked through the edge of the truck as well.
Yeah, he scroll wall jumped literally probably at the worst time. Unfortunately, Alistair was there.
Don't give us the audio. I want to know what he's yelling.
This smoke has really been prevalent in every single one of these rounds from Greyhound. Look at how much space it just gives Inns to work with. If you're ATOX, you should be considering getting a nade to blow this open. But look, 2 players are just walking down. They're not ready for it. Cabal's just completely off guard.
Yeah, it's a very on-meta smoke, right? This is the one that we've seen pretty much in every tier 1 game of Inferno. And, you know, I mean, it's just a basic thing, but this is the sort of meta adjustments that Dexter is going to be bringing to the squad. And if you're a team like ATOX, where you haven't been playing that tier of competition, you're not always going to be ready for these tricks. I mean, this one's a pretty standard smoke these days, but there's going to be plenty of different options like this that Dexter will be able to bring to the table.
This is clever as well, right? You've taken the contact in towards top mid, you've fallen all the way back, you're now playing a lot more passive if you're Greyhound. Meanwhile, you're working the other side of the map. There's constant pressure, but also there's constant gathering of information. Greyhound know that ATOX are subjected to mid and second mid.
Dexter's just safe behind the flames. There won't be a known element that's not going to matter too much, because again, we're trying out towards long. This time the smoke comes first, and accuracy holding for that peek into short for information. Smoke comes down towards long, and Inns thinks, okay, maybe there's an option here. But Dexter is just pushed through Banana, drops Dobu. Now they're split up, walking through smoke. Alistair caught off guard after 1. Liaz is there to support and accuracy. Got that 1 kill, but now has to come up with an incredible clutch and can't get it done. Liaz takes him down. And AWP recovered, and Greyhound on the roam.
I hate to say it, but this is far. I hate to say it as well, but this is far too easy. Like this, it is really simple for Greyhound. It is just basics. And ATOX, they are really struggling to adjust. There's something that's got to give. And look, there's 3 pauses available, ATOX. Definitely take one of them now. Sure, you're on Tech 9s, but also just gives you a 30-second breather. Something's got to change when it comes to the pacing of these rounds. Direction needs to be formulated a lot quicker. But currently, they're just being completely overwhelmed by not a whole lot.
There's a bit of a counter to that smoke by actually smoking top mid as well. Gonna be trying out B. It's been very A-heavy so far, outside of the initial rounds. Same with the Tech 9s, Vexite and Dexter on the whole, but they've not had to drop any utility. So if it's just the pop play, they've got plenty to defend with. Dexter can drop this smoke, can drop the Molotov behind it, and they just have to run on through. And it's too easy. The crossfire is perfect. You jump through a smoke, into the fire, and into a rain of bullets.
It's just convincing. I mean, it's just so convincing. Look, this one's Tech 9s. You can kind of forgive ATOX for this. I like the fact that they do counter with that top mid smoke, then they set up the flashes for Banana. They get the control, and then they decide to execute. Ultimately, just haven't got the tools for the job in this one. Nice kills. Cabal getting confidence with the Tech 9, hoping for more, but no, Inns is there. And Inns is ready. And Greyhound are alive.
And a big storyline for Cabal, right? He's just seen 2 of his former teammates qualify for the Major. It's been a couple of years now, I guess, since that IHC runs at the 2 majors back to back. Now with a new squad with some young talent under his wing, looking to take his team there alongside them. A long road ahead.
Needs to be that player to lead by example here. Early nades in Banana yet again. The fight for control prevalent. Dexter sliding in towards sandbags. Vexite ready to potentially support with utility. Smoke goes deep. Retake utility, and Dexter's behind it. Meanwhile, Alistair aggressive in apps. Rewarded. Zester punished.
Yeah, Zester aware of the possibility. Jiggles the angle, but shows a little bit too much skin. Alistair gets excited, finds his kill. Dexter sitting behind the smoke. Too easy for him as Mick just walks straight on through, and the spray, it looked like it was actually going to reward Dexter, but the Traces give Dobu a target to shoot at. Brought incredibly low, and he has to be careful spamming as well. Vexite's playing patient as support does come on over. And again, there's so much utility for Greyhound. So even finding a couple of kills, getting space in, with players this low, also on HE and Molotovs can do a lot of work. That's a good kill though. Accuracy caching Alistair on the fade.
Speaking about low players, I mean, it's both. On both sides, right? Vexite's half HP. Inns is a couple of bullets away from death. Inns setting up a flashbang now for Vexite to peek over the top. Accuracy can't see, and that means that Dobu is isolated. Vexite's done enough. Remember, 20 seconds left. Low HP now on both of these players, and Liaz can rotate in to help out. Flash through. Inns brave, and he does get both.
Lovely quick play. The flash is perfectly timed. Inns calling it, and he just charges on through. Knows that he's got low HP and can go for a play like that. Guaranteed to get one, really, and the fact that they're both in that same position, it's too easy for him to spray them down. Greyhound looking dominant on Inferno.
It's really interesting as well because the desk really highlighted the fact that it was a solid team effort from Greyhound all the way through yesterday against JiJieHao. It was everyone chiming in with meaningful contributions. This time it's just two players. It's Inns, it's Alistair, just running complete chaos on this server, not letting ATOX have a singular sort of essence of survivability in the round. They are just being overwhelmed. If it's not one, it's the other.
It's not really been the need to call on the whole team effort, really. It's felt like the multi-kills have come all too easy, it feels.
Those nades.
They're doing a lot of early damage.
So much control again for very little expended. You still got a couple of smokes, a lot of utility here on both Alistair and Liaz. The setup on Banana has always been proactive. This time it's slightly different. Vexite is the one that's down deep, and it's Dexter trying to take the contact.
Molotov will do a lot here. Yeah, Vexite has no way out. Yep, doomed. No smoke. So a very forward position to be in when you've got no escape plan. Dexter was already on the rotate over. Now he's come back.
I'll split the defense, 2 each. Alistair's come over with the AWP. And it looks like this is where ATOX want to hit eventually. Dexter's relocating. It's just going to be the sniper.
Mentioned Alistair's been doing a fantastic job so far.
Look at this read. Dexter's holding so deep for this split. He's ready. He's aware. And he's spraying them down. Zester first up to the chopping block. Now it falls on Alistair. And he passes it. He hits one on Dobu. Now he needs another. Flashes himself out so Dexter can come in.
Yeah, Dexter can come support. The extra element of this split is no longer needed. Great proactiveness. Oh, accuracy though is given an opportunity. 2 strong kills onto the site. And they want to fight it. Flashbang over the top. And again, so fast, never allowing ATOX to get into these post plants.
Just a little sample, a little insight into what accuracy can give. A 1-on-4, he gets those 2 headshots, he dismantles Dexter and Alistair. He's got enough time to plant, but where Greyhound are being so proactive and they're really reacting to these situations ahead of time, it just means that accuracy is just in the open. There's no possible way through. He can't set up an afterplant position because as soon as he puts that bomb down, Greyhound are there. Greyhound are all over the map, breathing down your neck constantly.
Just feels like they're ahead of all the players that ATOX are bringing out. That was where ATOX finding the opening pick as well, and it comes down to an attempted 1v4 at the end. Great flash, but better shot. Alistair catches the timing.
There we go, there's a nade to blow the smoke. If he had pulled the trigger, it definitely would have been a kill. Instead, just resets off. ATOX want to retake Banana. Meanwhile, it's passive on top mid, and Greyhound aren't really interested in investigating.
No need to. Found the opener. Alistair still getting presence over towards Banana. Ooh, flick shot. Almost does the job, but Zester catches off Inns. This is going to cause them to sweat a little bit.
Look at this from Dexter, though. Yet again, immediately Something happens on the map, he reacts. Okay, I need to find information, I need to set my team up. Walks down, clears, and immediately look at the communication. These B players can remain reset. All we have to consider now is long. As soon as Liaz deems that clear, he can now be in close pursuit to come B.
Time of that smoke is so good as well. Vexite in the backside has Alistair to support, but Vexite goes down. Damage done. It's given Alistair a nice line of sight, no smoke, so he can just keep taking these fights, but Mick gets onto the line. And now ATOX can finally set up in a post plant. 3 players, they have the advantage, and now they've made it double. Liaz in the 1 versus 3. His position noted. Shot through the smoke, looking to find some space around the edge of it, and Mick is ready for it. ATOX finally at the tail end of the half get another round.
Yeah, it really takes them until the very last one to piece it together. But that one is all about just being decisive in the moment. As soon as they get space, Zesta gets the kill out long. Based on the positioning that ATOX are in, it's a really good call just to go, okay, let's go B. Let's just hit it immediately. We're all in the right position. Dexter, sure, he gets the information, but it's the bomb site defense that doesn't hold. Nice AWP from Mick as well.
Picks it up with the low HP and gets the job done. This is with Greyhound actually finding the opening kill as well, but Zesta's lurk is also massive here, right? Causes a lot of issues in the defense. And Alistair feels like he's just got 3 targets to fight, but Mick getting everything done.
Really solid AWP in. The issue is it still doesn't feel like enough of a T side, right?
Yeah, well, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, that's really selling people short. Fight up B, flashbang, really good. Mick gets set up. Dual Berettas trying to tap away, but can only find the head of one. And now Greyhound are just going to accelerate. Dobu spamming wildly, hoping for a chance, but not securing. It has to be a retake. Ins a play through the smoke, trying to catch them off, but it's not working. And Vexite doesn't get caught off by Cabal.
Yeah, this time pushes the smoke for success. Still ATOX with the advantage. Alistair tapping in case they run through. Can disengage. I think it's the key thing. You see already Vexite is going to be taking a space over towards A. Alistair doesn't need to run just yet because Vexite can get around to long and cut off the rotations. And they're going to be ahead of it, so they are going to be able to set up, get the bomb down, which in of itself is already a massive win. ATOX have sat still, waiting to see if they come back. Oh, now Alistair can plant for Library, and they can take very active lines.
Yeah, this is good from Vexite, that the fact that he hasn't gone round the corner. He's going to be the player that takes the contact, but Alistair's actually reset. He's worried about players coming in from apartments, but it's all Vexite. 2 quick kills, looking for the 3rd, can't quite get it, and Zesta makes it a 1v1.
Zesta has been doing a lot of work for this team since he came into the squad. Big part of their success against TYLOO is keep it going here, pull this clutch out, but time is not on his side, and Alistair plays him like a fiddle. Greyhound, another successful pistol.
Yeah, good position there from Ali as well. The fact he is at just default, he's just listening for audio. The last person you really expect to be lying in wait there is on that bomb site. But good position from Vexite. And learning from mistakes as well. We spoke about the overextension very early into that game that got ATOX their first round. Here, he sets up in CT. His prime job is to cut off the rotates, and he does exactly that. A good disengage from Greyhound, and another well-earned pistol.
Absolutely vexed. ATOX have no choice but to force. Backs against the wall on their map pick, and that's a nice opening pick for accuracy. Sharp with the sharpshooter. Ins. Max 7 on the other side of this half wall. Trying to bait out the shot, and that's perfection. Ready for that swing. You can see, adjusts for it. Even actually hits the headshot onto Mick as he comes on over. Zesta has gotten aggressive, so this has pinned Greyhound in. And accuracy, looking for some tags. Can't quite find them, though. Gonna be a fast flying up banana. Surely they're aware of this based on Zesta's kill.
Yeah, Ins is considering it. Holding. Meanwhile, Greyhound have taken space into the site. Ins on the off angle, deals with Zesta. Is he ready for a second? Potentially. Is considering it. Gonna go wide. Cabal up close. Important fight to determine a little bit of an outcome of the round, but no, instead.
They've just run through.
And they've gone A.
They've gone through the smokes. Accuracy was spamming off his scouts, so he knew where he was. And this is locked in. You're not, okay, maybe not. Ins, swings a bit early. I guess he was ready for it.
That's an AK.
There's a world he can do this. Alistair's low. Has to be cleared though, and the spin. Almost. Backside's repositioned long. Surely you're not ready for that. No way. Greyhound find map point.
Yeah, and they do it in a incredibly concrete way as well. That the fact that they understand where these players are, they piece it together, and that they find a gap, they slip the net right through the opponent's spawn, of all things. It just feels demoralizing. It doesn't feel great. Both of the, well, in fact, all of the maps in the series against TYLOO for ATOX were blowouts in terms of the scoreline. So for them, they're really hoping that it's kind of a similar fate. However, they're the ones that can rebound.
Hinz has been so good at these picks on the corner angles, but Zesta almost had opportunities there. 2% themselves. Feels like Greyhound have caught the scent of blood, and they're not letting it get away from them. Another shotgun. Maybe can find some success, but getting split upon. And it's the Deagle lines up for a moment, but can't quite connect. And Greyhound demolished ATOX on their map pick.
Yeah, that's an understatement. It was incredibly convincing from Greyhound. It felt like ATOX never really arrived on the server. Their reactions to things were incredibly slow. It took them a long time to get into this game, and it's a shame. The pressure, it definitely feels like it's there. You take a look at kind of the players' faces right now. There's a lot of work to do here, but that's your map pick, and you're getting completely blindsided. A 13-2 score.
To be fair, though, ATOX, when in that TYLOO match, there was blowout games in there as well for both ways, so there is a chance they could bounce back. But yeah, it's going to be difficult considering Ancient's up next, and that's going to be a tough one with what Greyhound showed earlier. Let's see what the desks have to say about that game.
Greyhound, Greyhound, Greyhound. Wow, oh wow. Mac Mate is here. He is ready to party. You believed in the boys from the very start.
Always,
Talk to me, man. How were they able to make that one work?
Look, I went for the wardrobe change. I saw the win happening a mile away when that Veto came through. And here we are. You know, I've got my, whatever, party shirt. We'll just call it party shirt. And that game, absolutely stellar. I thought that was Greyhound's map pick until they said it then, and I was like, hang on, was that ATOX's? Did a little refresh, because we had a little bit of chaos on the desk earlier, of course, with everything going on with the vetoes. But what a game, and that is why it is known as Inferno. Not because it was just Ins popping off, but because everyone was really doing a great job. Even Ali, like, I swear, half of the kills there, I was watching him have 3Ks on rifle rounds and just tearing him a new one. The solid crossfire with the newfound B-site players of Dexter and Vexite. That's a, you know, it's the Dexite, you know, the Vex stuff, whatever you want to call it. The B-site defense was absolutely stellar coming out of them. And ATOX, it just felt like, look, starting on that T side was a sin. It was just a rough place to be. It obviously wasn't their choice, but without being able to find any momentum at all, the Hounds were thriving. And if that's what we see moving into map number 2 from ATOX as well, if they don't get off on the right foot, then we could have a similar affair to what happened in the first series of the day.
There's really not much to add to this one, honestly. This is the most one-sided game, I think, of the whole tournament so far. I think before this 16, I'm sorry. Those are the old days of Counter-Strike I've had. I knew eventually I was going to slip up after you being away from the game for a bit. But anyway, 13-3 was our most one-sided game before this. Now we're at 13-2. Just a dominant CT side from Greyhound through and through. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, it tells the whole story. You got Alistair and Ins both, you know, 125 ADR roughly. Vexite right there at 98. Good fragging across the board. I mean, the bottom fragger of Greyhound, Liaz, wasn't too far off the top fragger of accuracy over on ATOX. So just really a struggle. And it is one of those situations where when you're picking this map and you know you're going to have to play T-side first, kind of the same story when we were talking about Lynn Vision versus MongolZ earlier on Nuke. It's like you have to have something cooked up. Like you have to have some type of game plan that you feel can propel you forward. And they just didn't really seem to have a response to what Greyhound were doing. Greyhound could do no wrong. You know, they could, you know, overface fights that you don't think they should win.
Yeah.
You know, they were on CT side, even just like throwing deep smokes on middle and just peeking into alt and just like disrupting. ATOX never let them get comfortable. Obviously, Alistair was popping people, you know, with the op here and everywhere. And yeah, it was just a dominant game. That's all you can say.
I want to highlight that Inns did get robbed of that MVP. There was 1 ADR between him and Alistair, and Inns also had 7 assists with 4 flash assists as well. So there was a little bit more getting done behind the scenes there.
It's okay, man. He's still the MVP in your heart, right? No?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We'll go with that one. But one thing that I certainly love about the Greyhound boys is that individually, as players, everybody has that fragging capability. We saw Inns really stepping up to the plate earlier on in the tournament as well, and I just feel like they really do pull together. Was I expecting it to be such a dominant scoreline? Absolutely not. But you know what? The boys managed to get it done. My question for you though, Mac, is do you think that ATOX had anticipated it would be as dominant as it was? Because their T-side was absolutely abysmal.
I don't think anyone anticipated it was going to be that one-sided, but look, Greyhound came in with their game plan. They've been figuring it out over a while now, and it feels like, look, moving into Ancient, it's a better map than Vertigo.
You know what?
Every map's a better map than Vertigo, if we're honest.
I will absolutely second that. But you know what? The only time Vertigo is acceptable is when it's on a display.
Yep.
You know, that might have been what went wrong, actually, for... Oh, my goodness, I didn't even think about this.
Stats-wise, talk to me. What are the Vertigo stats looking like? Would they have had a better shot if we were on Vertigo?
Oh, no, I was actually going to go the other direction. I think ATOX maybe just thought that's where they were.
Okay, yep. Well, anyways, we'll go with that one. If you want to go ahead and pick up your very own display, you can visit displate.com/PGL. And fun fact of the day, if you order 3 displays, then you can go ahead and grab yourself 33% off using the code PGL at the checkout. If you're not familiar with display, they are magnet. Matt, I'm going to need your help for this one, bro.
Yep.
You hold one end, I'll hold the other. There we go. There we go.
I haven't actually seen that happen yet.
Well, they are metal mounted posters, and they click on just like that. There we go. Bosh, just like that. You can hang it off your wall, or yeah, I've just boshed, okay. You can have it on a stand. You can put it on the wall. But yeah, displays. Go ahead and grab your own.
We love display.
Yes, we love display in this
bosh.
house, and the next map is going to be Ancient, and that's Greyhound's map pick.
It is.
Gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ready into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
The series started off on Inferno, now we go to Ancients. It just feels like Inns is the Achilles heel of ATOX. I saw Taffy tweet before that that was his 8th 2.0 rating on Inferno. He has been an absolute beast this series so far. We go to Ancient, it's where Greyhound demolished them on the opening day. Are you expecting ATOX to bounce back from then?
I hope so. Look, I want to kind of give a little bit of love to ATOX because the journey they've got themselves on here, they proved to themselves, but also to the region that they can definitely do it. The chances are there. In this best of one, look, we touched on it before we went live on Inferno. There was real opportunities for ATOX to be able to go into that opening game against Greyhound and do some damage. The scoreline isn't reflective on what they brought to that T side. However, now Greyhound have played them, they might know what to expect.
Yeah, I think, the big thing we saw in the opening day was that they were able to get onto the bomb sites, get the plants down. It was the retakes were so strong. We didn't actually see that so much on Inferno. We felt that actually there was going to be a lot of retakes coming through, but actually it was just the gunfights and the outpositioning from Dexter's side that ended up getting them most of those rounds.
At no point did ATOX force Greyhound to do anything disruptive. They didn't force them to change their game plan. They were dropping the same old smokes every round, and it came without answer. So why on earth would they change doing it, Greyhound? Because there was no solution required by ATOX until it was way too late, until suddenly the map's over.
Yeah, we see like the tomes of notes that they've got there. I don't think they really need to go too deep into the stat book on that opening map. I do feel like they're going into Ancient. ATOX is definitely going to be prepared for Greyhound picking into this just based on that first day win. So they're going to be coming in with a different game plan, it feels.
Yeah, no, for sure. And look, it was the A bomb sites that I definitely do want to focus on. And also, what's interesting is we've now got more of a T side that we're going to see out of Greyhound, something that we didn't get to see in this original matchup. So ATOX starting on the defense. They've got a couple of pieces of utility, notably though, no kit.
But a utility being set up to just execute into the A bomb site straight out. They've got a lurk presence over towards B, and I think it's going to be a split in through Donut. Smoke's being thrown out. I wonder if perhaps they're going to wait and see what the response is from ATOX. Just crawling through, you can see immediately
they want mid.
It's sent everyone over there.
They could even go red here and try and cut off rotations. Instead, it's going to be Dobu spotting out. Definitely saw Dexter, which means he definitely saw the bomb. They're in the right position here, ATOX.
Okay, so you throw the smokes and then just walk on in. ATOX are going to have players here, but Zesta caught completely pants down. Had no idea, however, accuracy, oh, never mind. It felt like the trigger discipline was going to be the success factor, but doesn't quite come through. Val behind the flames, looking for anything, but this is flawless. Greyhound have definitely learned from their pistols of yesterday. Dobu's not even get to fire off a shot. Dexter gets the knife, and Greyhound with a dominant start.
Yeah, and that's a twist in the back to the morale as well for ATOX. And I felt for sure that Dobu had spotted them crossing in towards Donut, but they were just completely unawares. We're not ready for just Alistair contacting through an incredibly unorthodox pistol that had a lot of layers to it for Greyhound, because you had Dexter still clearing the boxes. You still had that lurk element as well of Vexi just up on shelf. Like, every little stone was unturned there for Greyhound. They made sure that there were no mistakes. Fantastic nade in towards middle. Prevents the push. ATOX are still going for it, but they're going straight into the Galils. It's too simple for Greyhound in the second.
They have no issues against the USPs. Now ATOX will get to bring out all the rifles. Greyhound, this time around, have gone for a bit more of a future-proofed second round buy with only one MAC-10. Plenty of Galils in the mix. Fairly decent weaponry against the M4 FAMAS buy from ATOX.
This time no push in with the utility in mid. Bit of a missed smoke as well for Red Room, which isn't ideal. Vexite just tucked in towards the pocket. Dobu taking space, and he's on a little bit of a timer here because Greyhound will come out elbow in a couple of moments.
Cabal has gotten quite active, does have the support from Zester, and the smoke comes through. Now he can start to poke and prod at ledge. Fully aware of his position. I wonder if they'll, they might blow a smoke and try and peek through from mid. Because now he is isolated. That supportive element has fallen back. So shall he. He knows the timings.
Now it is that battle for mid. Donut smoke being lined up by Liaz. Flashbangs over the top to maybe set up these shelf players. Instead, they recoil and reset the control. They let the primary bulk come from this elbow connection. You're still holding just in case ATOX wants to get aggressive on the extremity, but nothing doing. A couple of bullets of spam do connect, but don't deal killing blows.
And Inns has taken control as well. Actually decides not to poke on through. Falls back off the fade. And accuracy, going to be given the first fight. Dink comes through.
That's important info. Where you see him fall back, you know that they're probably going to execute in a moment's notice. You can see that Cabal's on a quick rotate path, and Dobu will hold strong.
Great Molotov. Alcé was forced forward, couldn't quite find the kill. Liaz trying to trade it just through the wall, but not going to be given that opportunity. As the bomb spotted, they know it's coming on through. Dexter gets his ball bang, and Liaz not ready for the swing. Backside as well, almost caught up, but luckily Inns is there to save the day. It's scrappy, but they get in. Bomb down.
But no time.
Oh.
Literally right at the last moment, there was not enough time to plant that bomb. Where they're jumping in, Vexite drops it, it falls forward. The direction you're facing is where the bomb is going to be thrown due to its momentum. And it was only slightly off.
Half a second.
To the point where they couldn't get it down. ATOX steal away the round.
Yeah, Greyhound kind of fumbling it there, right? They wait so long to take the mid control and don't really get much out of it. They decide, all right, we're just going to hit into B now with that space. Hoping that's short in the rotations and defensive utility, the repositioning. Backside, yeah, really should have been aware of an extra player being able to swing long because it was the only open avenue.
This kind of hurts as well for ATOX though, because despite winning the round, they lost a lot of players. I think there was only one surviving member. So you take a look at the buy, also that kind of knocks the loss bonus down a tick. So you lose this, you're pretty much reset. You're going to be forcing for the next couple of rounds. It's an important one for them to win to stabilize. Otherwise, Greyhound will run away with the next few rounds.
Greyhound have actually got a fairly convincing buy out of it. Alcé gets the AWP early. See how he's set up. Looking to post over towards A early, it looks like. Deep smoke thrown, but oh, Aiden's trying to fight ahead of the Molotov. Backside just charging into B. There was a smoke thrown in towards doors, and I think maybe Mick didn't expect the presence to have pushed through. It's all a ruse. A main is the play, hoping that Vexide's presence has drawn players over. Zesta gonna have to do a lot here. The sole defender dodges the AWP shot. Defensive smoke, it's gonna give him something to work with. Molotov over the top, not gonna be extinguished. And he's getting spammed on down. Alcé even hitting the shot through the smoke. That's given them a pathway through accuracy. This MP9. Oh, he can find them all, but can't quite get it done. Dexter swings, and the bomb is planted. This time, with plenty on the clock.
Yeah, Liaz just up close as well, but Cabal and Dobu will find kills. The experienced duo resets things into an equilibrium. Alistair separated off from Vexite over at Donut. This is winnable, but it's the AWP that will deliver first, and now Cabal knows confirmed locations of both players, needs to isolate the fight, spots the shadow, but can't round the corner. Greyhound just about survive.
Yeah, great round from Alistair as well. Once his teammates go down, the repositioning, playing around Brokey, getting up into Temple, playing with the shadow, repositioning so that that wide swing that comes through, which he feels inevitable onto the AWP, is off the mark. There's a lot going on here. Greyhound taking early aggression, both in mid and at B.
That's so brave from Mick, just to almost go through that smoke over towards B ramp, and He really wanted to find information, but similarly to Vexite, on Inferno on CT side, it cost him his life. And that held rotations for a couple of extra seconds. Push in, but holding is the leader for Greyhound. Dexter finds 2 with ease.
Spray control with the AK. Headshot onto the second. And this is that round you're talking about, right? Even though they'd won that one round, it completely resets them, having lost the follow-up. He's got a little Zeus sticker on the Zeus. This is one of the best Zeus positions on Ancient. It's almost always good for one. Not this round though, because they're not going to be, which is a little unfortunate.
I like the double re-aggress. We've already seen 2 players push a main from ATOX, and now they're going to go again. Similarly with players, that means they can all group together. So sure, it is just pistols, but at least they're moving as a unit. Might work as well. Never mind, Alistair, quick. Even swapping to the Tech 9, he nearly finds everyone.
Counter down, no issues against the pistols. Greyhound not going to get eco'd anytime soon. ATOX get another opportunity with their rifles. We actually get to see the Greyhound T side, which is something that we haven't really seen a great deal of.
Interested in seeing this fight for middle as well, because it feels like the CTs are always trying to apply pressure, and then in the last couple of rounds they thought, okay, well we can lead with utility, and then we try and get Kabul on the angle. It feels incredibly isolated to go for this play, but Dobu at the same time is pushing down. Dexter's got his number. Man advantage Greyhound.
Headshots exchanged, and Dexter comes out ahead.
Look at this as well, that the gamble, the AWP is trying to be dynamic to the point where it's rotated away. It means your mid players have got to lose that control. They've got to reset over towards A because there's a timing. In the same vein, Mick is now pushing down close. There's a lot of moving pieces here for ATOX.
Backside's crosshair was not on the angle, but Dexter is the one that swings around and gets the kill. And he's happy to go down there. 2 kills with 20 HP, you take it every day. Oh, Zesta, this off angle is strong, but a swing will undo him. The peek up actually is what gets it done, boosted. And Vexite finds his kill into Cabal as well, so accuracy left alone. Bomb is going into A. He's even worried about this lurk.
You see the intention there just from ATOX because they had a lot of control, and I really like the fact that you get the trade on the AWP. He then falls back on towards the site, which would incentivize Greyhound to go in towards A because they know the AWP started there. There was potentially a gap that was going to be formed. You can see that Accuracy wanted to reposition from Donut to help out his teammate on site. But Kabul should have just reset through red. He shouldn't have gone through cave because ultimately he gets caught off as well. It just feels like whilst there is repositions, whilst it looks like ATOX understand the way they want to take the round and the direction they want to funnel Greyhound into, they're overextended way too much and they're kind of missing these opportunities to pincer them in.
First timeout comes through as well for ATOX. Just going to have a half buy into this round anyway. Thinking about the future. We know the T side from them is a strength on this map. We saw it, finding success. Getting onto the bomb sites, getting those plants through. They need to build up something to work with.
As again, coming back to the conversation of Greyhound don't need to change up because currently ATOX are making these mistakes. They're feeling the pressure, they're walking straight in towards these setups. And Greyhound can just hold. They can take these incredibly long-range duels. They don't need to contest for middle until the middle portion of the round where the utility's already been expelled.
Might see a bit of presence put over towards B with these pistols. Utility thrown on forward. Going to try and crunch onto Vexite's position. Smoke forward, flashbang to follow, and Vexite, ooh, caught off guard. Manages to stay alive and extract himself. Dexter's support is there.
Good ding from Dobu. Mick trying to help out as well. Look, they've got the control, ATOX. They just don't have the weaponry. Cabal, the USP, potentially could deal with Ins. The Vexite is quite low as well. This one is still definitely on.
This would have been a great round to pull out with rifles. Maybe they can still get something done. Oh, accuracy. Surely catches Alistair here. That's an AWP for free if he can get it. Has managed to get his hands on it. Now he can't really go anywhere. Liaz has just bailed. Maybe that distraction is going to give Mick some space to work with. Oh, back turn still manages to find on the fadeaway. Dexter gets that trade. Accuracy being held. So low are Ins and Vexite. This USP on Cabal can kill either of them in a single shot.
But also so low at accuracy in Cabal. They're so far away from each other, they've now got to reposition. And that creates opportunity. Greyhound will group together the entire time. A lot of this hinges on Dexter, trying to trade out these players. But potentially, look, this was always a full eco. Damage is potentially somewhat unconfirmed. They've picked up an AWP, and they put it in accuracy's hands. They might just save.
Oh, they're absolutely going to save that AWP. Maybe a rifle can be recovered. Yeah, as an AK. The observers for highlighting that one. It picked on up, so you'll take that one any day. Yeah, I like the call. You've got the player advantage, you've got the weaponry advantage. Just send Ins in first into A. Dexter can trade. But this is actually almost the most convincing round that ATOX have brought forward.
That was precarious. That was potentially very dangerous. Cabal will find one. Accuracy will at least hold on to the weaponry as the round slams shut.
That's right.
And it's actually a complete sort of stark contrast compared to what we saw on the first map. It was the young guns of ATOX. It was the reinforcements after losing Yami that were kind of leading the way. In Zesta, in Mick, it was Cabal and Dobu that were really struggling, and this time around it is Cabal and Dobu, the experienced pair, the players that have had this partnership for so many years. Obviously, Cabal took that break to go to IHC, gain that experience of what it's like to play at the Major, and now wants to bring back his brother in arms. It's a long road back, not only here, but in this series in its entirety. Dexter swinging, not finding anything. This AWP, in fact, two of them, potentially could be set up, but Dobu's trapped.
It's a really cool meta Molotov is being thrown now, where you can throw it kind of through the gap between Cave and Jaguar, and it disallows. Oh my god, Alistair gets a little overeager after the peak, but what a flick.
They've got the scope as well. They're trying to apply pressure onto this AWP, and that will force rotations, not once but twice. Greyhound have got a lot of space in towards Cave. They might just execute, but with Ins' position, it could be the fly in the ointment here for ATOX. Accuracy could be caught completely pants down.
Double AWP setup. Finding success. Accuracy fires off his. Are you expecting Mick on the line? Now you are. Shot baited out. Information gathered. Vexite still putting this pressure on. Oh, Mick surely should have been aware of that possibility. Cabal tucked into the corner. Can't escape Liaz. 2 versus 2. Dexter steps on forward. Can plant the bomb. The Molotov goes a little bit off the mark. He is going to be forced off the line, and Zesta steps on through. Liaz required to clutch. Bomb can be recovered. Come around from each angle. Zesta swings, and Liaz can't convert. ATOX lock Greyhound out.
I actually really like that play from Mick, because he's the one that they see Greyhound over towards B ramp. He's the one that then takes the contact over towards Cave. It makes and sells the idea that he's completely solo. You're never expecting that player that's tucked in. And what that does as well is not only guarantees a kill for ATOX, but buys time for these rotates. They can now come over to the point where Greyhound can't even put the bomb down.
Double AWPs find success and then continue to run them. Find towards mid. Liaz wanted to go early, but got blown out of the server. Inter's there on the trade. He might not be done. He's getting very aggressive, looking to go through the donut smoke, take some of this ground and disrespect the space that ATOX has given over. Yeah, he slipped on through. Feel like he's guaranteed a kill here. That's the first, but accuracy adjusts. Second AWP now spotted. Leg shot onto Dexter.
Much better from ATOX as well. They're in positions where they can quickly trade. Mick still holding, still hopeful for this AWP, but not finding it. It's Dexter with a quick clothesline. And meanwhile, whilst all this is going on, and the attention is drawn in towards middle. Take a look at Vexite. Dexter's still going to take space. Dexter's still going to claim lives, but it's ultimately the B bomb site that's open.
Dexter doing wonders with such a little HP. A second AWP now comes to hunt him, and okay, his gun's been spotted, but the bomb planted. Swing this time, not going to hit. Accuracy is going to give this a look in. Didn't quite go where he wanted it though, so a smokefall will give him some space. Alistair won't have the line, but I think Dag needs to save this. No hope into this round with Vexite's position. That's great from Dexter as well, just even though he gets the tag onto him, when you're swinging onto an AWP, it doesn't matter if you've got 100 HP or 20 HP. Confident swings, find success. Greyhound, immediately after dropping that round to ATOX, are back.
Yeah, they've really noticed that mid is a vulnerability here for ATOX. Even with the quick fight that goes 1-for-1 in the trade, they still concede that space. ATOX, they're not ready. They don't have a player in towards Donut, and it's the forward positioning that allow Greyhound that kill on towards Cabal, but it also unlocks the door for Dexter just to kind of be that nuisance in the mid-round. It frees up a lot of space and time, and where you're just creating this even blanket of pressure, ATOX don't know which way you're going to go. And they're really confined to the back corners of this map, and despite their trade spacing being quite close together, they're incredibly restricted into where they can actually go.
14-5 for Dexter. This is the Dexter performances he's been putting up since going back domestically, where he's been nice ready to play here for the squad. While calling. They're just going for a B hit out the gate. This boost from accuracy should be strong. Yeah, great shot into Vexite. It's Henry forward as well. They can slow them down. All the pieces here to defend, and accuracy still finding purchase on these shots, but Inns does get one back, but they're getting peppered. They're getting destroyed. No way in. Liaz limps away, but he doesn't even have the bum.
Nice round from ATOX. Just, again, you're setting accuracy up. He's hitting a lot of these shots early, finding your opening peaks. It's been quite difficult, actually, for Alistair to get involved in a lot of the opening engagements. ATOX are aware of this. They are completely utilizing the fact that they can put the snipers in play. And two players, whilst confirms info, also, you expect one of them to be either cave or short, but not ready. The incendiary completely obscures vision, and for Liaz, now it's all about damage control, hoping you can find more. Creeping up the side. But instead getting spotted. Surely you just go into your death here, waiting patiently. It's only a matter of time. The rifles start to close the door. And ATOX will find that third. I'll tell you what, 5 rounds here would be perfect for them. It would be a very good recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. Already mentioned the strengths of the T side. Keeping 3 alive as well. Very important. The economy, which has been in a bit of a struggle, especially because they've been prioritizing these double orbs.
Good support flashbangs as well from Mick. You see it there in the highlight package. Just the presence of mind to drop them, and then that means your cave player can immediately take contact rather than still being kind of left behind in the engagement from block.
Greyhound have opted to force into this round.
This is a change of pace as well. They're already gathering towards A. They might just hit onto the site. Straight execute is something we've not really seen outside of the pistol.
They lose this one though. It gives ATOX a good position to get 5. Dexter tries to get ahead. He's actually spammed, but spins and finds his kill. A wild spray does good damage to Alistair. Accuracy has come on through. Easy shot for him. Now Vexite has found the space on B. And he knows there's a timing on this. Needs to get deep control. There's no utility. Needs to fight forward. Liaz has a long journey back to him. Toby will count for this as Cabal does come back with him.
Should clear it with Cabal. They should walk together, but instead that's not happened. As soon as Vexite gets this kill on towards Cabal, if that even happens, surely Dobu trades. Yeah, he's ready for it. Advanced position now. This makes Liaz's clutch ever so much more difficult.
You almost feel you just want to keep the Galil. But a bomb plant would do wonders for the whole buy.
They are still separated here. If he's able to get the jump on Dobu here, there's a world. But Dobu, yet again, he's taken the space into the site and now he's recoiled out of it, wasting and burning the clock.
If Liaz goes long, he could actually catch him off. Yeah, Dobu doesn't have the timing. Liaz has got this first kill for sure. And now a chance in the clutch. Bomb plant. And it's fast through cave. Has he heard it? No, he is walking. Yeah, it's not going to be ready for it. Mick was there so quickly. But a bomb plant is something to work with into the final round.
Yeah, good round from ATOX again, though. Just putting yourself in good positions to the point where you are able to neutralize Greyhound, the good kills on towards A as well. Like, that buy should never be that threatening. Just a couple of Galils are surrounded, sprinkled in with Tech 9s. They keep enough alive to make things work. The morale, the motivation, it should be back.
I was kind of surprised that they did go for that full buy into the last round, Greyhound. You can see what it's left them with, and this is with the bomb plant coming through. The intention is to completely dismantle ATOX with that fast play, but when it comes undone, left ATOX with an open pathway to potentially find 5.
It felt a little bit haphazard as well, just for that A pop. It felt like your timing was a little bit off if you're Greyhound. The flashbangs, they didn't go with them. Some of the players just weren't even affected on the bomb side, just the limited utility they had available. This time, it's very much the same cut and dry round we've seen out of Greyhound, where they wait patiently to see if ATOX are going to be making these mistakes. But where ATOX are growing in confidence, they don't really feel the need to go for these desperate plays, the pushes individually through the extremities. This time it's set up, they've got the map control, and they're waiting for Greyhound to react.
Dopu is getting curious. He's just jiggling with the smoke, so he can deploy this as soon as they want to take contact. And that'll be pretty painful for Greyhound, who you can see are keen to retake control. Smoke actually did not do what he wanted. Yeah, he kind of messed that one up. Bounced off the edge and has given space for Greyhound to work. They'll happily take it. In starts to charge on through. There's a strong defense on A. 3 players reinforce this site. You're running in with a Tech 9. The crossfire is great. Leah sprays down 2. But Cabal, an unknown element, and he's locked in this round. Backside can't get anything done. ATOX with 5.
Yeah, really well handled there, especially because Greyhound, the design of that was to push into Donut to create enough pressure for the A players never to look at A main. But in fact, it goes the other way. Cabal never fired his gun, never alerted Greyhound that he was the extra element in that defense. 5 rounds, incredibly solid. And when we think back to the T side of ATOX, they were getting in these bomb sites pretty convincingly. It's up to Greyhound to potentially go 4 for 4 when it comes to pistols and then use their momentum to overrun the game. Otherwise, it could get pretty tricky.
ATOX are not out of this yet. Cabal wants to attend another major with his squad. Accuracy has been stepping up, him alongside Zesta. New additions to this team. Youngsters ready to prove their worth on the world stage. Given a tough opponent in this lower bracket. Now they fight forward in towards Donut. Dexter taking the first contact with a bit of a bait for Vexite. Doesn't matter. Mick deletes him. And ATOX might be able to find their first pistol with this advantage. Molotov does go awry, and that's given Alistair a bit of space, but nothing being revealed to him just yet. Needed that tap and hit on these players. Looking for anything. They've got them locked out. Time is ticking. Ends with the double rounders. Might be able to get something done. There's a lot of targets here for him to choose from. The mixed dualies hit a little harder. Leas gets one nice kill back, but there's no time at this stage anyway. Kills are all they can hope for. Even that might be a little bit too much to ask for.
Yeah, well played by ATOX. It's just simple. Running through Donut, you ensure that you kill the setup there. There's always going to be a second player lying in wait there. It's very common for teams just to employ 2 personnel over to holding that position of the map. So good presence of mind, good awareness, and when it comes to the off plant as well, they recoil all the way back out of the bomb site. Greyhound were really spread far apart, and that really hinders the retake attempt with no kits because they've all got to group together and attack from multiple different angles without much util.
We're stacking towards middle as Cabal is going to come around this corner and see a lot of USPs. No damage done, but that's a lot of information. That's going to send them scrambling in towards B, but the rotation can come through. Upstairs hearing all of this, and no, don't go around that corner. Yeah, heard and accounted for. And Mick, who is starting to warm up after that pistol round, continues to take shots. Accuracy just running forward with the Glock. And they deal with all of the CTs after that initial stack.
Yeah, very clean. I think it's a little bit brave to have players swinging in together to try and clear that stack after you know it's there, but you've got different elevations. You also get the information that Greyhound are either hanging around or they're immediately rotating to a bomb site. An immediate acceleration just to gain that control up B. ATOX are here. They've equalized the scoreline. And for Greyhound, it's an investment, of course, but it comes lacking. It's left wanting when it comes to the utility department. Number of flashes is incredibly limited. There's only 3 for the whole round.
Accuracy's got the AWP out immediately as well.
Makes sense. They were prioritizing a lot in that first half and getting a lot of success on it.
You mean business. This boost up is going to lock Liaz in if he wants any information. If he swings for this fight, he'll be doomed. There it is, the shot. Even blind, and Mick, the unraveler. No issues at all. ATOX are going to take the lead for the first time in this series.
And it's well worked, and it's very simple CS. ATOX are just relying on what they know best. Walking up ramp, there's no contestment, there's no deep utility from Greyhound. There's no one sort of jiggling the corner, much like ATOX were doing in that first half. It was made really easy for them. And from there, the sniper of accuracy is always set up to post on the long angle. You got the 2 riflers swinging to kind of account for short and cave. It's simple. And now Greyhound, we pointed to that first half. ATOX didn't really give them much to think about. Well, now they've got to come up with solutions. They've got to come up with solutions fast.
2 save rifles. Not really going to give them a lot to work into this round either. Yeah, might be a time to take that time out and have a discussion about how you want to go forward. This map is quickly starting to unravel for them. 6 in a row for ATOX. Momentum firmly with them.
You got to think back to what was working on that CT side of Inferno, and it was Greyhound just taking the fight to ATOX, not giving them a chance to really set up for anything, denying map control, which is a lot easier to do on Inferno. You can say the Ancient kind of plays that similarly with the fight for middle, the fight for lane and cave control. It'll be interesting to see whether Greyhound are still looking to be proactive, or if they're going to rely a lot more on their retakes. I feel like if they just take the fight to ATOX, they'll catch them off guard.
As you see, just a couple of pistols around these rifles, wanting to get them involved early. Dexter taking deep control in towards ledge. Smoke going to screw his vision for now. Accuracy was holding. I like the decision, pushing on forward with the pistols. Flashbang so strong though. See, that would have been the perfect time for that swing. They're not deterred. They want to swing on towards Dobu. Trying to come on through. Dexter finds the kill. They lose Liaz. But Vexite's M4 finds success in mid. And a rifle shot on over the ins.
And a resmoke. They just keep going in dry on Vexite. This is not the answer, ATOX. This was 2 rifles that got saved over. And now you're only left with 2 members. Vexite and Dexter. 1 high, 1 low. And the lows for ATOX just might potentially just keep on happening. Mick subjected just to a life behind this smoke. 50 seconds left. They can group up together. They want to confirm space. But as soon as Accuracy rounds this corner, he's a dead man walking.
Yeah, he's got that information now. Look forward, but don't give him too much to work with. You see Vexite's just trying to see if the swing comes. And this was the perfect round to pull out with the sort of buy they had. Get Dexter active, get Vexite active, taking these fights. Greyhound know they have the individuals for this, and okay, Mick, good swing. Not out of this yet. Accuracy is going to smoke off long, give him an avenue through to the site. That second smoke, perfect. And Mick catches it in as he tries to get ahead of it. Vexite wanted to deny the bomb, but they do take him down, and he finds the second as well. 4 for Vexite. And Greyhound will even things up.
They could have got a little bit dicey there. Look, Alistair Inns, they don't have armor on these AKs. They're trying to get ahead of the smoke. It is being held by Mick, but it's Vexite, the second player to go forward. They're not ready for him. And has a monumental round from the youngster. 4 in the round. That's exactly what Greyhound needed. And we talked about this disruptive CS, and that's exactly what happened. ATOX, they got a little bit flustered. They start to go in to middle, just pure contact. They want to fight the space back, and they get completely shut down.
And I expect that's what we'll start to see from Greyhound more now. Not allowing ATOX to get this room. Disrespecting them with the aggression. The space taking. Looks like going to be an important element of that in towards middle. See all of the early utility expended on the map. Look at all the smokes that are down right now.
Yeah, there's a lot. Alistair taking up the accuracy angle he was so fond of over at B ramp. Stairs down, sees nothing. ATOX, they've got space in A main. They had space over towards B, which has now been recalled. Looking for mid instead. Meanwhile, Dobu and Mick need to clear close, need to get past not only Inns and Liaz, but Alistair lying in wait on this AWP. Contact already found with the jiggle, but Greyhound reset.
Yeah, nice information gathering.
It's actually so important not to commit to that fight, because if it goes a little bit pear-shaped, Alistair had already rotated away towards red.
Feels like B's the intention. All they have is this one smoke, which likely to be deployed towards short. Alistair, though, just given a fight. Cabal wanted information. Finds a bullet.
There's one smoke here.
There it is. Flames towards long, so it's going to give them space. Liaz, this would be a great Molotov to deny. Those are before the plan, I think, just with all the utility coming through. Need to get it on forward. Accuracy still able to plant off to the right-hand side, and Liaz catches him on the tail end of that spray. Last bullet going wild, and Dobu needs to fight forward. Only good for the one. Flashbang over the top. Mick and Zesta in the clutch, and now it's just Zesta. 4 players. Eyes on his position, and it's another retake coming through for Greyhound.
I mean, you mentioned it, Lucy, the amount of smokes that were used early in towards mid, but there was no control off the back of it. It was a phantom take towards the middle of the map for ATOX, and Greyhound, they just rotated the AWP over. They went looking for information over at B ramp, and from there, you've limited all of your utility. Where you've not put pressure anywhere else as well, Greyhound, they're able to hold on to these incendiaries. They're able to hold on to these smokes, and the retake, it's just made that much more easier.
Yeah, I think they threw 3 smokes in mid. One to deny the Molotov, one for red, one for Donut, and then they also had a lurk smoke on B. All in the first, 30 seconds. That's caused ATOX to take a pause. They know how close they are to forcing us to Anubis, to keep their major dreams alive.
And what a scalp it would take as well if they knock out Greyhound here. Think about the journey that they've been on. Consistently regarded as the underdogs in every single one of their series. Blew away Mag, disrupted TYLOO, made them look amateur in even certain situations. And now with Greyhound, 9-8, it's a close scoreline. It's the inexperience with the old guard of Mongolia. We've already seen some of their countrymen already make it through today. Obviously, we're a long way off, but this would be a big step. Sure, it's just the eco, but a bomb plant goes a long way. Alistair on his own with the sniper, can only shoot 1 shot at a time, but keep your eye on Vexite, because he might just walk through this smoke over at elbow.
Just has to fall back, doesn't he? Finds that first shot, gives him the space, but it's all an illusion, just re-peeking on in it. Not quite find that crazy flick, but he is able to fall back. That's the bomb chasing him down, but Mick does find his kill. Gets the AWP as well, but there's no way into the site now. The rotations have come through Donut. Even when in A main, Vexite, as you mentioned, is just pushed all the way through. And now they're stuck in towards Temple on their knees, and it's not in worship. Mick has really nothing he can do here. He's locked in from every single angle, and Vexite finds him with ease.
There's only 1 bullet in that AWP as well. If he found a kill, we'd have to stick the reload, and from there, Greyhound can just pounce. Nice attempt. They do overwhelm the AWP, but they can't put the bomb down. They can't give themselves any bonus cash.
We're doing the same thing.
Now Greyhound close in. They want to do the same thing.
All right, well, let's see. Also definitely found his success with the A main AWP. It's interesting how much space, like Vexite's just given full control of middle, and he's like the only one kind of in charge of this space. And oh, okay. A bit late back into it, but opening kill actually went the way of ATOX. Looks like they did punish Vexite. Now that flashbang is perfect. Dobu comes on through. Oh, and another flashbang. Mick sets his teammate up for success. And Greyhound Descent really...
You can't give Alistair these 3 fights. But you're right, the flashbangs were just perfect. An immediate counter. Alistair missed opportunity, punished by Cabal. This looks much better from ATOX. Liaz left alone.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, that's the round done, but got a little scary because if Ali hits that shot, he can fall back. He's got another one. He's getting all these 1v1s and he can just pick them off. You know, that AWP is isolated in Donut. Given those opportunities, they do bounce back immediately. We get to see that utility again. The double HE, perfect. And these flashbangs, what else can you say?
That's really
Chef's
nice.
kiss.
Yeah, just the slight delay on the second one. And you see that Dobu is pathing. He tucks in to the right-hand side, so he's not covered by it. Just swings back. Like, he's denying every little ounce of information there for Greyhound. They take their final pause of this map, unless it goes OT.
Chance for it. This has been very neck and neck. Greyhound with a slight lead, but it's tenuous. You know the importance of this round. See what ATOX bring out. They continue to try and punish this mid plate. This time there's a bit of support for Vexite. He dodges the HEs, not falling for that trick again.
It's more aggressive though from the ledge players. Flashing towards Cave. Mick just runs through the fire and the flames. Inns wants to fight, but another molly thrown on the floor. That gives more space for Mick to work with. Not that he knows it yet.
And Dobry spots multiple bodies. Not sure if he saw the third, but definitely saw 2 facing him.
Look at how concerned ATOX are about middle. They're waiting so patiently. They're really respecting the smoke, and it means that Mick will have these fights in isolation. Liaz goes 1 for 1.
A good trade. Now they are going to retake middle. It is open territory at the moment. There's a boost up for Vexite. Dexter, the supportive rotating element. Still got Dobu over towards B main, which makes me think that, yeah, they are going to take this control and then fall back on over, but Alistair starts to slip on through. The perfect position, but the perfect peek from Cabal. Alistair doesn't even get to fire a shot. B is open. Liaz spotted and can't go anywhere. Throws that incendiary forward to at least slow things down. Oh, that's a great little blow on it, and the spam is perfect. Dexter cooks something up in his laboratory. He's not done yet. Flash forward. Oh, it's so good, but they're missing the target. Bomb does go down. Disaster staying alive in the smoke, but only for a moment. The retakes. So strong for Greyhound. ATOX barely able to get the bomb down, and Cabal can't find his target. Despite this clean entry into the site, it all falls apart.
Yes, Dexter, just the mastermind of chaos in that round. The fact that he blows open the smoke, he denies the bomb not once, but twice, or at least the bomb planters. Just about goes down, and then you've got the players on site completely stuck between a rock and a hard place. Right idea from ATOX, though. Good take in towards middle. They can then scale through Shelf and go through Dobu, but this is all Dexter. Dexter gets completely caught off guard, and from there, the rest of Greyhound can collapse on the bomb site.
Beautiful utility, right? Liaz's incendiary forces the plan to be a little bit off default, which gives Dexter the opportunity to blow that smoke with his HE and then peek on through. ATOX got the card though, and no smoke. Elbow is open. Cabal takes that invitation with pleasure.
Yeah, that's such a late smoke there. All right, Greyhound, time not to get frazzled. Dexter already dinked as well from the earlier exchanges. ATOX hard reset in towards A. The smokes are going to be dropped. They're just going to go straight forward, and this is the right call. It's only Dexter here.
The HP in the orb tucked back in towards Temple. Support is so far away. Rotation's going to take so long, and you kind of think that if Dexter goes down here without finding a kill, that they're just saving for the next round. What can the IGL of Greyhound pull out? Flashbangs forward, jump over to bait out the shot, and he misses his chance. Back on the line, but can't find the shot. Alster is here, though. The rotations have come on over. Incendiary forward and spam again. This time doesn't deny the bomb. And Dexter did fall. Greyhound have a decision to make. Smoked off, and yeah, it's time to leave.
Yeah, that's an easy decision at the tail end. As soon as you lose the AWP, as you mentioned, like you just have to retreat. Nice idea with the spam and the incendiary. You're trying to cut off all angles, but ultimately bomb does go down in the first place. And that's a conditioning from ATOX as well that they've set to Greyhound. Because Greyhound have always had this room in towards B, ramp in towards ledge, but ATOX have been hiding behind the B doors. They've been tucked in towards elbow. So notice how Greyhound have that space there, but they still don't feel comfortable enough walking in towards mid to help support Vexite, freeing up his rotation to go over towards A. And that's based on the position that ATOX have been in the last 3 or 4 rounds.
Trading rounds at the tail end. Greyhound keeping 3 alive is at least going to give them a good buy into this round. They can keep fighting forward.
The issue you've got is if you keep going blow for blow, it's ultimately going to favor the T side. There's way more ways to make money compared to the defense.
Interesting. I would have thought maybe a rifle could have been dropped over, but they want to prioritize the utility. So Alster gets a scout and Vexite on the MP9.
There you go. This time the smoke is dropped immediately. Vexite is never going to be caught off guard by these HEs again in towards middle. Always opted to take the safer route through Donut. Kins and Liaz trying to set something up here in Cave.
The Greyhound haven't really been putting a lot of control in towards Jaguar. It's been an area that they've been giving to ATOX quite a bit. Retaked it a couple of times. This double setup is really strong. Boost up for the MP9. With the best position Vexite could find himself in, regardless. The A side of the map is quite weak, though. The rifles are focused on B and on Dexter's position in mid.
There is utility that can disrupt this. Alistair can drop a molly in towards Donut. Dexter, it's a very good off angle. And the boost was dismounted initially. Liaz turns the flash. In's trying to take the contact first, and Mick just trying to get every ounce of information. Here comes the mid play. Dexter needs to stand tall, needs to at least get one for his team, and he has managed.
He's done his job. There is a second player there that could catch him off guard. But here's that double layering. Liaz is brought down low, but finds the kill. And In's tucked on through. Able to find Dobu, and accuracy not in a great position to trade, but just peeks on through. Meanwhile, that position was found of Dexter, so Zesta able to flank on in. A 2 versus 2. It's the MP9. The scout upgraded to an M4 kit on Ali. With accuracy is holding this line and hits the flick. Alster jumps up to his demise. And Vexite has to walk on through into the AK. 11-11. ATOX tie us up, and Greyhound are completely reset.
That's really nice from Zesta. And the timing of that from ATOX just works out really well, because even though you've got Ins tucked in over towards the B ramp side of the map, where Zesta has found Dexter, he keeps pushing. Liaz, as soon as Ins falls and gets traded, he's completely stuck. He's worried about another cave push. He's also worried about the B player walking up ramp. Ultimately gets caught off guard by the flank. ATOX timed that perfectly.
ATOX are going to be finding map point. It's just the default pistols and a deagle for Ins. Deagle does find a nice shot, but an AK is all that Ins going to get for his troubles.
I've actually been surprised about the neglect of mid from Greyhound, especially in the mid portions of the rounds. It feels like whenever they want to go for mid aggression, it's never through A, it's always through B lane, it's always through cave, and keep a look at this timing. Cabal was just walked clean on towards A. He's behind Inns, and Inns has no idea what's about to hit him in a couple of seconds. The only rifle scavenged off a body that's about to be denied. Shadow spotted, and Cabal, even playing discipline, wants to get as far up towards B as possible.
No issues at all. And it's not a bad game at all by Inns, but not quite having the same dominant performance that he did against ATOX on that first outing on day one. That 13-4 victory for Greyhound. Where Inns was just going to town, taking as many fights as he wanted. And a lot of that was focused around Jaguar. Felt like he was really the king of cave in that entire domain. We've not really seen that prioritization from Greyhound.
It's also just been a lot of lessons learned for ATOX, especially when it comes to putting the bomb down and getting themselves set up in after plants. There's a lot more crossfires just being established very early on. They're taking space beyond the bomb site in a number of these scenarios, which making it very difficult for Greyhound to predict where these players are just going to end up. Sure, there have been a couple of retakes, but ultimately, ATOX have been getting the best of them in every engagement.
Greyhound have to play for overtime. ATOX can feel it. 3 in a row for them, and a 4th would take us to Anubis.
This is different again from ATOX. This time they're taking no space whatsoever. They're anticipating Greyhound to push somewhere on the map. But a line in the sand has been drawn, and now it's a game of patience. Who's going to blink first? Which one is going to break the stalemate? It might be Liaz into accuracy, who's boosted up with the AWP.
Greyhound have just hunkered down, haven't they? They are playing incredibly passive. They've given up B. I know the ATOX kind of go for later control, so it's not going to cost them too much in time, giving up that space early. We saw how disruptive their counter utility can be. Liaz has got that in Sentry again.
This is better. They're now resetting. They're going to go in towards red. They're going to fight mid, but ATOX is here ready and waiting.
Sentry goes forward. Alistair wants to peek behind it, trying to use it as a one-way. Very difficult to see through in CS2. Flash. Oh, it was good, but it also hit Alistair. Dexter gets his 1 kill. The backside with the MP9 has to deliver, and he gets that first kill. They're already on the side. Oh, and he's getting forward. Look at the damage he's doing. Couldn't find the kill, but Inns is here. 15 seconds for overtime. Mick is on the flank. Zesta has no health. The bomb needs to go down. Otherwise, we go to OT, a 1 versus 1. And this time, Zesta fakes it out, hoping Liaz will come forward, but Liaz is tucked, and Liaz has won the round. Overtime required.
And that's the experience there for Greyhound, just getting it done with Liaz. Knows he doesn't need to peek, knows the pressure and the burden. It's on Zesta to put it down, and they can't manage it. Greyhound, that's really nice. Going in towards middle, retaking that control, and sure, they lose out the gunfights, but they're not ready for the MP9.
And that's the pressure, right? Because Vexite gets that kill into the player pushing the donut smoke. Accuracy is going to plant the bomb. You can just swing us 2 and deal with him immediately. Give yourself the time and space to work with. But Vexite is given an opportunity to do all of that damage on Zesta, which means that he's no longer confident taking fights later on.
It's really well played, and even it comes back to ATOX being out of position. There was a lurk really deep on B. Had to run through, had to be incredibly vocal. And sure, finds 1, but immediately is traded out. We run things back. First to 16 here. ATOX. They need to survive. They need to win this overtime. For Greyhound, they have survived. Suddenly, the money has been re-injected straight back into the accounts.
It's like they were definitely struggling with on the tail end. We saw multiple MP9s, the scout in play as well. And Vexite, she wants to get ahead of the ATs, does take damage from 1. They're fast. ATOX wants the space. It's not a commitment though, it's a fake out. The bomb is still over towards B. A lot of footsteps to be heard, but no commitment, and this is definitely being commed over. Dexter's fully aware, and he's telling the boys just to stay in position on B. It's a fake.
They should have at least sent 1 forward. They should have at least tried to get the space. Instead, they're very much committed to their game plan. This one is a round that's called out as spawn. It's not one of those that is going to be adjusted in the middle of proceedings based on how things are going. Look what it's done. You're right. Where Dexter's cleared that and got that information, no one is home. Everyone is still remaining in the same positions. There's not been an overextension. ATOX are now naded in towards middle. and hoping that they can get this lurk timing up B, which Doubu has been able to find time and time again, but it's Alistair posted with the sniper.
Yes, the difference this time, it's a passive setup, but the ult is on the line, but not ready for Doubu's swing. You can see how ready he was, though, and Doubu has demolished the defense.
Obviously, you're going to go for this retake. It's overtime. It's low HP on Doubu. He wants to swing. He wants to fight. Instead, gets naded out. Zesta will hit the trade. Kabul going in for more. And this round definitely belongs to ATOX. And it's all of the hands of Doubu. It's always been a story, a tale of nearly for Doubu. So close, so many opportunities in the RMRs, in the minor qualifiers, and never made it to a major. And now he's trying to drag his team in this. Try and bring them forward to Anubis to give them a chance.
That's always the way of things. The round that you need, you find in the opening round of overtime. But it's good to see them not getting stressed, not getting flustered, the pressure not getting to them. Because losing to time in the final round of regulation, that's the sort of moment that can completely kill your morale.
It also goes two ways as well. By them showing that they're happy to drop smokes incredibly fast, but not go on it. It would not surprise me at one point in this overtime half if they actually just go with these smokes. They go for this fast play that they're always threatening, but have never yet done.
Yeah, I wonder how much we're going to see this passive setup from Greyhound going forward. It feels like it hasn't quite worked out for them. Remember, with the OT money, if Greyhound lose this, they suddenly are really strapped for cash. It's a similar idea here.
It's exactly the same. But this time they're going forward, but Dexter ahead of the utility. Zesta peeking a little bit prematurely, but Kabul will trade.
That one's going to hurt. Linz is wanting to take fights. Reaggressing towards middle. Alistair here to support while Vexite clears. They might be given a fight. Val is in the neighborhood. ATOX are lacking a lot of control at the moment. The step, sees one and finds his target. In zone, perfect flashbang. ATOX have been so good at setting up their teammates.
The issue is they're stuck to one point of control. Normally they come and reset in towards mid, but there's heavy pressure over there from Greyhound. So that means that ATOX have to commit in towards B. They've been given the space. Liaz with this incendiary once more. They're playing retake.
This is his favorite lineup. Here's the tap. Goes through. There's the bait, but so much damage done with the spray. Mick is brought down incredibly low. Alistair given time to slowly flank and more damage being done. Doubu limping. Alistair slowly clears, but Mick lights out shot. Backside looking for the trade, runs on through past Mick and swings around. Brilliance from the youngster. And Doubu, all he can do with this HP is line up the defuse, go for the spam. And Greyhound now know this is their round. Doubu can't get here in time.
Vexite is incredible, this map. That's now 2 rounds in which he's delivered ultimate impact. Think back to the round where they had 2 M4s and the rest were pistols. He got 4 kills. Here, completely target selection is on point. Runs straight past the cave player and just denies the player on site. It gives Greyhound space to work with. They know one is stuck in cave. They assume one is probably down towards the ramp. So they get the space on site and then they can shut the door on the round. Incredible work from Vexite.
So many impact rounds from him. Not to mention all the control that he establishes early and towards middle. He's doing wonders for Greyhound on Ancient.
This might be the round. This might be the round that ATOX just go in towards A. But this time, Liaz is putting the pressure and he's hearing all of this audio. Mick needs to be careful, but he nails Alistair. Liaz can't trade.
It's a real shame there. If Liaz had gone first, that's a free kill. Maybe Dexter will get his though. Zesta, oh, it's a bait. So much damage done, but again, no kill found.
But this is worrying. If you're ATOX, you might not want to commit straight in. Instead, they do. They don't second guess themselves. That nade could be huge, and it is.
In's even spamming. Shame it does deny the double dunk. But you take those 2 kills for free. Mick's gonna try and just take space with the AWP.
This is better out of Liaz. Because you're going to assume if you're Mick, if one player is here, guess what? They've got an incendiary there towards the back of sight. Mick trying to slide around the corner. Liaz with the peak spotted by the shoulder. That's confirmed intel. And now Mick can try and lock things in. Meanwhile, on mid, it's important for Cabal to at least get a kill because they're about to double up and swing.
This is the fight. This is the fight that defines it. But he gets that kill. Ince goes down through his teammate. And Liaz is known, smoked off. Can't deny the bomb.
They've got to fight forward. They've got to try and trade out Liaz immediately because they do not know where Vexite is going to come from.
He's going to be grouping up with his teammate, though. Dobu is in the smoke. He wants to take this fight, and he wins it. Liaz drops, and it's got to be Vexite again. Called upon continuously for this team, but it can't find the kill. And ATOX get 2 on the T side.
Yeah, necessary rounds on that T side as well. Because of the CT that's kind of been hindering both of these teams. It gets a little bit dicey there where Mick is low HP, he falls back, but Cabal stays forward. He wants to ensure the round, he wants to guarantee it, and that's the last thing Greyhound expect. What a redemption arc as well from ATOX. Everyone now punching above their weight. Polarizing opposite from what we saw on Inferno. We knew this potential was there from ATOX, and finally we're getting it.
Lane control to be established. But HG, Dobu wants to fight forward, gets information, spam. A fair bit of damage. Vexite brought down incredibly low. Oh, his vision denied. Greyhound taking their time with this one. Defaulting at the moment.
Vexite's going to go down. And Dobu caught off. That's valuable. That gives a lot of space now over towards Cave. It's also going to upset the players in towards middle. You can see that ATOX immediately want to retake this space just as Greyhound come out elbow.
Oh, accuracy had an opportunity. Inz was getting loud in middle, swinging on forward. Can't quite find the shot. Now Greyhound are going to group. Defense is split completely.
They just need to execute. They just need to drop smokes, drop flashes. We haven't seen just a straightforward execute, really. And now we're going to get one. Finally, Alistair can't capitalize on the swing.
Now the pressure comes through. Flashbang over. Mix ahead of it. And Mix found the double. Alistair will trade. And Cabal out towards long. Flashed off the line, but it clears. And he's still able to find another kill. Oh, make it 2. He wants to keep the dreams alive for ATOX.
That's sloppy. That is sloppy from the Hounds. They're going before the utility is completely down. The flashbangs even left the hands of the players trying to support. And it's well done from ATOX. They're not scared. They're fighting forward. They're wanting these fights. They're enjoying the fact that Greyhound are walking into their crosshairs. Huge multi-kills from both of the site anchors.
Greyhound used their 1 overtime timeout. But now they need 2 in a row to force us to double OT. ATOX a round away from Anubis.
That's everything from Mick. And then Cabal, the audacity just to remain here.
Why isn't it Vexite going first, right?
But why is there no smokes for long as well? It's just open.
The flashbang is there, but then they peek after the fade. Cabal was fully blinded for a good 2 seconds. Feeling the pressure, a Greyhound, a team that had plenty of experience in high-pressure scenarios.
And now ATOX go back to what was working for them. How they got back into this game in the first place. Double AWP.
That felt like the secret formula, and Mick has been on one this map. He's 26 kills right now. Mid control to be established. Alistair might get an opportunity. Ooh, thinking about Cabal, but now they know he's there. That's a cool smoke, gives a bit of space for him to work with, but it's blown open. And Inz blows his brains out.
Will they anticipate this though? Will they anticipate Zesta walking and creeping closer? Looks like it, Liaz. Ready for anything. A 5-on-3 for Greyhound. Surely one more shot will be unlocked to them after this round concludes, but Mick isn't done. The two AWPs are still in play. He's taking a lot of space here with this sniper, but it's being held. Dexter surely spotted that cross.
Yeah, he definitely did. And he's getting called the flashbang forward. Perfect. Accuracy's all known. Dexter's going to take the space and they can go back to B. Greyhound, not done yet. Rotation will come fast. Bomb is committed. Also forward, accuracy getting ahead of it, but yeah, Dexter's swing. Doesn't quite find the kill, but Alster will. Dobu caught out by the lurk.
Nice safe counter-strike there from Greyhound. Dexter does confirm it just wants that utility being thrown, and I'll tell you what, it's aggression not only from Mick, but also accuracy in towards Donut. Nice blow on the smoke there to get the kill on Kabul, and that's such an important one because Kabul has been incredibly fundamental into gaining a lot of the ground for ATOX, been coming up huge with several multi-kills. That's a fight which you feel like if you win Greyhound, you've got a very good chance of closing the game.
A double AWP is now reduced to an MP9 on, well. So you double up in towards Jaguar. Backside on the other side is going to walk past the smoke. Avoids the spam for now. Again, mid, such a prioritization for Greyhound. They are getting the space. I mean, how can you contend this with an SMG? You can't. Not with the ins tapping you out of the server.
This is what Greyhound wanted to do last time. They wanted to take the space. They wanted to fight through middle with that shelf control. Because then you can put Alistair in position. Mick feels like he has to get involved. Having a fantastic game. Definitely wants more impact, but oversteps. And Greyhound find themselves in another situation in which they've got a two-player advantage. And with all the map control in the world.
They can just execute somewhere now. With the position of ins in towards red, you feel comfortable going over towards A. You can catch off the rotations. You haven't seen any of these B players yet, but Dobry does reveal himself. That's what they're waiting for, this response to come through. He is being loud. And now the last player should be known. You did hear that swing. And flawless for Greyhound to force us to double OT.
Yeah, necessary for Greyhound. That was really well played. They're playing very systematically. Just kind of in these last couple of rounds, they're taking map control in stages, and they're setting ATOX up to fail. All of these peaks are being covered at any moment. Fantastic shot on this opener. But even here, Dexter, he's allowed to swing in from elbow and just take the peak because Vexite's being loud. He's fallen off. He's given away the audio. Set up ATOX to walk straight into the trap. 15-15. Momentum currently with Greyhound. A reminder, ATOX needs to win this map. Otherwise, they are eliminated and they're not going to Copenhagen.
This time, responding to Greyhound's desire to take mid. ATOX are going to respond, take the space, and Cabal from ledge finds Dexter. Excite wanting the trade, and, well, that's one way to find it. Dexter not ready for the fast space being taken. Dobu comes on through with the trades. So quick from Greyhound. A 3 versus 3 early on. The next fight looks like it's going to be Mick versus Ali, and not at all ready for that swing.
Well done there from Mick. Knows that he needs to keep control over towards ledge. ATOX, that's the adjustment. They've actively fought for that space, which means that middle can't be compromised, or at least as easily. This means that you get accuracy in this mid-round position of Donut. He can now peek out, cover off elbow, and this locks in your rotates. Gotta be careful though, because Kabul is low. Bomb on the back.
In's just gonna sell a fake.
Yeah, he's gonna try.
Diaz gave him the utility to try and draw attention over here, and
the thing is with middle, Kabul
this has worked.
Shouldn't have rotated.
This has worked into setting up all the utility. Now he is going to go down. Liaz will get the bomb plant. Has a smoke that he can deploy. Kid on Cabal. And the penny should drop any moment now. And indeed, it is A. There's a couple of extra seconds have given Liaz some more space to work with. But this clutch would be something else. 1 versus 3 in the first round of overtime. 3 ATOX members about to swarm this site. Utility being set up. Smoke about to fade, and they're all going to pop on through. Sees the first, now they know where he is. The spray can't quite convert onto the second. And Liaz's clutch is denied.
Yeah, well done from ATOX. Just grouping up, just making sure that they're together. And the good space in towards ledge, as mentioned in that early round, gave them the players and the support of just having middle. It's so valuable because it enables these quick rotates, whether it's to B, whether it's to A. It just denies Greyhound a lot of information. Do like the idea from Liaz. You can see that he's set up behind the big box over on A bomb site. And the reason why is because Inns knows that fake has worked. There's no way they're going to be rotating, taking that long time towards A main. You've got to take that risk at that point. But he's effectively just cut off the angle based on the info.
This time, ATOX have established control very early in towards lane. The deep door smoke. Doubu and Mick taking all this control for free. Greyhound not forcing the issue in towards middle. I think their intentions are clear. A is the play. GreyHE onto Dexter. He's brought down low. Defensive smoke deployed. There's no middle portion. It's all coming in from A main. Spray through the smoke. Dexter jumps up on over. Traded out by the orb, and Dexter spams out Cabal.
Vexo's so far away. I guess you can retreat here, or you can be on a really late lurk, but it's all about the rest of Greyhound trying to survive. Doubu and Mick, they're going to come through the smokes.
Yeah, bomb's not committed though. Can retreat if needed. And now Alistair's feeling the pressure. Mick has jumped out the boxes and running around. Oh, he transfers onto Inns. And that is the bomb spotted. And now it has to be this flank from Vexai, but you haven't seen him. You know only one player is confirmed on the site, so where has Vexai gone? The good news is, it's a double up in Donut. If Vexai can come through, he can smoke off this position. The bomb can be allowed to go down, and Vexai can hold for the rotation.
Needs this kill. Because now the bomb can also be planted for CT. An important fight, and Doubu wins it out. Alistair versus 2. Needs to jiggle, needs to secure an ATOX grouping.
The right call. Doubu's so low. Probably want to swap weaponry as well. Send the AWP through first. Accuracy can trade. And Alistair with the AWP, it's not really the weapon you want for the job. 2 bullets and 2 bodies to find. Coming out towards site now. Doubu starts to clear. No smoke for the bomb. He spotted one. Doubu's just defusing. Oh, and he's behind it. It's planted behind the boxes. And oh my God, Alistair! What a way to clutch.
Yeah, just make sure that he's there as well. Sees the wires at the slight second. And Alistair's able to do it. Even with that Vexite lurk taking so long, even with Greyhound confined to the bomb site and not yet planted, with all this pressure, Zester jumping up, Doubu swinging in, and Mick with the clothesline. On towards Inns, it still doesn't matter. No matter what ATOX try and do, they cannot, for the life of them, get a CT-sided round.
An insane clutch from Alistair. 2 bullets. 2 shots. A Greyhound looking for their second round on the T side. Doubu again being disruptive, gets the opening kill. No trade this time around.
They got a lot of confidence out here towards Shelf. ATOX know they can fight, they can swing, and more often than not, get the best of Greyhound in this area of the map. And that will force them, funnel them in towards A. You can see that Liaz is already walking, essentially trying to set up this opportunity. Doubu and Mick, you don't need to overextend here. Dexter punishes at the first time of asking, but Mick will at least get the trade. That activates Liaz though, and A is open.
Overextension from Dexter, but yeah, Liaz capitalizes. So low though, so all he can really do is post up in Temple. Cabal's gonna hear all of this. He knows exactly what's coming on through, and they can flank through A main. Great swing. Ready for Liaz as well. No chance there. And Alistair, yeah, it was a phenomenal clutch before. But now 1 versus 3 required, and the flick misses. ATOX with 2 on the CT side.
I'm really surprised that Greyhound don't even consider Donut to be an option. Liaz just skirts over towards Temple. But there's a window. There's at least 5 seconds or so where these players could filter in from Donut, could filter in from CT. And where Greyhound are being quite vocal, they should at least have their guns out ready and prepared. It doesn't happen. It's Cabal again with the multi-kill on the bomb site, keeping ATOX alive and the slight edge as they swap to the T side, one in which they've been incredibly potent on, especially when it comes to these B executes.
site, dodging all the utility, or at least he tried to. Oh, that got costly. Now he has to be the one that comes on forward. Oh, he doesn't even get to see an opponent. Utility destroys him at every moment. Inns meets the same fate. Liaz now has to step up behind the smoke, the spray. Oh, he almost finds Dubu. Pops to the AK, and Liaz making magic happen. One down. Alistair's magic stick chimes in for one as well, but Cabal's taken space. Fast in towards red is being anticipated. Liaz ready, but running out of ammo. Well loud about his retreat back to red.
This is nice as well. Alistair pushing down B ramp as well. Cuts off ledge. He goes, okay, well, it has to be A. Liaz, you can start your rotate. You can even transition in towards CT to hold for the red push. Cabal coming back up, but Ali, he's holding for it, but misses the shot and gives Cabal the opportunity. And now Liaz doesn't know which direction it's going to go in. That's messy. Dobu could have been dropped with the bomb instead. It does evacuate. Liaz has still got the chance and the opportunity. Would need 4 kills in the round.
He's got the right read, though. Going back over towards B. Dobu has the smoke. No doubt. Oh, I thought maybe it would go to short, but no, it's long. Yes, he can deny this. The swing can come immediately, though, and he's not ready for it. ATOX, map point.
Yeah, Cabal was considered there at long by Liaz, because you've got to think back to last round as well with regulation, where Cabal just sits in that smoke at long. It gets smoked off for him, and he's able to punish Liaz in that exact scenario. Unsure of where these players really reside, but that is scrappy and messy. It always feels desperate as well from Greyhound, just trying to fight for this ledge control. Vexite loses 100 HP just to fire. Then the flashbangs that have been so prolific over the top from Mick yet again find another kill. And ATOX 2 chances to force the decider.
They're playing with confidence. All the control they're taking. Greyhound trip over their own shoelaces at the start of the round prior. Accuracy. Ooh, spots Liaz on the jump. Can't find his mark. He's now noted. A flashback, in fact, and he's just going to fall off. Again, see Greyhound go back to that more passive stance that they showed towards the end of regulation.
It's a timer for Alistair, but the retreat has come through from Cabal. Fighting in towards Cave. ATOX wants to be a little bit more direct in this round. They want to see how much they can get away with. Cave presence established. Liaz, yet again, it's a very familiar position for him to find himself.
A resmoke towards ramp is going to be a bit annoying. I imagine they don't respect it with the space they've got in towards Cave already, although that smoke is deployed by the T's. Now Alistair, he gets a bit of information on the jiggle. The swing comes through, but he's ready. Never fell off the line, and he's not going to repeat that one.
This might activate your A player as well. This might activate Cabal just into the scene, but it's Alistair just finding everything. They're giving it to him. Alistair again, bailing Greyhound out when it matters most. Just dancing this ring around the roses in the temple, but it's a dangerous filling of the AWP. 3 on 2. As Cabal breaks his way on towards A, it's Vexite with the rotate, and it's Inns with the lock-in. Greyhound stay alive again.
Yeah, Alistair gives as good as he gets. So many opportunities for him to keep fighting there, and he's killing time, allows the rotation to come through. Inns is there to support. Gets the player that fell Dexter on site. Gets the AWP that does all the work here. 3 from Alistair, and then precious time.
Huge round, and it's Greyhound in another situation where they're fighting for survival. There's this tactical pause from ATOX, 30 seconds just to think about how they want to conduct this round. They do not want this to go to another overtime.
Everything starts to go out the windows once you get this deep in with this much pressure on the line. Elimination for ATOX if they can't close this map. And that's still Lynn Vision waiting in the wings for the qualification best of 3 to come up next.
It's tough. It's a long journey. And this series is becoming a little bit of a marathon. Nades, one slightly goes awry, but ultimately doesn't matter. No one home for Greyhound. Instead, it's the extremity push of A. It's the AWP trying to get Dexter in a position where you can just leave him and flex up this sniper and take it somewhere else.
Yeah, and I like this from Greyhound as well, right? They've shown time and time again they'll play this passive B setup, but it hasn't come with the aggression elsewhere yet.
But look at this, they're going in. ATOX, they are just running forward, smokes down, and we know Greyhound, they've been playing things so passive, a trade out, long space taken, Zesta taking names, and suddenly it's a 3-on-3.
Flashbang, but it doesn't matter, Cabal's ahead of it. He's got the bomb, but he doesn't give a damn. He can taste Anubis. Alistair can't get anything done with York from this position. This round relies on Dexter. Flanking up from T. The ramp at the moment accounted for by Cabal. Dexter's going to come around the corner, spots him out, but can't find the headshot. And Alistair has been the powerhouse for Greyhound so far on this map. But this clutch might be one too many to ask for. It's taken ATOX an absolute marathon to get it done. But finally, they close Ancient.
Yeah, and to be honest, completely deserved. We saw that best of one come out between these two sides. It was a blowout, but it didn't look like that told the whole story. And ATOX have been melting their way through the competition in the lower bracket ever since. 13-2. It was a statement piece from Greyhound, but this is a much more bolder storyline from ATOX. The fact that they've got the resilience, the fact that they mentally reset, they carry Greyhound to OT, not once, but twice, and close it.
Yeah, and what a revenge arc for ATOX on Ancient as well. Greyhound pick Ancient as a punish. They destroyed them on the opening day. 13-4 on this very map, but now the tables are turned, and for a moment it looked like that final round in regulation was going to haunt them forever, but no, we go to a third map and we go to the desk.
Oh my goodness, how the turntables, as some might say, from 13-4 versus ATOX previously. Greyhound going into overtime, it just looked like their CT side wasn't as strong as it was previously.
It was an interesting match. There was some crazy lucky things going on. There was a lot of really thought out strats which managed to get across the board, but there was just so many moments where this just felt like an all-in brawl, bloody 36 rounds in the cage, and ATOX only barely came out on top, but they needed to. They had their backs against the walls, and they don't want to lose this chance, lose that shot at the major.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where this is a far cry from the last time that they met on this map earlier in this tournament where it was 13-4 in Greyhound's favor. I think the big difference that you saw in this particular game was that they never got any breathing room the first time they played against each other, ATOX, and they lost the initial pistol on their T side. They never really got comfortable. They felt very timid. They just couldn't really get rolling. And then you look at this game, and despite the fact that they, had some struggles at the beginning of the game on their CT side, going down 1-6, I thought they did a very good job recovering 4 of those last 5 rounds at the end of that first half of regulation. I think accuracy was a big part of that, getting opening picks with the op, as well as them just winning early engagements in general was something that they weren't doing prior. Then when you flip the script into the second half of regulation, I think ATOX wins pistol, so that's something they didn't have last time, so it gave them a little bit more breathing room. And I thought they just felt themselves a bit more in this game. Like, I feel like they were able to kind of run their strat book a little bit better, feel a little bit more decisive, a little bit more just confident in themselves. I think part of that might be just due to, them getting a bit of a closer score here. But I think part of it's also the TYLOO match from yesterday maybe gave them some fuel that they could make something happen here. Then it just kind of descends into chaos and overtime after that, right? Everything's kind of out the window. You're throwing the kitchen sink at each other, but ultimately ATOX is on top.
Look, there's a few crazy things that happen, but I need to say all my Oceanic homies hate Cabal. This happened in the past as well. There was I specifically remember, I think it was like a Mirage game, and that was back when he was playing on MongolZ or whatever the org was at that point, and he was just catching timings. He was getting away with murder. I remember he was dropping into like unders on Mirage, managing to somehow land between like 2 Ts as a CT, somehow get a bloody 180 spray transfer. I don't know, man, but it's happening again. He was getting kills through smokes. He was so solid on the defense, and then even when they were on the attack, trying to make their way out A main, I think Dexter, he was big box, and obviously it's calculated spray coming from the Ts, but he just jiggled, try to reposition. Nah, you're not getting out of there. And again as well, you saw him like pushing through B site, wrapping around long, and just able just to keep fighting. He had the bloody bomb on his back. The casters were talking about it as well, and he was just like, nah, I'm fighting, I'm getting the kills, we're ending it right fucking now, and they did. But they still have another match to play.
They absolutely do. But you know what? We mentioned it previously.
That poor table.
Consistency is the name of the game.
It is glass. Like, I just want you to know that. Like, just in case you were curious, it will eventually break and cut you. And I don't want to have to heal you. So
It feels a bit like the meme of that dog where everything is on fire. Is that you right now, Mac? Everything is on fire, but this is fine because there's still one more map to go, and that is Anubis. What I really want to know from you, Mac, from your perspective, ATOX from the previous game of Ancient that we saw from them versus Greyhound, where it was 13-4. What was the difference maker for them here? Do you feel like they maybe just had a better read of how Greyhound would approach this one?
I think they just warmed up today. And when it felt like Greyhound was struggling to close, so things got a bit frantic. And I feel like Asian CS, when it gets frantic, that is where they can shine. So there was a lot of mess, and mess is best for ATOX. So as long as Greyhound can keep it clean and stick to the game plan on Anubis, I feel like there shouldn't be too many worries, but ATOX are feeling it. They have that fighting spirit, and now they've got the taste of a win. So that's something.
It's going to be tough. I mean, Greyhound, perfect 10-0 on Anubis. I mean, obviously, most of that was dominating teams within their region, but they did have the win against JiJieHao early in this tournament. And meanwhile, Anubis is kind of more, I would say, in the middle of ATOX's map pool, but we can't forget that that was one of the big maps they won against TYLOO to get the upset yesterday, which is massive for them. I think both these teams have good game plans on how to approach this map. I think for me, it's going to be about how well can Vexite and ENCE collect themselves after that loss and be that entry duo for this team and kind of push the pace on Anubis.
All right, well, Anubis is going to be the third, the final map. Which of these two teams will be going through to face off versus Lynn Vision? Only time will tell.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
for. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripped into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Since the creation of the minors and the RMR format, there has always been Australian representation that has finished in the top 2 since the creation. And now there's a real potential, Lucy, that there could be a Mongolian team that looks to end the dreams of Greyhound.
And Anubis, what a perfect place to go to for this deciding map. This was the map that yesterday ATOX demolished TYLOO on 13-2, completely ran them over, eliminated them. And honestly, Greyhound also pretty good on it, right? We saw them going pretty strong against JiJieHao without even winning a pistol. So I just feel like it's the perfect map to end this series.
I think the desk highlighted it perfectly. Greyhound, it felt like they were really struggling to close, and as a result, they were scared to play their own game. They were playing to survive rather than playing to kind of take the initiative. So I know we've seen all series long from them up until it mattered most, up until it came to the final chapter of Ancient. Now here in Anubis, they need to reset. They need to remember who they are, and they need to remember what they're fighting for. A chance to qualify through to the first Counter-Strike 2 major in Copenhagen. And for ATOX, the dream is very much still alive.
Absolutely. Now we're getting the T side, which can be a boon on Anubis. Greyhound have had their struggles on pistols lately. Not so much in this series, but see how they do here. Ends with a smoke and dual Berettas. Imagine that's going to be to A main. And a 3-man setup in towards middle.
This is aggressive. Greyhound thinking about pushing. About taking the initiation. We're getting it right from round 1. Contact play, Mick holding for it. Was the talisman for ATOX on Ancient. And is now looking for more. Gets domed by Alistair. And now the control needs to be fought back. Accuracy will trade, but it's Vexite who's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's just Cabool's Glock's bullets that meet fate.
What a shot too. Vexite gets almost pre-fired on by the bullet. And Dexter was gushed. ATOX's patience rewards. A double peek onto Liaz, begging for one of these USP shots to connect. But they are going back to ins. The Danger Man with the dual Berettas, and it's actually Liaz's USP that finally finds purchase. And off that kill, they've sent back. They've seen 2 players on A, and Dexter, he can't defend B.
No, he can't. He just has to make sure that he can be in a position where he can at least guarantee this information. And he will get it. Molly prevents Liaz. Smoke allows the cross. Bomb can be planted. It's a 3-on-3, but it's difficult. There's no kits, there's no util.
The smoke's been used. And the T-smoke is going to allow them to extract themselves 2 flashbangs as well to set up in the post plant. Greyhound are going to group Dexter behind this smoke. And oh, Cabal continuing his dominance. 3 kills, Liaz gets 1 back, but look at his health and look at the time. No chance at all. ATOX take first blood.
Yeah, really nice pistol from ATOX. Greyhound, they're trying to set the pace, they're trying to set the tempo, taking this map control away. Mick is the early warning system. And from there, it's all Cabal. Able to deal with the mid threat. Dobu's poking and prodding in towards A, which keeps the rotations at bay. And from there, ATOX gather the necessary clues. They've got enough utility to get them into the site.
The second shot's ridiculous. I think they lined up, actually. Insane pistol round. That's him an AK, and ATOX against this force by Alistair goes down to the USP of all weapons. Accuracy saved for an AWP.
Yeah, that's prioritization. USP, best scout.
That's insane.
And now Mick takes space, applying pressure, and yet again, finding out the stack. ATOX can just commit in towards A.
A nice force fight. What ATOX is saying, I think it's nothing to them. gone perfectly. Back 10 finds the kills as well. Couldn't have hoped for a better outcome if you're ATOX.
And now the hope is just to save. Save the Kevlar, save the pistols. You're not investing anything into the next round regardless. It's an MP9 scavenged.
An MP9 and Max 10 gives 4 players something to work with. You can buy some armor. Keep the SMGs on 2 players that have got head armor and a bit more.
Interesting not going for the scout, but just keeping the SMGs there and wanting to keep quite mobile.
I think also part of it is didn't want to extend any further.
Terrorists win.
But a great start from ATOX. Greyhound's pistol woes continue to be a problem.
And that blowout that ATOX inflicted onto TYLOO, that didn't even come with a T-side. That was 10 rounds on that CT. Haven't really been given a flavor of what to expect in these high-pressure games from ATOX on their attack. But we know that their defense is incredibly potent.
And again, ATOX, with intent, are going towards a assault defender is here. It's just ins with this SMG. Backside's gotten aggressive. Ins is thinking about going through this smoke, but thinks better of it. That AWP that was prioritized is out. Smoke blown, Ins revealed, but remain safe. Good space being taken. It's the USP player as well, so you can act as a warning system and you can send the rest of the quote-unquote weapons over to A.
Yeah, at least there's going to be reinforcements. They're going to be here in time as well. ATOX are slowing the pace down. They're really trying to make sure they're in the best possible positions. Util sets about to flow in. But the party, it's going to be welcoming. Sure, not the best equipped, but the quantity of them, it could be enough. Zesta will find Int, and now Liaz and Dexter trying to do the damage, but it's Liaz on the 5-7 with 3. He gives Alistair a chance in the 1v1.
It's just the USB, that's all he has. And he's being accounted for. Oh, but he tucks on through the reload. Oh, Alistair can't believe his luck. And what a round to win.
It's all Liaz. It's all Liaz there.
Nice work to see.
5-7 doing the damage. You can hear the Greyhound roar because that round is of such significance. And now your question in the back of your mind is, where did ATOX go? Why did they take so long to execute onto that site?
Now look what it's done. That AWP that you prioritize under accuracy, it's a Tech 9. Alistair gets his upgrade. A round that they really had no right winning. But the information is perfect. And in they go. Into Alistair's waiting grass. However, Dexter has fallen. And Ali's feeling the pressure, but no. He applies it right back. Zesta thought he could get around the angle. But Alistair is on one at the moment. Just the leg shot. And accuracy picks back up his weapon of choice. But now he has the clutch, and Backside playing around the smoke does everything.
Come on, boys! Good job. Fuck these cunts!
Oh, it's a little bit aggressive there.
But Aussie pride.
Yeah, classic Aussie. But look, you got to kind of get the morale up. Strong round from Vexite. Greyhound draw level the scoreline. Alistair reclaims this AWP. Money gone. No bomb plants in a few rounds for ATOX. They're just on pistols.
This is much how the game against JiJieHao went for Greyhound. It was losing those first couple. Once the rifles came out, it felt like they had every answer ready. Rotations were on point. Bit of noise being made in towards A main. Baits out the AWP shot and actually doesn't swing until they're gone, but now he's going to find that kill. Backside often playing these pivotal positions and given a lot of responsibility with them, and yeah, swings straight into the Glock. Double dink. Gives Mick the M4. Shouldn't be an issue though. You've got 2 players on each side. Even if you get split, all angles are locked down currently.
Should be no way in. Has to be pure contact. You've already got the setup. Liaz can just come on the swivel. Dexter. Tested. But it's not too much of an issue. In with the nades to follow up. This just feels like a little bit more of a formality. Mix in a decent position, but Alistair's holding with the AWP.
Yeah, potential to swing though and find him. Alistair is isolated.
I mean, Inz's position should lock off the bomb at the very least. And with Alistair confirming that kill, the round, and this crossfire, it's basically done.
That was great awareness from Alistair as well, right? Falling back into that line where he can catch the player that starts to crawl towards bricks.
Good job, guys. Nice, yeah.
So, no issues against the pistols other than Vexite getting caught off in mid. Now ATOX will get another opportunity with their rifles. So far, they've just shown intent out the gate to go over towards A and B. It's just been kind of straight up gunfights into these two sides of the map.
And ultimately, that's what Greyhound want. They want a scrap. They want to have these fights there. They want to be taking the forward thinking on a lot of them. Alistair swinging, but it's accuracy that gets the jump. The peak from the right-hand side reveals Alistair first. It's a good opening find for the AWPer.
And now the position can be taken through Dobu, and Greyhound's response is to push out B main. He's being held by Zesto. He's fully aware of this play. Oh, and he's done everything. Both kills. Now Dobu can just cut off the rotations with this recovered AWP. I believe it has been heard by Vexite, the pickup, so Vexite's so aware that he's here as each player is crouching after each other. It's like a little dance on the other side of the doors. This one is going to be a third for ATOX. Evening things up.
It's a little bit tough there as well for Vexite, because where you have heard that scope, you can't really move until it's too late. It also just means that the players can just safely walk their way up towards B, and then Inz, everything that he's doing is completely isolated. They had to group together and maybe take control over towards mid, but it just felt very simple there for ATOX. They were just winning out the fight. They were waiting for Greyhound, and it was some delicious shots from Zesta.
The exit kills for Inz, but all he's going to find. ATOX get their first gun round. Putting the scores back towards even, but Greyhound off the back of 3. Both have a reasonable economy, but definitely in a reset territory. This round becomes incredibly important for them.
Yeah, this is dangerous, and I'll tell you what, the utility could potentially foretell maybe a little bit less of an aggressive stance, even with these smokes being dropped, because you haven't really got the flashes to set yourself up. This is a change of pace. ATOX, they are running straight in towards A. They want accuracy to take the space and take the contact.
P9 revealed. Man, accuracy, no issues in that shot. In swings for the trade and actually does find it. It's a little bit scrappy, but he gets the job done. That is the pathway through. Oh, accuracy. What is that shot into Dexter? Now Inz wants to go forward, but Mick is already ahead of it. And they need these weapons.
Yeah, absolutely. Just clean, and a nice change of style in the round for ATOX. They've been recognizing that Greyhound are quite proactive on the map, so you send players towards A main. As soon as you get that space, you kind of realize that Greyhound are probably either going to be pushing mid or pushing over towards B, so you get the AWP set up on the angle, and they're not ready for it. Nades caught in hand, and accuracy doubles down. Really important openings for ATOX, and it feels like normality has resumed for them on their T side. They're not really being disrupted.
Zen needs to be careful. Zester is about to swing, but he's ready for it, so we'll hold on to his AWP. T side is where you expect these teams to get most of their work done. I see, yeah, spam through, reveal Dexter. Great forward positioning from Mick to secure the round. And we just see Greyhound win a round on Ancient, where they had the pistols around to save weapons. I feel like this one might be a little bit tricky.
It's actually impressive just taking a look at ATOX and the individuals that are performing. We've seen really Mick come into his element alongside Zesta on Ancient, but accuracy is now leading the line here on Anubis. Every single player is coming up with contributions. It's a different one. Nice kill. Hoping for more, knowing that there could be a stack. That's a team kill, and that means that Liaz takes advantage of it.
Yeah, now you got the player advantage. Alistair's AWP is still in play over towards A as well, but Dobie has found a good bit of space in towards middle. Well, comes back, and Dexter with this recovered AWP, oh, gets the information. A smoke through, and Alistair finds Dobie. ATOX again, struggling in the rounds that you expect to be a cakewalk. 3 USPs and 2 saved weapons are looking like they're undoing. Cabal swings, Liaz is ready for it. And Zesta might have performed a masterclass against TYLOO, but a 1v4 here versus Greyhound. Surely not on the cards in this position. Oh, he is going to come forward, so Zesta is given an opportunity, but now Alistair can lock down that line. This is going to be heard, and Dexter is all should be ready for this fight. If he misses it though, no, never mind, Dexter's ready.
That's unfortunate, really, for ATOX. The fact that there's a team kill in the mix, they're going in towards the stack, they're really trying to investigate it with one of the rifles, but it just feels a little bit like an overcommitment. And as a result, Liaz knows as soon as that AWP kill comes in on a teammate, he can just swing. He can take the contacts. If he gets that kill, that ultimately completely facilitates the rest of the round to fall into place. Also, good communication from Greyhound, because they've still got control over towards Dark. They've still up 3 players on B. Alistair really needs to be aware. That is so unlucky for Mick, but ultimately that's the downfall of the round.
Yeah, for all the praise of accuracy, it's this round where he ends up kind of costing his team, but you can't really blame him for that. The swing did come through with the rifle and for the shot, but Mick swings right in front of him. And I don't mind Mick going in there solo, looking for information, looking for kills. But it's accuracy being that close with the AWP and being so easily able to be traded. Can't really fall back because he's a bit further to the left. Now we have ATOX, some upgraded pistols. Getting ready to hit the A site.
It's something that they've been thinking about all game. It's a site in which they've also often led with the AWP. They've been trying to gain a lot of control over here. You see the Greyhound are ready. They're trying to set themselves up for flash plays. Mid temporarily left open. You have got that quick support of Inns, but as he burrows his way deeper in towards the bomb site, there are opportunities.
Yeah, Inns is just checking it momentarily, seeing if anyone's walked on through. Also maybe hoping for an aggressive play out through main that didn't come. Also does miss his shot as Mick jiggles the angle. Flashbang is going to force that deagle back. ATOX this time are now going to reset over to B, but this presence over at A hasn't deterred Greyhound at all. Still 3 players on the site itself. As I say that, Vexite does start to come back to help out mid.
Just a lack of utility for ATOX that really doesn't sell the fake further. Inns is going to come and check out.
That flashbang movement was heard. Dexter fires off a shot, but Dobri's deagle finds purchase. Vexite comes back to support. And Dexter, he's making that AWP sing with 3 in the round. And despite Liaz falling, it's all good for Greyhound.
Yeah, smiles start to reinstate themselves across the faces of the Greyhound players. Because they know, look, they've broken the economy. They've won a couple of rounds that they're not supposed to be picking up. And 5 rounds already on the CT side of Anubis is a very solid foundation. A lot of teams obviously get the majority of the work done on that attack. And for ATOX, for all the hard work earlier, you're right. Similarly, as it was with JiJieHao, as soon as the guns come into play, Greyhound are on top.
Boost up accuracy. Vexite hasn't shown that much of an eagerness to peek, although as I say that, starts to come around the corner, gets his dink, but it's not the kill. The HE will confirm. Inns has to drop the incendiary, Mick's ahead of it, and he's forced into the fight. Despite the flashbang, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. You've still got Alistair in the site, who's not known yet, but has been showing his presence over at A pretty consistently. Now he's known, drops the flames, peeks straight into Accuracy's angle.
Yeah, this is good structure here from ATOX. Again, they're not really doing anything too tricky to force these repositions out of Greyhound. It was actually Greyhound that forced Mick into that early fight. A 2-on-3, Liaz interested in it, but has to wait for the support of Dexter, who's still wielding a sniper. Incendiary goes deep. Displacement, but it's Accuracy that holds firm. Dexter gets out of there just about. But he is being hunted down.
He's able to deal with it. Does he have time?
He has got a kit.
Accuracy stuck around. Well, at least he finds some kills on his way out. He won't survive this, though. You gotta wonder, Accuracy, if he got a little bit further, there was a chance.
It's actually an important kill he finds, because he does deny the AWP now.
True.
Take a look at the money for ATOX, sure. Dexter does ultimately lose the round, but Alistair can still afford to buy a sniper, and Accuracy can't, and Accuracy was the linchpin of this round. He's creating a lot of opportunities for his team. This second one, Alistair just peeked straight in.
Yeah, Accuracy really did all the work here. And he's been doing a good part of the heavy lifting in this map so far. 12 for 6. Top off the board.
Back to A, back to the control for ATOX. However, there's resistance this time. Alistair, who's been, by and large, over towards this bomb site, this time's far aggressed. Fantastic flash from Mick. I feel like I've been saying that all series long, but he denies the AWP. And Accuracy potentially can have one.
And it's a double layering in the flash as well. That deep smoke, not to mention, means that INS is isolated and can't help. Normally when you've got that AWP M4 set up, the idea is if the AWP gets flashed off, misses their shot, that's when that M4 can swing and get active. But the smoke was so disruptive.
I like that from INS. He's just been flashed forward in towards A main, gets the info that there was no one initially there. And that means basically that Greyhound don't push out towards B main, a position that Zesta was holding for and has previously been rewarded for doing so.
Now they're playing retake, or at least denial. Dexter has been given a Heat to go alongside his Incendiary. If they go for that plant, he can throw that forward. So he's very deep, likely with a lineup that he can throw on in. Goes on forward, and it's perfectly timed. In fact, the spam is even better. Further spam damage onto Mick, unconfirmed. They continue to fight this. There's a way in. INS has found it. Dexter swings on around, and they are locking them out. Long-range spray from Dobu doesn't connect, and he might get the bomb down, but it's only a brief reprieve from Greyhound's aggression.
Yeah, so much disruption there. A combination of the spam and the utility. And it was day one in which Mac highlighted this on the decks. That's all come in from the hands of Dexter over the last 6 months. It's combining the two together. It's about playing the objective. And even with this player disadvantage initially, it's Liaz, it's Dexter who are locked out behind all this utility that waste so much time, secure the kills, make sure that Vexite can come back over alongside INS. They completely lock ATOX out.
Yeah, that waste of time is significant because the smoke fades. Suddenly everyone's exposed. You can't set up in the post plants. And now you're rushing somewhere, surely. Look at this buy. It's all you got to work with in this final round. They're going to spread out early. They can pop quickly onto a site. Cabal is actually going to put that pressure on at A, the first instance.
More patient. They're just trying to guarantee that there won't be an over-rotation onto this bomb site, but with Cabal working his way over towards this smoke, the Execute's about to come forward.
Yeah, and it's actually worked. This presence they've shown in mid and outside of A. It's brought Dexter over, and he's very committed to the A site. There's no one kind of in mid that's close by.
I'm surprised that Molly goes forward. I feel like they're, in fact, just, again, further trying to secure the idea that it's just poking and prodding. It's not going to be the commitment, but at least Alistair's here with the AWP.
Yeah, now Dexter's come back. You've shown that you're interested in this site, that this presence over here. And That's enough with the silence on A to bring back the IGL. As you mentioned, Alistair here doesn't have a line, but oh, Dobu. Well, you want to go through that. That Molotov is so good. Lias is forced off, and they run through the fire. Alistair actually finds that kill, and Dexter gets his, but the bomb is down. Alistair has a player locked in towards jail.
There's one flash, and Alistair's the one wilting it. Dexter now just picks up some more. Alistair trying to get through this molly. It doesn't quite happen. Everyone has to go soon for Greyhound.
There we go, the flash forward. Popping to the Deagle just to give space, jumping around the corner, allowing the trade. And the flashbang from Dexter is great in setting them up. The Tech 9, you can almost see it happening for a moment. But it's Greyhound who will take a 2-round lead at the half, and that is without the pistol.
Another one of these really good retakes from Greyhound as well. They just count it down. We go with the flashbangs 3, 2, 1, a double swing from CT and Temple. And it's just playing by numbers, outmaneuvering ATOX in very difficult and spread out positions in that afterplant given the weaponry that they had. So 7-5. It's a good amount to work with. But for ATOX, there's one thing they're known for here in this lower bracket run, and that is resilience. They've shown it on Ancient to force us here in the first place. And now they're looking to rebuild. A pistol, if they win that, they're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from making the scoreline level.
You got to believe with how this pistol rounds are going, they are favored going into it. See what Greyhound pull out. There's a lot of utility for a site take here. It's all heading over to A, which is where a lot of these ATOX players are headed. They have the read.
They're pushing. They're very close, playing anti-flash, trying to set up the dual Berettas and Zesta. Cabal might even take first contact here.
Oh, this could be devastating for Greyhound. A jump around the corner with the bomb committed. Vexite gets his kill and makes it 3. Vexes them at the first hurdle. Accuracy forced off. You found Dobu. And despite the perfect setup to counter Greyhound's play, you cannot stop Vexite when he is on a tear like this. And he's not slowing down. He wants more, jumps around, and it's Alistair to secure Greyhound with 8.
Really nice work there. And what's good as well is they don't overthink things. You've already got Dexter there in mid and cut off the rotations. There was a moment, a brief pause where they could have maybe slowed things down and reset off the back of the Vexite triple. But no, instead, they commit completely into the bomb site. It's completely the right thing to do. They don't second guess it, Greyhound.
Insane stuff from Vexite, who has been a highlight for Greyhound across these maps. And ATOX have forced. But Greyhound do the same and it didn't work out. Ooh. But Mick, well, he's not falling to any USPs or anything like that. No, he takes the first kill.
Nice shot from Mick. Gives ATOX a little bit of breathing room. He gives something for Greyhound to think about. Smoke. They now respect the fact that there's weapons invested into this round for ATOX. And it feels like a similar fate of the pistol. And a similar style of round that ATOX were pulling out against Greyhound. The grouping outside A, the late lurk in towards middle. Greyhound want to make sure they've got as much control as possible before they execute to the bomb site.
Flashbang forward, but nothing behind it. Gonna deter Inns and Vexite on their crawl. Now the smoke through towards Heaven. That's gonna isolate these fights. Good counter smoke. Inns looking to go through it. Accuracy walking up through, but spotted on out. And now Cabal is known and Vexite with the AK. Very favored in these fights, and he's having no issues with them. Liaz's late lurk in towards mid, net success. The 9 for Greyhound, most definitely. Great shot from Mick, continuing to find impact, but 3 alive for Greyhound. And that was the force.
And that's Rico. And now they're getting loud. And the interesting part about this is the scores on the doors for ATOX. You take a look at the kills, and Yet again, it feels like the way that they faltered on Inferno, they were relying a lot on the youngsters, the inexperienced players that have been brought in to this roster. Yet on Ancient, it was all Dobu, it was all Cabal really at the helm and orchestrating things. This time, it's not happening that way. And they're being rolled over right now. Something's got to give. Something needs to change in the next couple of rounds. The next gun round is the most important for ATOX. Otherwise, might be on the door of elimination.
Accuracy is saving for the AWP into the next round, so that's going to be his intention. Having a fantastic map on Anubis. Stack over towards A. In's in charge of locking this one down. Dexter with the Mac 10 can go on the scouting mission. Potentially brings it into this round, knowing that should just be the USPs. In's going to info on one. And the Galil, thankfully, plenty of bullets in the chamber. Finds 3 before he's dealt with. Now backside, the target practice as Greyhound find double digits.
Yeah, good call in there by Dexter again. It's just such a simple round. You know the economy isn't going to be there. So you send yourself out to gather this information. You use the SMG to claim space. And it was what was working on that T side. Just a lot of the basics, but doing them to the highest degree. And it's something that ATOX was really struggling with in that first map. But now here come the guns. Here comes that AWP. Accuracy. He saved for it. But now he needs to deliver.
And it's Zester alongside him that I want to see some big moments from. He was the big deliverer when they demolished TYLOO, when they sent TYLOO home.
It was that CT side that was so prolific, as we kind of spoke about. Unfortunately for Greyhound, this pause is a little bit untimely as well because they've got the momentum. They're in touching distance of continuing their run. Remember, this isn't the qualification game yet. Despite all the adversity faced by both of these teams in the series, it's Lynn Vision that waits in the wings.
Tough opponent to have to take down. After they already proved their worth in the upper bracket run, just falling to MongolZ this morning. One spot remaining between these 3 teams.
Hoping for the chance to represent your organization at the first ever Counter-Strike 2 Major in Copenhagen. If it is Greyhound that goes on to win this series, then you've got Mongolian representation. Then it'd be the battle between China and Australia for that second spot.
But imagine the storyline of 2 Mongolian squads making it through. What a statement that is for the region. So much strong talent we've seen come out of it time and time again. Not just one wonder squad. No, we've seen multiple players rise and fall among the various organizations that have represented Mongolia on the world stage. ATOX looking to be amongst them.
Also just kind of reinforces kind of how good the Mongols look whenever they make a roster change. There's such a depth of talent in that region. And ATOX is surely showing us. But for Greyhound right now, there's one talent, shining bright among the rest, Vexite. Performing exceptionally well, 17 and 8 right now. The player that has had to learn a lot on the biggest stages and is finally coming into his element and developing and maturing under Dexter's leadership.
Get underway. Greyhound 3 rounds away from eliminating ATOX. This gun round for the CTs is everything in Dobu. Dinked down early by the Galil and forced off the line.
It's a very similar round again. Like, it's just pure default from Greyhound. They've got the space out towards A main early. Inz is just hoping for a push. Dexter's applying the pressure in towards middle. And meanwhile, There's players that reside outside of B main, hoping and praying that ATOX go for one of these pushes, try and take that space, because that's where they were having the success on Ancient. When they were dictating the flow of some of these gunfights. But sitting back, sitting passive, you're playing right into Greyhound's trap.
A double up in towards middle now. Dexter continues to apply pressure. Greyhound have a whole pack assembled outside of A. Dexter even going for a spam in towards dark. That's a fun one.
It did work as well, because it brought accuracy forward. Away from A temporarily. Nades being lined up. Bomb is making its way from Rugs. This will be the A hit.
As the HE rings out, accuracy steps forward. Cabal about to be smoked off on the line for the spam, but they dodge it. And in runs through accuracy, back turn, not ready for that spacing. Cabal needs something, needs anything, but Alistair won't allow it. And with Dobri's HP, they need a save. They need more chances, but they're slowly running out.
And the walls are closing in as well. Keep your eye on Liaz, because he's here, Zesta. Will at least alleviate some of the pressure, release the grip around ATOX's neck just a tad. So important they hold on to these weapons. So important they give themselves more lifelines. But it's Greyhound with another devastating blow to A, and you look at the variation, you look at how ATOX is set up is exactly the same way as before, and Greyhound just run through the smoke. They know what to expect, they completely catch these players unawares. Playing anti, not ready for pure contact, fights, still going back and forth, committing a large number of bodies in a Greyhound, but they'll only find one, because Mick will hit the headshot on Vexite.
One might be enough though. Only 2 survive. The AWP was kept over at the very least. After all the emphasis put on bringing it out, kind of shocked this is the first time out for ATOX.
Yeah, that's true. They really should have come in a lot earlier. I understand maybe saving one in case it runs deep, but the fact you've not used a single breather. Coach is getting very animated.
Lynn trying to rally the troops. Things are starting to fall out of their grip. He's holding on. Zesta doesn't. Greyhound had so much money. You dub whatever you want over that.
It's really interesting as well, just kind of watching who is taking the first point of contact for ATOX in a lot of these defensive scenarios. Because normally it was Cabal or it was Dobu just taking a lot of the initial contact. But because they're having a little bit more of a tougher time here, they aren't really willing to get involved as much. It's always been accuracy that's been in the front line. And as a result, kind of a substitution of who's taking the contact first, who's feeling the most confident, can be a little bit of a detriment, especially if you're not ready for it.
It's doing so much work over towards A main. He's always keeping interest here. Putting the pressure on and establishing control early. Vexite trying to do the same in dark and successfully does force Mick off.
And also by forcing Mick off, you've also brought the A rotation that was over middle. So Dobu's left, he's come over to reinforce B. Dexter, there's an opportunity. The A player needed to get that kill, or at least the contact. Survival is perfect, but not happening in dark. It's Vexite! A triple threat, and that's potentially the knockout punch for ATOX.
Inns finds his, and that's going to be series points secured. Vexite. What else can you say? Australia's newest talent. An insane triple kill. Completely dismantles ATOX.
And you start to wonder, that double overtime, the fight back for ATOX. Would they have enough gas left in the tank for Anubis? Certainly doesn't look like that way at the moment. And Cabal just helplessly trying to hold on to his weapon. There's already a player in close proximity. Inns is over at Rugs. Cabal's going to be caught completely lacking anything no weapons, nothing. 3,500 on all of these players. Greyhound, this is the best chance to close.
The ATOX, you start to think that all of the energy that went into Ancient just to keep this dream alive, and now starts to falter. A strong start, but a slow finish. 7 opportunities for Greyhound to close and lock themselves in a spot versus Lynn Vision for the Major.
And we're going back to what works. Yet again, flashes in towards A main, taking the control. This time Dexter accelerating up middle. They forces Kabul away into a tricky fight. At least Dobu is here in mid.
Seems aware of Dexter. But yeah, spots out the aggressive Mick who's gotten so deep up. And yeah, there's Dobu finding Dexter. So what he was looking for, an opening pick.
This is rough for Liaz now, because where Dobu got the kill in towards middle, he hasn't got the support of Dexter. It also means that another player has to come over to try and help. Dobu finally failed. Kabul just round the pillar, gets traded out by Alistair, and Vexite still doing the damage in mid. It's a player advantage to Greyhound, and take a look at Alistair. He's got all of the control at A.
The Vexite, look at him go, he's found another. And Zesta, who looks so strong when ATOX on that lower bracket run starts it against TYLOO, one of the favorites to go through deep. And now he's all that remains of ATOX. Vexite and Liaz going to scramble over to B off that contact bomb to be planted and a retake required. No kit. His position known. He has to take his time. Doesn't know where Vexite and Liaz have gone to. They're both doubled up in towards main. Without a smoke, just a Molotov, it's not going to be enough to disrupt them to allow this defuse. He needs to find both fights, and time is running out. The Molotov goes in towards Dark. To tap the bomb, but now the fight can come through. First comes in, but a Vexite to close. 4 in the round, and Greyhound survive the test of ATOX.
Yeah, Vexite felt inevitable towards the closing stages of that game. Coming in and honestly bailing Greyhound out. It was a fantastic response from ATOX on Ancient, but unfortunately their journey ends here. But they've got to be so proud with what they achieved, because ultimately they were never considered even in the conversation. It was a blowout in that best of 1 against Greyhound on Ancient, a map they just took them to in double overtime. They blew TYLOO out of the water, and they've made memories here at the RMR.
Absolutely, and you know, considering how map 1 went, that bounce back on Ancient is one of the best games we've seen here at the Asian RMR, and it was a fantastic opportunity for this team to show what they've got on the world stage. We've seen some of these new talent come through, accuracy really stepping up across that entire series, and it's just a little bit sad that this is the end of Cabal's chapter this time around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And for Dobu, again, it's a case of so close, but not enough. But now we need to see what the desk have to think.
Close, but no cigar. There we have it. MacMate is absolutely ecstatic. You know what, they say diamonds are formed under pressure, and I don't know about you guys, but Greyhound is certainly sparkling.
But look,
performance.
I just need to say that Anubis, it felt like Greyhound's strategy just was so much more refined. I don't know if it's because Anubis visual clarity-wise is easier to see your opponents as opposed to a map like Ancient, but Ancient just felt so messy if you're comparing these two maps back-to-back. And it felt like, look, back-to-back on the Anubis performances, Vexite, you need to shout him out not only once, not only twice, but as many times as we're going to see this played, which can be a maximum of 1 more time. But before I keep on gloating about Greyhound and, you know, we need to see them still finish their job. ATOX are finished here, but a top 4 performance is really solidifying why Mongolia is seen as so strong. We've got these new up-and-comers, you've got the old heads as well there, giving them a lot of experience, and they played really well to get to this point. But unfortunately, this is where their journey ends.
Right, yeah, I mean, I think it was really cool of them to be able to get that upset over TYLOO yesterday. I thought that might propel them into a closer matchup against Greyhound, which it did, to be fair. I mean, it did, yeah, definitely a close game there, multiple overtimes, pushed it to a third map, a huge improvement over the last time they met Greyhound. They got waxed on Ancient for the 13, but as you said, Greyhound just really coming together here on Anubis, you know, dominant CT side on the map that's very hard to do, and then ultimately, you know, clean sweep on the T side.
So moving forward for the side of ATOX, unfortunately that puts an end to their journey here at the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs. But key takeaways for them, are there any props you want to give to individual players and areas of focus for them moving forward?
Oh yeah, of course, Cabal needs to be said. He is definitely doing a lot of work there for ATOX, but in terms of the up-and-comers, Zesta showed what he was capable of today. Very, a big nuisance, a very strong point of firepower for ATOX, and then Mick as well. The amount of times I saw Mick, especially in Jaguar, or Cheetah, or whatever you want to call it, Cave, on Ancient, he was there, able to just be a nuisance, be able to get those late trades every single time and just lock down a whole bunch of map control, which inevitably allowed ATOX to get back into that game, take it to OT, and get at least one map here in the series. But look, we need to talk about the Hounds. That was a long series, even though it was 2 short maps. The double OT on Ancient was a long time, and now we got an hour point to point between that game and the next game. And they have to play a lot of Counter-Strike today. Lynn Vision, they've had their feet up watching that whole series this whole time from the sidelines.
I feel like Ancient in itself was very much emotional turmoil and very much a roller coaster for them. But fortunately, they were able to bring it on back in Anubis. Now, one round in particular that I really want you to dissect for me, Dust, is round 17 and Vexite's contribution to that.
Yeah, I just want to show you this exquisite strategy that Greyhound put together, which was essentially just, I mean, look at the calculations here of Vexite. I'm just kidding. It's Vexite literally just mowing people down, right? I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes this game is just about banging heads, and Vexite was doing quite a lot of that. As we were talking about kind of before the game, how important that entry duo of Ins and Vexite would be, and certainly Vexite, you know, popped off.
I think popped off is certainly an understatement. Now, one interesting fact is that throughout the duration of their journey, throughout the Asia RMRs, every single player, apart from Dexter, has had a top fragging matchup. Liaz, every single one of them. And this is the point that we kept coming back to with Greyhound, the individual performances and the opportunity for them to pop off individually. Next matchup, though, is going to be Lynn Vision and Greyhound. Are you shaking in your boots even the slightest bit?
I don't know. I kind of just want to see some Mirage. That's all my brain's thinking about right now, is we haven't really seen Mirage.
Yeah, we have.
Greyhound have been playing a lot of it leading up to this tournament, and I don't have it in front of me right now. I'm assuming Lynn Vision played. It might be their permaban, who bloody knows. But it's going to be an interesting one. Greyhound have played on a lot of maps in the pool. I think Nuke might be the only thing that they haven't played here at the tournament so far, which could be floated. We know Lynn Vision like a little bit of Nuke in there. So that Veto is going to be what I'm focusing on over the next hour or so before we come back and chat about that.
How do you think Lynn Vision are going to be feeling after, you know, Greyhound's performance in this one?
Well, unfortunately, you're not going to see Mirage because it's Lynn Vision's permanent ban. It's all good. But no, I think this will be a good test for Greyhound, right? I mean, again, a lot of Greyhound, since Dexter joined the team back, has really been focused on the Australian scene, right? You know, and just kind of dominating that region and coming in. Now they've gotten to play ATOX a couple of times, kind of one of those mid-tier teams from Asia, but now they get to face the best of China in Lynn Vision. So I think this will be a great opportunity to see just how much Greyhound can kind of take that same dominance and try to apply it to one of the stronger teams in the APAC region.
I think it's more about how Lynn Vision is going to bounce back after that game with the Mongols earlier, right?
True.
Because that one's got to hurt. You had the major right there at your fingertips, and then you just got rolled over. So confidence is going to be at an all-time low, but can they bounce back? That's the big question.
Now, you mentioned the fact that we're definitely not going to be seeing a Mirage. What's the likelihood of us seeing a Vertigo coming in?
Crunch those numbers.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good. I mean, Greyhound would love to play it. I just don't. And they might be able to pick it if Lynn Vision, you know, bans Mirage. That could be a sneaky pick that Greyhound could go for, actually. So, you know, it could happen.
Well, you know what? You can go ahead and grab a display of every and any map.
Bosh.
Goes. Flip it that way. Here you go, Mac. I'll let you do the beautiful modeling. There we go. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, you can go ahead and grab your very own display. I think the other day we had Overpass, we had Inferno being shown as well, and Mac very beautifully displaying the Vertigo as well. Use code PGL at the checkout, and if you order 3 of them, you can grab... What are you trying to model right now? Is it the display? Flip it around at least.
Guns are illegal in Romania.
How heavy it is, but I'm very strong and I can hold it.
You are incredibly strong, you know?
Dust is going to drop it.
I'm waiting for the fail to come. Oh, nicely done.
like you, Jack.
We're very, very proud of you. Code PGL at the checkout and make sure you visit display.com/PGL and grab every and any map that you want and so much more on the side of Display. We have mentioned that there is only one more spot remaining and the next matchup is going to be versus Lynn Vision and Greyhound. Will the Hounds be able to do it once again? We're going to take a slightly longer break this time around before we find out.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Brain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm rolling into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
We are back, baby, with the final best of 3 matchups here at the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs. I'm joined this time around by Blah. How's things going, man?
It was going great until I saw the second map from Greyhound there. A bit of throw coming in there, Mac. How do you feel about it?
There was something going on. I don't know what was in the water, but there was something. It was contaminated, and it looked a little worrying.
It was a bit worrying, but then the clear waters of the Nile over in Anubis, clearing things out, looking good, and here we are. I'm excited. Second team.
Yeah.
We've had an Aussie team make it to the top 2 of an Asian minor and RMR every single time since I believe it was ESL 1 Cologne 2015 qualifiers. So. That goes back quite a while.
Now, I really want to start by setting the scene for the folks that might only just be joining us. I know there's definitely stylistically very big differences between the playstyle of Asian CS and, European playstyles for CS as well. Why is it that so many people might be flaming the different playstyles once they're watching the Asia RMRs?
Well, it's when it gets messy that it gets messy, right? And it doesn't look good. I think Get Right put out a tweet earlier with a little bit of spice there, which is understandable because Asian CS can get messy. And Greyhound, when they play best, it's when it's not messy. It's with the structure, it's with the leadership of Dexter, who's new-ish now to the lineup, returning from Europe. And they have looked so good, but as soon as a team starts to, break it down, make them, bend the knee to the messy play style, that's when things started to go wrong there. And that's what I was feeling like happened on Ancient. And I really don't want to see Ancient coming through for the Veto here. I don't want Greyhounds to float it. And I feel like the only way that it gets through is if Lynn Vision pick it. And if I'm wrong, then I don't know, maybe Greyhound are hoping that it's cleaner this time around.
I think that's a good starting point to just touch upon the Vetos before it even happens, right? Like, I'm looking at the map that's going to potentially take place here. Now, the obvious punish pick which could come in for Greyhound, I just want to have this discussion, is the fact that they could potentially obviously go for the Vertigo punish pick coming in, right? The last time Lynn Vision played it was on CSGO against Sense in EPL. That was a long time ago. They haven't played in like 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the obvious pick coming in, but there's not much data. There's no data you have whatsoever about Lynn Vision's, what they might be doing on that map, right? So do you really go for it? But if you're Greyhound, you're the favorites, you look really good on it yesterday, that should be the pick coming in. The question here is a Lynn Vision pick. They've always gone for Anubis. That's always been a safe bet. There's the one map that will always, go for a best of 3 against any team, any good team to face off against. Do they go for that though? Because Greyhound love it. They look really good earlier here in the final map against ATOX as well. So a bit of a question on this map, Veto.
And what about in terms of the playstyle, the way that Lynn Vision in general tend to approach CS? What are we expecting to see from them, especially having just witnessed the Greyhound performance that we did?
Yeah, they're a little bit more crazy, and mechanically, they're all very, very sharp. But the difference that I've been looking at as well is because Greyhound have had to make this slightly longer lower bracket run since yesterday. They played every day. They may be feeling a bit more warmed up. We saw Lynn Vision not looking too warm this morning, or earlier today, whatever time that was, 4 a.m. again, for us here. And then I think it was like midday or 11 a.m. or whatever down in China where they're playing at the moment. But if they can manage to keep their stuff together, bring their A game, play like the Lynn Vision we know that they can play as, just all be sharp, then the Hounds might be in trouble because they're going to have their endurance tested after the series we just watched.
Well, off the back of that, gentlemen, it is finally time for our Veto to come through. Any surprises going to be thrown your way?
No, these are the usual bans, right? Greyhound, they don't play Overpass. Mirage is the ban from... There we go.
There it is.
It is going to be the punish pick. Greyhound right now, I think 100% win rate on this map in the past 3 months, maybe even like the past...
They went for Anubis.
Yeah, this was the issue I have with Lynn Vision. They're not going to be taking too many risks here, right? It's an elimination game. Winner goes through, loser. You're not going to make it to the major, and they're not wanting to try anything crazy. They're having faith in Anubis. And I will say this though. I will say this about Lynn Vision's Anubis, despite the fact that sometimes they might have faltered to the likes of MongolZ, who, by the way, are playing the best Counter-Strike, I think, outside of Europe right now, in all honesty. Their Anubis has made some Tier 1 teams sweat. I'm talking about some of the best teams out there really, really sweat as well. So I get why they've gone for this. But if you're a Greyhound, you're looking at all these 3 maps and you're like, yep, this one's great.
I think
Ancient's
that's
not
good.
there as well because they banned it out. They're feeling very happy.
Yeah, Vertigo, it'll be an interesting affair. As you mentioned, I think it is going to be that punish pick. For Anubis, we know that Lynn Vision have a very solid Anubis, but they'll have to play, T side first? Greyhound going for the CT side, which has been very strong for them here at this tournament so far. And then Nuke is going to be a bit of an oddity, right? It feels like we haven't seen Greyhound play a lot of high-level Nuke in the last 3 months. It's just been with some domestic teams. And Lynn Vision as well, they haven't played a large amount of Nuke in the last month or so either. So it's going to be an interesting one if we end up going to 3. But we really need to just pay attention to the first map, see how it goes on Vertigo, because if Lynn Vision don't bring their A game, if they don't play up to their standard, then Greyhound could be just running away with it early. I'm looking at the top players of the tournament so far, and I think Starry's in there, just coming in, sliding in at 10th, but you've got Inns, you've got Vexite having top tier performances, and then the rest of the Hounds aren't too far away either, because they've been, I feel like they've been punching down here in the low bracket.
So win conditions for Lynn Vision heading into this one. What do they need to do in order to have the Greyhounds number, apart from being sharpshooters like you mentioned?
They need to win Anubis. They absolutely need to win Anubis. I agree with you. I think for Greyhound, they haven't had as many reps on Nuke recently, especially in the amongst the domestic teams. And then for the side of Lynn Vision, they did lose some MongolZ just earlier today, but they also lost to NKT 16-3 in a very convincing fashion very recently as well. So it is a map where I don't think neither of these two teams are going to be super comfortable on. There might be that slim chance of them potentially pulling out this upset, but it comes down to Anubis having to be in their pocket.
I'm just worried. I'm losing faith. I'm losing faith in the Hounds. I'm getting sweaty. It's going to be terrible in the green room.
Don't worry about it, Mac. I believe you're shielding your eyes.
I can't. It's too sexy.
You know what? We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our fantastic casters while we go ahead and take care of Mac. You good, bro?
They're all a bit flustered over here after that display, but for both Lynn Vision and Greyhound, they've already played a grueling best of 3 today. Different results for each team, though. Although I feel like Greyhound going into this series, yes, you won that, but it wasn't the most convincing fashion. So, you know, I'm going to feel that there's a little bit shakiness there.
Yeah, and it's really reflected in the veto, right? Immediately banning out Ancient, you got the decider of Nuke, and you can tell that, look, Greyhound, they understand their weaknesses, their vulnerabilities at this event. Ancient has not been there, so they just remove it immediately. It's up to Lynn Vision to really punish that. You see the counter pick for Greyhound going in to Vertigo, and that's where we begin. The final game here at the Asia RMR. Dreams could be destroyed or ambitions can be realized here for either Greyhound or Lynn Vision as we kick things off on the 51 floors.
Vexite going to be loud as he crosses, but that's just a misdirection to make it seem like there's not a whole pack of Hounds behind him. CG with the dual Berettas in towards Gap. Support with the HE and Greyhound just crawling their way up.
Patience. As soon as they hear anything, Starry is ready and waiting with this HE. As soon as the utility gets dropped, that's where the contact's going to take place. G needs the support of Starry.
Westbound starts to come over as well. HE, that's mostly avoided, as is the dual Beretta, but Starry's USP does take down 2, and Vexite continues to be a god with the pistols. 2 kills come on through. And Bond can make his way in that HE. Almost takes Zaka out all by itself. There is a flank. And Amelia on this flank has to do everything spotted. On the jiggle from Alistair, jumping over the sandbags, and he has to accelerate, gets 1. And it's Vexite continuing. Zaka destroyed by that HE. Hopes for the swing, and they both come around for him. Dexter closes, and Greyhound take the pistol.
Yeah, really smart round there from Greyhound. And again, it all hinges on Vexite. Was the player that is just so instrumental in getting Greyhound even over the line in the first place against ATOX. The flashbangs, you feel like Starry has done enough with those 2 kills, but it's the second headshot onto Westmelon. It's Vexite taking everything into his own hands, and we get a sample and a taste of that matchup. We're going to be looking at Vexite, we're going to be looking at Starry. Those are the X factors for these teams.
Lynn Vision opting just for the USPs. Flashbang to set up a peek if there's contact. This Soul Molotov might even bait that out. Greyhound are setting up as a group to go towards B, so they're going to avoid this little stack that's in play. Brought 2 Mac 10s, so expect to see INS maybe go on a bit of a mission once they find BMD.
It was this B side of the map in which Greyhound were really exploiting JiJieHao. It was a number of executes. It felt like A was left in neglect. It felt like the bomb site letters were swapped the other way around. Typically, the meta on Vertigo is to take this ramp control, establish it, and once they had it, but it was all B for Greyhound.
Yeah, I think a big part of that was also the success that Vexite was finding on the lurks back on A. So there was this pulling and prodding that was allowing B to be exploited because Vexite was always this ever-present threat. So expect to see that as we continue. And INS is on the prowl.
It's interesting as well because I wonder, the way that Vexite is playing, how much of that affects Dexter's calling in real time? How many of these shifts will we see over towards A to get Vexite in the fight early rather than leaving him as a lurk? Does Dexter want to use him as the opener or the closer?
Mac 10 finds one, Westmelon able to get a kill back. And another for the SMG, so they can pick up rifles onto those 2 players. And Lynn Vision will get a chance to fight back with their M4s. Greyhound the favourites into this series, as you can imagine. Lynn Vision with their second opportunity to make it through to the major after they fell this morning to the Mongols.
No warp yet for either team, and for Greyhound, this is their first true test against these rifles. Zaka looking for information. Smoke dropped down deep in towards Gap, allows Starry a little bit of wiggle room. But Greyhound, they're going to counter with utility of their own. They want to scale.
Yeah, and look at that. Vexite flash on through fast as you like it, up through that smoke. Space on the right-hand side, and INS finds his off the boost. The damage being applied on both sides, although he does fall for his efforts.
This is what I was saying, though. The immediate adjustment. Dexter goes, okay, let's go into an A play. You can get ahead of this utility Vexite. You're feeling it. Let's make the most of it. The fact that there's also been that kill over towards B, it at least keeps Amelia interested in that side of the map. But with 3 players left, Lynn Vision, they're going to take a gamble, and they've picked right.
Yeah, good call. Starry has utility as well, that he can throw on out for some denial. Greyhound have plenty of time to bait it out. And in fact, the Molotov from Starry is perfect. Couldn't even throw any of that utility. He's caught between flames on either side and burns to a crisp. Lynn Vision barely even get a chance to start this round.
That was really well done by Greyhounds. The layering of that utility. We talk about the mollies, obviously just creating just a tunnel of death in all theory for Starry, but ultimately it was the flashbangs, because where you're blind, you can't hear anything. You don't know that you're burning, and it's too late before he realizes. And for Lynn Vision, they've got to shift the focus. They've also got to turn around because they're being hunted.
What's he watching? Okay, Amelia's on. Yeah. Massive gap left open. Surprised they weren't expecting an angle there. Amelia can just watch forward. It felt like it needed to be watched. And yeah, you don't get to save anything.
You're not saving!
You're not saving.
You're definitely not. And that sucks. Lynn Vision shut out the round and shut out of the future, at least the immediate. Look at this again from Vexite, all just set up from a flashbang. At the same time as you've got utility leading for a pick over at A, you've got the contact just being enforced with a boost on B.
I feel like putting Alistair closer to the player mics is maybe a dangerous choice.
Potentially.
A very vocal player.
As a result of not saving, look at what Lynn Vision are working with. A collection of pistols. Gone down to the bargain bin and come up with very nil and limited opportunities. And look at Dexter. He's chilling. He's got so much space.
Walks on through. And let's secure the rotation. INS is locking down this B push. He shouldn't be struggling against these upgraded pistols. Extra in the back lines. Thought maybe he'd go for a knife. We've seen 2 knife kills, maybe even 3.
I think they've got definitely a knife kill in every single series in the lower bracket.
Which is
audacious, but
Impressive.
it kind of makes them out to be the villains to a certain extent. All crowd favorites, whatever way you look at it. Decent damage on the way out. In fact, it is a 2-on-2. They can't go for the round, Lynn Vision, but they've done substantial damage. Dexter just trying to farm up even more cash, and more importantly, just deny a save of an AK or a Galil for Starry.
Yeah, if he finds this kill, he can pick up the AK as well, so...
Okay, to your left.
Great stuff. Dexter locking them through, lose a couple. It's not too bad, their economy is building up. And the vibes are good. Smiles on the faces, Dexter and Vexite. Both gritting.
It's so important as well. I mean, coming into that Ancient game, although ATOX played well, you really feel like Greyhound, by the way they switched up their play, by playing too passive, by being afraid to kind of take some of these fights, you let the game escape you. And they've got more than enough experience to recognize that. Commonplace features here at the Major. But G, this time puts his name up in lights. First time on the sniper for both Alistair and G. And it's a Lynn Vision AWPer to strike first blood.
Yeah, gets a nice spawn to go for the B peak, and Dexter tries to jump through with that Mac 10, looking to get aggressive early. A necessary shot, because Eddie could have potentially run him down. Not going to deter Vexite and co, as in fact the whole gang is going to group up for B. No space on A. And a full util barrage comes through. Amelia's calling on over. Rotations will scramble, and he tries to get ahead of it, but Vexite again unravels them. And he's not slowing down. Bomb to be planted, a 3-on-3.
There's enough utility here to potentially deny the bomb, but it's not the incendiary that goes in, it's the nade.
Oh my
Shoulder
God.
spotted as well as Vexite crosses back. And now you've got a decision to make. If you're Lynn Vision, do you go for this? Oh, potentially not anymore. Inns rips the head clean off Saka. And suddenly it's all Starry, but he just gets met with a 50 cal bullet.
How many wheat picks did Vexite have this morning? Vex has been feeding up his new adopted son. 10 for 1 and an unbelievable round. Always set up for the perfect trade. I think that's one of the key things about watching Vexite in these series is he's never the first in. It's often Liaz that has to take that burden, but Vexite's trades are so fast and so sharp. Lynn Vision just can't respond in time.
I think it's interesting as well, just taking a look at the stylistic choices of Lynn Vision, just at this RMR, but also in the events leading up to it. It felt like they were trying to change a little bit of their identity, try and go for some new styles of Counter-Strike, whether that was a conversation piece about the level of the opponents that they were facing, but we covered them at Melbourne for the closed qualies, and they were incredibly aggressive. They didn't make it in that road to Melbourne, but what they were doing is being all up in your face. Here at the RMR, they've played passive. They completely swapped on kind of the fundamentals they were showing in that bracket themselves. So if they've got a kind of clash of identity, if they're not really too sure where they want to go, especially playing on maps that are unfamiliar to them, it's no wonder that Greyhound are off to a blistering start.
Yeah, I think that point is something to keep in mind with this series. This is a massive punish pick, highlighted by the desk. Lynn Vision, and played since CSGO. It's not a map that they have comfort on, whereas Greyhound have already shown their prowess. Puts a lot of weight onto Anubis. They'd love to at least get going here. Feel like they've had a chance to warm up into the server, especially because the game earlier definitely didn't really give them that.
And again, for Greyhound, even in this round, look, they've got complete control of the economy. They understand that pushes are going to happen, and they're ready to punish. Alistair's not alone. He's got the support of the Rifleman. They're still anticipating that people might still be proactive on the side of Lynn Vision, but that isn't happening. Until this smoke fades, potentially the 5-7 and the Deagle have a little mosey down in towards Gap, but it's Greyhound that reset B.
It's very B heavy. You highlighted this before. This was something we saw against JiJieHao. And I wonder what the response is from Lynn Vision. We saw the AWP take the peak earlier, which was great, but then even with two players reinforcing, they still crumbled to it. So I'm not sure whether a more aggressive approach needs to be taken, maybe fight a bit more over the stairs, not allow Greyhound to feel comfortable setting up for these executes. Definitely need to be some answers that come on through.
It's interesting. It's also a kind of a throwback to how Lynn Vision are going to deal with mid-rounds and whether they're going to assert themselves to gather this intel, because if they then save their utility for this B execute and you don't put pressure anywhere else on the map, that's where it starts to get tricky. I feel like Lynn Vision will have a lot more success if they take control of mid early, they keep one player rotated and therefore in close proximity to try and help out B. So otherwise Greyhound are just going to keep punishing. I like this from G. You're just trying to either get a kill or maybe tap the bomb, draw it in. You never win in the round, but ultimately, if you can restrict weaponry, that would be great. However, not happening on INZ's watch.
A nice attempt. And some of the armor gets saved over. So they'll be able to continue to build up their economy. We'll see that AWP comes back out for G. Indeed it will. Got maybe the worst spawn you can get for an AWP.
Yeah, that is rough.
Can't really go for either peak.
Hasn't even got flashbangs to kind of set up the players that have got the forward spawn gap. It's Alistair instead who strikes with his sniper. Westmelon looking to step in, try and step in the shadow of Amelia, but it's not quite happening. Starry's incredibly low, and I tell you what, Greyhound have been prone to kind of nade this corner, so Starry's got to be careful. Further utility. Westmelon's just stuck in between the girders. He can't reposition.
Just getting weathered down, aren't they? Well, it's a nice kill from Westmelon onto INZ. Alistair fires off his shot, letting him know he's still around. Westmelon's not deterred, but has caused rotations.
This is interesting. This all hinges on the timing of the A players, because if you notice, look, Liaz is trying to bide his time, wait for mid. As soon as this contact is felt, never mind. He resets. They want to regroup, and Westmelon's push B.
Yeah, this is the sort of aggression that Greyhound are somewhat aware of it, but the timing looks like it's going to be really good. Now, I don't know if Zach is going to be ready for this. He threw this deep smoke towards Gap. Should have some sort of trigger that they have pushed through, and Westmelon. That's one. Bomb revealed. Dexter gets his kill onto Zaka. They might just scale forward, deal with that flank later. Establish the control. Starry's forced off, and yeah, Dexter wants a forward position. Don't get pincered, they recovered the bomb.
Look at the flank as well. He's actually coming back through middle. Dexter caught unawares. Starry can't convert the shot, but it's G through the smoke. Not once, but twice. And now it's up to Liaz.
Yes, finds both heads. Just spamming on through. And Liaz has two very low HP targets, and it's doable. First kill is given to him. And Starry is so low. Taps the bomb, not sticking it. Liaz faked out the runaway, and oh, Starry's found a bit of space that he can defuse. But Liaz tries to walk through and he can't find it. A tiny bit of protection by the wall, and it's enough to get Lynn Vision around.
Yeah, that's nice as well, because you can hear the audio. Liaz is trying to fake out that he's dropped off towards the ramp. So Starry just takes that moment just to breathe and find the perfect chance. Nice blow on that smoke as well. I think it was Greyhound that actually opened the smoke by elevator, and that just allowed G the opportunity. They lined up for him. So a slight miscalculation for Greyhound when it comes to the afterplant. Something that they've actually been incredibly strong for consistently. Their afterplants and their retakes.
Decent attempt at the 1v3, but yeah, the plant position had to be there just because they were worried about the flank, even though the flank got rerouted. Westmelon. Surely a considered entity. Linz is going to clear the other side first, and Westmelon, the trigger discipline. He's found both, and meanwhile, over on A, it's a collapse. Alistair is alone. He's about to walk into G's AWP. Oh, actually manages to just get past the line. No information for him, whereas the CTs now know exactly what's going on. Tries to use it as a one-way, doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, go around there. Especially just holding the trigger, just making sure you can guarantee 2 kills, especially when the first person just walks past. INZ doesn't clear the angle. And I like that. Some risk-taking from Lynn Vision, some proactive play. They're more than happy to try and take these fights. Was mentioned on the desk, it's when the game gets scrappy. It's where Lynn Vision can kind of really operate in creating chaos, engaging in these gunfights a little bit earlier than Greyhound would want. Yet again, look, as a blow on the smoke, it's G finding the answer with the sniper. It's good work from Lynn Vision.
Yeah, there's that control into B stairs, as mentioned. Just a bit of a change up over to that side of the map where they were getting punished by the control that Greyhound were getting early and the amount of damage they were able to inflict. First pause for Greyhound comes through. That 6-round run has set them up pretty comfortably. Keep this fight going.
Mid looks to be the new orientation for Greyhound at the start of this. Met with resistance, Vexite, waiting for the flashbang, goes through, but straight into the crosshair of Starry.
Yeah, that was a fairly bold decision. A lot of utility was littering the ramp. It's going to get a boost up. Should be aware of Westmelon, but maybe it's a little bit of a ruse. They want them to come around the angle and meet G. Oh, will force him off, and yeah, G finds his kill. Big gap on the left-hand side of that mid-smoke. He's trying to find something back, and oh, doesn't quite get what he was looking for. Amelia denies their entrance into B.
Yeah, look how active Lynn Vision are on this map. Look, they take the ramp control, they get the kill off Starry, and then everyone falls off. Everyone falls back and now looks for a new avenue to attack. They go back in towards middle, they reset, they get the AWP posted on the angle. At the same time, you've got Amelia making a play as soon as contact is taken, pushing the stairs, denying the split at the first opportunity. It's disruption to Greyhound's default, and they're really faltering. So's the economy. Tech 9s, a couple of deagles. Sure, there's utility here and there. There's not a pretty picture.
Starry's getting aggressive now. They're feeling emboldened. Vexite, not a stranger to copping a HE to the face. Brought down a little bit low, but it's not going to deter him on the swing.
Oh, the molly's missed gap. But it doesn't matter. Starry's still getting the kills. Saka under pressure. They've heard him surely from the nade. Gets caught out by Vexite.
Now the Tech 9 charges in for Dexter. A lot of damage down. The AWP comes over top, and Vexite, who was brought down to half HP by those HEs, it does not slow him down. Nothing does. Now post plant required. Westmelon funneling weaponry back to deny the save of it. You can take that AWP over to pass the G. Greyhound with barely pistols. This is a half buy.
Yeah, this was nothing. This was a lot of utility that was used to set up that soul rifle in Vexite. Was able to get the kill on towards Starry despite the molly missing.
Half their players didn't even have armor.
They just swarm. They allow the rifle just to kind of dictate where the fights want to go. You're kind of using them as human flashbangs in essence.
Now, you know, Vexite's feeling it. Why not set him up for success? Slow down Lynn Visions. Come back into this half. Breaking the streak of 3. And with the success they just found with just an AK and a bit of utility over towards A, I wonder if it incentivizes them to fight further over this side.
I'm not sure. Lynn Vision have been pretty proactive into taking ramp. Maybe he gets the AWP definitely starting over here as a consequence. The answer for Lynn Vision actually is to send people back into this corner. Westmelon has already shown that he loves this angle and he keeps delivering further. That's a kill onto the IGL. Now he has to pull from the grave.
Inns had an opportunity, but Amelia over the top of the smoke. The slightly better angle. And this B play, which they've been prioritizing so early, does fall short. It's going to funnel them back over here. That Molotov comes through and you kind of think Vexite's not going to be ahead of it. Starry was ready.
That's a nice idea. They're getting a little cutesy with it, Greyhound. Especially in the player disadvantage. They're just trying to attract anything to their crosshairs, trying to get themselves back in a much more even fight. However, this time they are incredibly outnumbered. And there's already 3 players here on this bomb site. Utility will drip in to allow Alistair an opportunity to potentially get a kill. Flashbangs over the top for Lynn Vision. With 40 seconds left, Greyhound are pretty pinned in here.
Yeah, the entire CT squad has come on over. Alistair flashed out and slung on by 2. Starry deals with the remaining players.
I really like that as well from Lynn Vision. They wait until everyone is actually here before they drop their utility. They molly sandbags, they throw a flash over the top, they double swing, they're taking no chances. Very secure Counter-Strike earns them the right to have a 4th round on this CT side. And if they recover a 5th, to be honest, that's a very good half, considering how strong Greyhound looked out the gate.
Yeah, it felt like the punish pick was finding a lot of success early on, but Lynn Vision are going back into the strat book, finding the solutions. Greyhound into this final round. 3 rifles, all that they could bring out.
Early B. Nothing for Greyhound. They want to commit up A. They know the Vexite can get the entries, and they want to try and get him going again.
Yeah, he's eager for the fight. It's brought an extra player over here. G with the AWP. Locked on through to Crane. Chili being avoided. Now the T's start to come on through. Great flashbang, but Vexite can't find the kill. And Dexter lines up behind him. G gets his, and it's Liaz trying to fight on forward. He's managed to get a double. Oh, and Starry tried to get in the back lines, but Alistair was aware. And he's running out with the bomb. They've got time to regroup and reset.
Yeah, they're out of there. And now Amelia and Westmelon, they've got to wait for these smokes to fade, so Amelia can join Westmelon, and instantly they hear nothing. Amelia's going to run over, but in theory, you've created isolated kills. You see that Amelia is really hesitant. The tether away from his teammate, it was breaking. They want to fight together. They know these players were low, especially with that Alistair kill on the Tech 9. 30 seconds left. You can reset in towards B here if you're Greyhound, but the afterplant's going to be tricky.
Amelia tries to fake the runaway. That's enough to keep Greyhound cautious on this approach, but yeah, they're going to get this bomb down.
How far do you go now? How far do you push if you're Liaz? How comfortable do you feel? Well, given the way that they're approaching, not very. And that will potentially restrict them just to the stairs and white box.
CT at least not in a position to finish off either of them. And this round might live and die on this flashbang from Alistair. How well can he set up Liaz? He is ready for it. Smoke is still down. The flashbang's over the top. Liaz swings off it and finds that first kill. The Khalil doesn't quite transfer. And now the information on where that flash came from. Alistair's gotten up close, but Westmelon able to get off the bomb and clutch out. Lynn Vision with 5.
Yeah, really well played from Westmelon. Drops another smoke and is just aware that there could be a player trying to potentially just creep up on him. Finally, smiles in the camp for Lynn Vision as well. There's been a difficult half for them, been challenging, faced with multiple different problems, but they've come up with some solutions. But the fact that Greyhound always looks scary, despite the numbers against them, that's worrying for the longevity of this series.
Yeah, that was a 2-on-5 that almost came to fruition. Comes down to a 1-on-1.
And all the praise that I was given in the previous round, the fact that they were going together, that time it didn't happen. It was a wild spray through the smoke from Liaz, but ultimately the push through from one of the players of Lynn Vision over towards Crane, allowing Alistair to escape, grab a gun. It's those little mistakes that can snowball into something far worse.
This T-side has to offer for Lynn Vision. Greyhound got the double dualies in play. An incendiary for the bomb plant in the hands of Liaz. They can afford to lean more heavily to one side of the map.
Look at middle, statement of intent right now for this T side. Smoke presumably going to go mid to B, throw the flashbangs over the top. It's going to be a split.
Yeah, Liaz will get this information soon, and he can fall back to CT most likely. Play together as a unit on the retake. It'll be fast through, and okay, he's going to get that info. And actually, onto Guardian. Forces them through it, and yeah, it's been worth it. Gets his kill. Separates the T's and slows them down. That's critical. It's allowed Dexter to come on over. Meanwhile, a push of 3 goes up towards B. Lynn Vision has slowed down. Now it gets weird. They fall back in towards middle. Amelia is about to get flanked by the entirety of Greyhound. The bomb could go back to A, technically.
It can, and they're being very vocal about it. Alistair caught off guard. There is one player here, Dexter, can just tuck in the corner. Lias can even take the contact.
Yes, a good spot. Yeah, really good spot. Westmoreland comes around the corner. Easy for Dexter. Even finds the follow-up onto G. Starry with the pistol. Has done a lot on Vertigo in the past. Bomb B4 required of him. Bomb not within his grasp, so A has to be the commitment. Greyhound is sitting back. They know they can just swarm him. They give him the fights. That's how he finds his way back into it. But there's no way he can be given the time to plant the bomb. They all swing. Dexter with 3 in the round. But it's Liaz with a double, with that incendiary. The disruption. That's enough.
Yes, vital. It creates so much misdirection and also just question marks in the head for Lynn Vision. You see, when that incendiary was deployed is when the flashbangs were being released by this T side. Saka has to commit in. I feel like he's completely just locked into the idea, and from his success or failure, that dictates the rest of the round for Lynn Vision. But by that point, Greyhound, they've already got complete control of the map. They know exactly where you are. You get punished by Dexter.
It's interesting they decided to bring the 4 MP9s into this.
It's really similar to what we saw against ATOX.
Yeah, can't expect 3 SMGs. 4. Quite a lot. Utility, an important factor on Vertigo. Does M4, takes first contact, sprays on through G. Now he can fall back. Pull some support over.
Just a bit dicey there, like he's just peeking, just
Yeah.
a little bit brazenly. He's the only one with that M4. But here goes Ins, and now the rest of the squad, they can just completely collapse over towards a ramp. They can try and shut this down, earn some money, get Alistair enough dollars for that AWP. Lynn Vision are just stuck. Amelia is very committed in his position. There's no way out. And Westmoreland and Starry, they try their best, but ultimately they can't bail him out. 9-5 for Greyhound. They take the pistol, they get the conversion.
Yeah, looking a lot better on that front today, generally. On this map, they've managed to do that twice over now, which makes it all the more difficult for Lynn Vision to find their footing. It does make their 5 CT rounds pretty impressive considering the slow start. They can't afford the T side to start the same.
No, absolutely not. And yet again, we've got a call on the utility because there's one flashbang. This entire round has one flashbang for Lynn Vision. So they can't set themselves up to really go anywhere. It has to be more of an execute.
No one wanted to get the Galil.
I don't blame them, to be fair.
Oh, they're up against 4 MP9, so pretty favored. Site in charge of the information in mid, and there are 3 players here. As he falls off, that's when they're going to start to come around. Flashbang on over. Rupian gives a sound cue, but they're silent. Given so much space, Westmoreland has just creeped on through. Oh, he's found a perfect timing. Liaz has no idea what hit him, and now backside feeling the pressure, run over. Dexter gets one back in towards mid, but G with the bomb was isolated for a moment. Failed out by his own bullets.
Yeah, he gets rescued, and then from there, the rest of Greyhound just can't deal with it. Galil's against the MP9s, but also it's just an unfortunate timing. Vexite falls off the angle. He's thrown a flashbang. He's not heard anything. He deems the area is clear. But Lynn Vision slipped the net. Very sneaky in their approach. Dexter only finding 1 kill as he rotates in from elevator. If the bomb goes down in that scenario, you see that G is 20 HP. If he gets dropped in mid, that completely turns things around because Greyhound are then just being allowed to have the fights come towards them because they're protecting the bomb.
The exit kills won't amount to too much for Dexter. And that was the round with the 4 MP9s. Now, we'll no doubt see all the rifles come out in force. Not sure it was enough for an AWP, though. Yeah, Westmoreland, who's been phenomenal so far on this map. Clutch out that final round. Entries into this first gun round. really leading his team from the front. And in fact, it's Dexter on the other side who's also top of the scoreboard.
And taking a breather. 30 seconds to think about what went wrong. Of course, that was the MP9s, that was the bonus. You can use the money that you earned against those Glocks to grab a couple of M4s. No AWP available for Alistair. In fact, it's a little bit of a ropey buy for the bottom three of Greyhound. But they are going to go in. Of course they are. First stage loss bonus. You see that Liaz is actually selling a little bit more. All right. They're going to save. As soon as I've said it, I've been bamboozled by the sell feature in CS2. Dexter is obviously going to keep hold of his rifle. Everyone else going to save. They want to prioritize all the utility. They want to make sure that Alistair's got an AWP.
Bit of extra cash to set him up with that. Still buy into the next. The Lynn Vision will be hopefully within touching distance of evening things up here. Replay a lean to the B side, though, could be their undoing.
Rifle's not here, though. It would just have to be the pistols. Amelia's got to clear every angle, but goes straight into the hand cannon of Alice. The counter flash as well. Liaz has found another. Westman are now feeling a little bit isolated. The pistols have done everything.
And again, Greyhound with barely a buy have managed to undo their opponents. Starring use a 1v5. They walked straight into the Deagles. The flashbang was perfect. Westmelon got stuck in towards White Box, swarmed by the Hounds. Not the way you expect a Greyhound to find double digits.
No, but also, whilst we are praising Greyhound, we're saying, look, the counter flashbangs are really good. Lynn Vision gave them the opportunity to be ecoed. There's more than enough utility. If you want to go for that B play at the pace that they were trying to operate, they could have executed. They could have thrown the mollies. They could have cleared out all the common angles. The flashbangs could have come over the top a little bit sooner. There was a real world, and probably a more certain world, in which that doesn't happen.
You're not wrong. HE's in towards White Box, the deep mollies. Anything would have helped to support. Just an extra supporting flashbang when the fight came through.
Just anything. Anything's better than contacts against pistols.
Great shots from Liaz. Dexter also was very proactive in that round. He actually pushed all the way through and was able to catch out the flank. This one play back through. Spamming on in. Liaz gets these two with the P250. And Dexter, after he finds Zaka, just charges down ramp to catch up. And look what that's done. Yeah. That round might have completely cost Lynn Vision this map.
It's brutal. It really is. And it's a completely different universe to what you were speaking about. Literally moments ago, a couple of minutes ago, we're sat here saying they're against pistols. There's a real chance that they could nearly equalize the scoreline or be within touching distance. And now you go the other way. Mid has always been a little bit favorable to Lynn Vision. They like exploring over here. They've been able to find a couple of kills, but that drop-off, definitely audible. Look at the switch. Alistair's come over to hold with the AWP. They got Vexite that's repositioned over back towards B.
Could still get caught out if Starry does get up on the box. Needs to be careful about how he swings on the approach. Yeah, there it is. That's a very difficult flick. And this is the hero AK. We saw Vexite do wonders on the other side of the server. Can Starry pull off the same trick? Doesn't look like it. Dexter has found him.
It's interesting because it felt like the mid players wanted to commit into the play, but as soon as the A ramp forces of Lynn Vision got spotted, that's where the mid players retreated. So that wasn't part of the game plan here for this T side. And now they've got to work their way back. That rifle, they can't pick it up. Smoke goes deep, but it's Westmelon with a headshot.
Yeah, great shot. Still not really going to offer enough of an avenue in. There's no smoke. Finding the bomb is going to be a mission. Dexter should deny it completely with this incendiary, and not only will it probably push D off, but now you're not going to have time to really get back onto it until the last second, and Dexter takes them all down. spraying wildly left to right, but finding his target each time.
Yeah, he's really just showing his experience, and he's grabbing the game by the scruff of the neck, and he's saying, boys, look, we're not throwing this away. There's a real world in which that bomb can get planted, especially when Westmelon hits the headshot on towards ins.
That was an ace from Dexter as well. He got these 2 kills into his mid.
You're right.
And then the final 3.
All of them.
He is honed in. Yeah, that last kill's clean.
He demands respect, not just from his teammates, but from everyone around the world watching.
All right, then, I'll do it myself, he says. He remembers what it's like to play on the major stage. To play in front of an audience of baying fans. That's not a memory you forget easily.
And that's another memory that you want to create for your fellow Australians. Fantastic peak. Starry's been getting the best of Alistair. AK versus AWP, it doesn't matter. Lynn Vision, yet again, find the opening.
And Vexside's in the position that Alistair got destroyed in last round. This time, they get flashed off. And they're going forward. HG actually did a lot of damage. Nice little flash, but he's locked in and ins. Uses that distraction to blow the smoke and charge on through. Zaka can't get the trade in, and it's on to G. A massive double with the Galil, but ins surely has him locked in. And it leaves it to Amelia. Has to recover the bomb still. Tech9 in his hand, and now he's noted. A crossfire can be established. The incendiary forward forces him off, and he's being hounded down by Liaz. This would require a perfect round, precision shots, and an isolation perhaps. AK recovered. There's an opportunity, but Inns is ready for the peak, and Greyhound find map point.
And there's no bomb plant there for Lynn Vision either. This game is starting to reach its natural conclusion. The desk spoke about it as Lynn Vision take a pause, trying to figure out what they can do. Have not played Vertigo in CS2 officially. And yet they are still struggling here. They lost to those pistols, and it is now, honestly, a matter of time before Greyhound get one step closer to making the major.
Switching the mic. Vision have a lot of work ahead of them. And this is with them finding this really nice opening pick as well, but again, it's the way that Greyhound play around the utility, right? The amount of times we see them blow a smoke and get like a kill or two, phenomenal. And they don't fumble when they're in that 2-on-1. They don't let it slip. Be with intent. And Vexside, well, he's got intentions of his own. Between him and Liaz, they have decimated this approach. Starry does at least get something back. 2 and 3. Keep Lynn Vision in this map.
Interesting rotates. Alistair is going to be locking things off, and Dexter has been finding so much success on the flank. He knows that Lynn Vision haven't been holding it, and they're flustered. He's got the space. They're not committing in towards B. It's the fact they're going to walk all the way through. Dexter considers that this timing, it's going to elude him.
It will still allow for a very fast flank, but he has to go quite deep to clear this. He's going to have to look all the way in towards stairs and see if anyone's here. He might even need to just check white box as well, so that's going to slow him down on this flank. Yeah, they're being thorough, which at least is good to see. There was a while where Lynn Vision could have walked further up and avoided him. And now he's got the information. The rest of the team can come over to A.
There's nades to deny the bomb plant as well. Alistair just looking, scoping over the top, will even blow the smoke. It's continuous, it's relentless, but this time it's Starry finding ins. Alistair will find the trade, and Dexter's on the flank.
Yeah, the blow on the smoke actually ends up favoring Lynn Vision for a moment. Starry's not going to be ready, but it doesn't matter. He adjusts. And maybe there is a world. Starry staying around this smoke. Alistair, oh, he's just sticking it. He's just going for the full ninja, and Starry can't find him. What a way to take Vertigo.
Yeah, just sticks it right in Lynn Vision's face. That's confidence exuding from all of the Greyhound players. They knew this map was going to be a punish. They knew it was an opportunity to get one leg up here in our last qualification game, and they've certainly done that because they've blown Lynn Vision away, and now it all relies on Anubis.
We talked about this being a punish pick, and indeed it was incredibly punishing. Lynn Vision, it felt like there was a moment when they started to come back into that CT side at the end of the half with 5 where you could see the pathway back in, but I think just the wind got knocked out of their sails as soon as they lost to that round with pistols.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it also just felt like Greyhound were being incredibly disruptive, blowing those smokes, creating opportunities for themselves, and there's just so much distractions going on all at once. It was too overwhelming for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, well, let's hear what the desk has to say about that map.
Well, there we have it. Greyhound, after winning both of those pistol rounds, really did start to show their strengths over on Vertigo. How on earth do you think Lynn Vision presented the inexperience that they have in this map in particular?
Well, we got a clip for a little bit later, which we can bring up and show that. But at the same time, let's talk about what you just said as well. The pistols. Greyhound are winning pistols today. That's completely different to yesterday, and they're looking like they're able to capitalize off the back of it. Not only with the punish pick, but you can just see the structure that they're bringing into this is so much better. And look, shout out to Liaz as well. 5 opening kills out of taking like 6 of those duels is pretty damn solid overall. And then Dexter started to have a field day as well. Vertigo, it's one of those maps where you can really be a nuisance on the CT side and just get in behind enemy lines. And even on the T side, you saw him making his way into hell, into heaven with Tech 9s at points, just purely off of timings. And you can see that the communication, it's very clear. Lynn Vision, you can just kind of tell by the way that they were playing, by the lack of meta utility, that this is just not one of the maps in the repertoire. So it was just a bit of a map difference.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel if Lynn had gotten off to a slightly better start, right? Because Greyhound went on a 6-0 start, right? They're looking very clean. They're playing so very passive. You know, Starry was having such a problem towards gap, towards A short, right? And they weren't really very comfortable. But then we had that one flank, I think, coming in from Westmelon or Zachar, if memory serves me right. They were able to win that round. And then it started playing a little bit more disruptive. They started to try and disrupt Greyhound's game plan and were able to win 5 of the final 6 rounds, making things a little bit more competitive, you know, 7-5 scoreline, and then head over to the T side, and then Greyhound just completely lock it down. You can see, as you pointed out, the lack of utility, meta utility. And it comes down to the fact that we were discussing in the green room how, for Lynn Vision, they're one of the teams who do want to play Vertigo. They have 0 maps played because no one really plays Vertigo in Asia. So even though you might have, some strats, you might have, some pracs happening, you're not really having reps against the best teams in the region, like, you're talking about your TYLOOs or your MongolZ, for example. So clearly the lack of practice for Lynn Vision here coming into play.
Well, whilst we have Dexter giving an astounding performance for his team, there are also some players that tended to struggle, especially on Vertigo. Zachar on the side of Lynn Vision being one of them as well. Typically, is this the usual kind of performance we'd expect to see from him? Where did it kind of go wrong for him?
I'd say definitely not. Usually he's, one of the star fraggers on the team, but then today was just getting shut down. So I don't know if it's the pressure that's getting to him. I don't know. There's many excuses that you could make.
I think it's like the map, basically, in all honesty,
Probably.
right? Like even Starry, even though he got, he kind of woke up a little bit later on, he was getting just hammered, punished towards an A bomb site. So
all those nades.
All those nades are rough. We could actually talk about the round, just to highlight what we're talking about, with Lynn Vision on the T side, how they might have had a chance to make it a little bit closer, but they kind of fumbled the bag there. And I think it's round number,
16.
16?
Yeah. Round 16.
Play it. Boom, there we go. This is pretty much a full eco, by the way. And Lynn Vision, they should know that the money is very, very grim on the side of Greyhound. Now, what you don't see here is we have Liaz with a flash behind Jen. He's waiting. And they still have 2 Molotovs for Lynn Vision. They don't use it. They try and pop in with a flashbang. Great kill coming in, I do believe, from Ali. And then the pop flash from Liaz. Great support play right there, enabling his teammates to just shut down the B hit. My question here is, Lynn, you have so much utility, you have the guns, you want to go for this B-pop, fair enough, right? Just use your util. The 2 Molotovs still lying in just wasted.
That's the perfect example of when you set a trap play and it works, right? You just play with 1 piece of utility, that 1 flash on B. Liaz is just sitting there holding it, and as soon as he throws it, he's coming to fight as well. So there's all the 3 of them fighting. It was a 3v3, but as you mentioned, so much utility on the belts there of Lynn Vision, and they're not clearing out any angles at all with it, just trying to go in dry. Suns out, guns out. Might work in their region when they're playing this map, but you got to expect something to be thrown.
If you look at like Vertigo right now being played by any team, right, like any top tier team, even a tier 2 team in EU, you're going to be seeing a lot of it's a bit of a meme of how much utility is being deployed on this map. And if you know even the basic Molotovs for quad, for wide, or Tetris or default, it's almost impossible even for a CT with a buy to kind of hold his own over there. It's a really rough spot, and the fact to just walk in there, just die to pistols and one flash, kind of rough. But then again, we kind of expected it.
Yeah.
And look, we're talking maps. This one's done. That was the bait pick. That was the one that was just left there. Lynn Vision, it just really felt like they couldn't play it. But now we're moving on to a map that they can play. We know they can play it. It's Anubis. And this is where the game really begins, especially for Lynn Vision.
Well, Greyhound are certainly no strangers to Anubis as well. So how do you think they're going to look to approach this versus Lynn Vision?
I think the one thing which stood out for me for the Greyhound, on the CT side especially, where they're looking good, was the double op setup coming in, right? We saw Dexter with the op towards B side, actually playing a little bit of Spawn as well at times, the double op setup with Ali. I think Ali was just really, really good towards an A-bomb side as well. That's where they found a lot of success. And I think that is something that Lynn Vision 100% would have been doing the prep on. And you might be seeing some very fast plays coming in towards B, for example, trying to abuse that double op setup. And even if the double op setup's not there, the thing with Greyhound is they have so many contingencies in play, right? So this could be a banger. And I did say if Lynn Vision for a win condition for them for the series is having to take Anubis, and it's not going to be easy.
Well, speaking more about Ali, though, we didn't necessarily see the usual Ali that we've been used to seeing throughout the duration of the RMRs thus far. Any reason in particular you think he might struggle?
Well, there's been a couple of games he's played really well, but for the most part, I think everyone's just getting used to the game in its current state. Like, it's back on LAN. They haven't played LAN for a while now. They've still been playing with just local teams, right? And some of the players on the local teams are very sharp, but some of the players here are also much sharper than what we have back in Australia. You know, those Mongolians, man, every time, every single time, they're just so sharp. But when it comes to the likes of Anubis in particular, if there are going to be some faster strategies, that's something that is, you know, thrown by a lot of teams in our region. So I dare say we're going to be seeing Greyhound ready for that, you know, just buying that utility, prioritizing the utility. Anubis, it's a map which there's been a lot of creativity thrown on it in the last while. Everyone's trying to pick it up. It seems to be more of a staple, especially in Europe. And what happens in regions like ours is we sort of follow suit. You sort of copy what's working and adapt over time. And the big question for me is, are Lynn Vision going to have the meta utility on this map? Because they were behind the times there on Vert.
Well, I'm super excited to see whether or not Greyhound will be able to claim themselves the final spot and make it a swift 2-0. Let's go ahead and find out.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Well, Greyhound strike first, taking their map pick of Vertigo in a pretty dominant fashion. We go now to Anubis Brand and the pick of Lynn Vision, a map that they've had a lot of strengths on in the past, but we've also seen Greyhound play pretty well so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, it's been a lot of Greyhound CT side as well, and especially when it comes to just the game they played earlier against ATOX, it was about doing their fundamentals correctly, and it was too basic, and ATOX couldn't punish it. For me, Lynn Vision, they're going to have a game plan coming into this. Blair mentioned it on the desk, like they might be looking to punish these double AWP setups that come out, especially with Dexter on the second one, but he's been having a really good performance, not just in this series alone, but all RMR long. So I'm interested to see the game plan for Lynn Vision. Obviously, a lot of pressure now being applied to them with Greyhound drawing first blood here in the series. Lynn Vision would need to win 2 maps back-to-back in order to make it to Copenhagen. For Greyhound, they've got 2 chances.
Yeah, for Lynn Vision, at least Anubis, it's a comfortable ground, and if they can push us to nuke, there's a lot of questions there, right? It's not a map that, you know, Greyhound have played a great deal, even domestically. It is a strong map for them, but definitely not within their strongest. They were very scared about Ancient after how kind of frightening that ATOX game got earlier. So if we get to that third map, who knows where it goes? But it all starts here on Anubis. Greyhound going to be on the CT side. Means Lynn Vision have to set the pace.
Set the pace they shall. A couple of dual Berettas, of course. That's a Greyhound staple in these CT pistols. Kit on Ali as well. 1 smoke, 1 flashbang for Lynn Vision. They do like an A hit, but it could just be a fake with the bomb. On Starry's back towards B.
Leah's looking for the information peak. G's holding this to the P250. It'll definitely win out that engagement, but I think that Glock firing off is keeping Leah's at bay. Inns has that smoke over towards A, so if they start to come through, he can deploy that, and that's the peak that G was waiting for. Patience from Lynn Vision. That's success. Now Alistair steps in. He wants to bite off a little bit, but can't quite find his mark. Has to fall back. Rotation starts to come through. And Vexite's dualies might be what's required. A push comes on in, and oh, Vexite swings around the corner, finds 2 in a row, and he has completely scuppered them, and he starts slowing down. The flashbang forward, eventually put in his place by Westmelon.
And that's caused all of the rotations here for Greyhound. Everyone is here, and they're fighting. Look at Dark and Water. G's holding. He's trying to get the jump on Alistair, and he does. As a second player waiting, Dexter, that's an important trade, and in stands where Vexite stood, but couldn't find anything. It has to be up to the in-game leader to get both.
He knows where they are. Both swung past him. To be ready for this fight on towards Glyph. Has the kit, so something to work with. He's managed to use that pillar to try and isolate these 2 fights. Almost given it to him. Running out of bullets, gonna have to go for the reload, and now they start to swing in unison, and they run him down. Westmelon with a 3-piece.
Really good reset by Lynn Vision, especially as Greyhound overwhelmed the B bomb site. Vexite, you think he's done enough? You think he's got all the information for Greyhound as they look to rotate towards A? They think Lynn Vision has scarpered. They've got out of there, they've guaranteed the bomb plant, but no, instead, it's patience at the first instance from G and at the second. By him dealing with Alistair, it creates a lot of space because Dexter's just pulled back in, completely away from his teammate. And they play the off plant perfectly. Westmelon comes close, they can swing together. Dexter doesn't stand a chance.
A great idea from Vexite to keep pushing as well. The flash just faded a little bit too early for him. And oh, speaking of flashes, Vexite's mollied, has to go forward, but Inns did support. So 1 for 1 gives something, and Inns is still sticking around here. They're going to be aware of his presence because of that flash assist. He's playing in a dangerous territory, but he's found Zaka. Even the 5-7 he can keep using, but Westmelon with the AK quick on it.
Keep your eyes on B main, because Dexter has pushed, which means that both players can come over to try and help out middle. Westmelon and G, they're stuck, but also aware. They're anticipating that Dexter's going to walk behind, and G punishes yet again.
You almost feel like Dexter just needed to pause there, and you could just pin them in. And it is a little bit uncomfortable. The bomb needs to get out. Nice tag from the scout. Now they can just drop down in towards B. Liaz is going to rotate over. Alistair's going to be very late. Oh no, that's the worst case scenario. Wanted it to go to dark, and hey, look, you take that kill. Goes onto the tag player though. Alistair is going to approach. Shots being fired off, and Liaz needs to run through. Nice tag. Liaz looking for the follow-up, but can't quite find the shot. Now he's running out of bullets, running out of time, and Amelia finds him.
Gets really close though. The fact that Alistair and Liaz are able to put that much pressure on it. In the 2 versus 2, another tag coming through on the scout. Liaz unfortunate with the utility, but it actually just creates a little bit of a safe haven for him in Temple, because whilst he can't extend out, he knows that Lynn Vision can't kill him. So it is a guaranteed 2-on-2. Greyhound trying to make things expensive, but ultimately they fall. And now they need to eco Lynn Vision. A very strong start to life on their map pick.
3-0 is going to feel very good for them. Be a stack over towards A. It's a fun little stack over towards the fountain. If anyone peeks around the main corner, they'll be in for a bit of a fright. Dexter wants to try and enforce that. He's got a smoke over at B that he can drop down to deter them, make them head over the other direction. I think Vision are going to stick to their guns.
Good point. The observer's just highlighted it really well. G has got all the utility, but no weapon. He's operating with a Glock to prioritize this AWP. Knows it's against USP, so can get away with it. But it's still a little bit audacious. Amelia will run away at the same time that the Hounds step in from A. But they've been noted. Starry clips them with the AK and now looks for even more casualties. Vexite with the headshot. Amelia can now step in. That rifle is going to be difficult to try and recover. Amelia can't fall here.
Managing to contain them. For a moment, at least. A couple of kills come through, but losing 2, not the worst, although I don't know if they can recover those AKs.
If G can, that's fine, because then he's literally invested nothing. He's picked up an AK and then he can drop over an AWP for himself. And now we see the battle of the snipers. Alistair prioritizing his. It comes out immediately. One flashbang being given over to him. And it's Westmelon. He's the guy. Normally for Lynn Vision, it's Starry, especially on this map. This feels like his playground at times. It's been a very slow start, but he's looking to rectify it. Fast play in towards mid. Great flash to set up Vexite once more, but he's traded instantly. And I don't think they know about Starry.
It's the exact same play. Greyhound go 1 for 1. Gotta wonder if that's worth it. Now Sodians earlier were a powerhouse over on A. They were able to lock it down consistently. Now they're going to get aggressive, wanting a bit of control. Leaving the middle of the map wide open at the moment.
Amelia will run away. That gives over intel towards the end. You can see him shouting it on his microphone. Remain over at B. We've got all of this space. We've just heard them walk off.
Now they can hold if they come back, and they can be quick on the rotation. Starry not going to be ready for ins there. Didn't spot the second player of Alistair, and now immediately delay utility comes through, hampering their approach. Vex's even got a HE to throw through on the contact just to make that even harder for them. That's ins coming up through, finding his. He's now in towards Glyph. They're calling this one off. What else can you do? You find the opening pick. It's a 1 for 1. That push does everything.
Lynn Vision just don't put enough concentrated pressure on one area of the map outside of the initial hit in mid. After that, it all falls silent. Starry can't capitalize off his position. If he even drops utility, that would have split the defense. The fact that Greyhound are able to push A main, take that much space, not only for free, but off pure contact, just means that they're more than happy to just keep all the utility in their pockets. That's why they're able just to drop the smokes, the incendiaries, even layer the grenades right at the tail end. Lynn Vision are not applying enough pressure in the mid stage of the round to the point where Greyhound don't have enough to work with when the exec comes in.
At least saving that AWP, which didn't really get a chance to be involved. This time, not going to be fighting in towards middle on either side, really. G taking an alternative approach to peeking towards dark.
Just feels like every single round, Lynn Vision have got someone on a pistol. The money has always been in a little bit of an uncomfortable position. G doesn't find anything. Nothing's being offered up to him. It's still this free-player lean over at the B bomb site. Vexite no longer interested in middle. That responsibility has been given to Inns. And instead he's playing up close and personal towards A main.
They want to bring the AWP over towards B. Means Vexite leans on over. See that smoke come through. Not going to be giving it any sort of look in. Rob Dexter back in towards middle, but Alistair hasn't moved. Whole minute he's been sat here trained on this angle.
They got 2 incendiaries on B. They can just drop this at the slight form of contact. Alistair and Liaz, though, they just get the kills instantly. And now they can follow up with this util. Look at it, you can't come in.
You've got Amelia with the bomb in towards dark. G by his side, and now being kept at bay even more. Oh, Amelia's just burnt out. Envision have been hoping for an easy entry, and they're just getting shot right up.
There's another smoke. Inns can just drop another smoke. There it goes. You can't come forward. There's no way through, and yet again, it's a repeat of the previous. Not enough pressure being applied by Lynn Vision. They're not using their own utility to trade out with this CT side, and as a result, they are locked out of this bomb site. Sure, Starry and G will grab some consolation kills, but that's all that they will be. They're allowing Greyhound back in the game.
Yeah, just another round where they're forced to save because they just can't find a successful path into a site. Greyhound are just doing so well, just mauling them out, not giving them any way in.
It's also interesting just the stages of map control that Greyhound have been achieving, because at the start of the game, they're more than happy to take these fights. Be it play a little bit disrespectful, see what Lynn Vision are really setting up in their default. And now they've sussed them out. They can play passive. They can go for the control a little bit later on, and it is always with numbers. It's never just a solo fight. However, this time Vexite is taking the battle to them, and it's working. Alistair on the angle, and he's hitting all the trades. This is very clean from Greyhound and a little bit ambitious, but it ultimately doesn't matter. Inns will trade and Greyhound will level.
That's classic Alistair, just hunting for the eager kill with just the AWP, wanting to find that final frag. But yeah, really cool variation to the mid setup where the Intermission actually found most of their success early on in that fight. And this time around, the AWP comes on forward, supporting Vexite on the aggressive swings. They locked them out, those saved weapons, not able to get anything done.
Their money's gone, Lynn Vision. They invested behind that. Where they've been saving multiple rounds in a row, their money has been off kilter for some time. Finally, it reaches normality, but it comes at a cost of 4 rounds for Greyhound, because this should be a collection for the CT side unless something disastrous happens. Normally it's been the boost that's been upsetting Alistair in a number of these engagements, but with the pistols, not this time.
You're still going to get past him. 2 players in A as well. So even if you do find him, even just crossing camera is going to be very difficult. Pulls off the line just as they come around, and now he gets his chance. How many can he take down in towards mid? Plays discipline, just drops the incendiary. More damage down that HE. Tickles everybody, and they try and run down the AWP. He's going to have to run. And he's leading them all the way through. Turns around. And eventually is dealt with. He's done enough. AWP can be picked up, but now you're stuck in CT spawn. Hoping maybe you can catch off someone that peeks into this angle.
You can't really do anything here again if you're Lynn Vision. The bomb is so far removed from anything that you have to go through spawn. Like that from Starry. Just doing caretaker duties, knows that Alistair would be forced to rebuy, but ultimately you're keeping 4 players alive here, best case scenario if you're Greyhound. Alistair's got enough money in the bank to afford another AWP. Fundamentally, it does a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, not a lot. It's Greyhound who take the lead in the series.
It's on a roof somewhere.
It's on a roof somewhere, indeed. I wonder if you heard that.
Potentially.
Does seem so. They rebuy. Now another chance for Lynn Vision, but these slurry defaults where they kind of just wait for an opening aren't working, and they're getting locked out of these sites.
If anything, they're just creating more openings for Greyhound because they're giving them ample time to come and explore. It's only when Greyhound go investigating at the beginning of the rounds in which Lynn Vision are looking to punish. That's what they're trying to exploit, and it isn't happening. The thing is, by doing this, by having this approach, you deny yourself so much map control. That's been heard. Alistair needs to be careful. Starry's up close, round the corner. He punishes. There we go. There's that acceleration. Now, what can Lynn Vision do with it?
Dex is already taking space out. Must be unaware of this. Doesn't seem to be. We found this opening kill, locking down the mid rotates. Question is, where do you go from here? Dexter finds his mark, but Vexite did fall, pushing in past that A main smoke. And now they can split onto A itself. Inns drops a defensive smoke just to give him something to work with. Liaz would love to come and support, but a re-smoke through. Oh, that might bait Liaz in. Star's on the other side. This hinges on Inns. What can he do? Steps forward to the smoke, waiting for the fade, and needed a multi. Falls. Liaz can't support. Lynn Vision have an open pathway to A.
Yeah, nice work from Lynn Vision. Knowing that they need to split as soon as the contact comes in from Dexter. And they do take their time with it, but ultimately, they're able just to go at the perfect moment, waiting for the smoke fades, ensuring that nothing mischievous can happen from Inns. Even if he gets one, there will immediately be a trade. The numbers advantage is presented quite heavily in favor of Lynn Vision. In round number 8, at least Liaz will retrieve the AWP for Alistair. But that's well done, and that's a very nice solution for Lynn Vision. It's the mid-control that you've got, but you're actually doing something with it. You're being proactive. Removing Alistair, creating chaos in towards the point where Greyhound have to go for one of these extremity plays. They were set up for both A and B. Ultimately, Dexter gets the contact, but Lynn Vision get the ultimate goal, the bomb site.
Yeah, it felt like Alistair was really caught off here. You thought that, yeah, maybe he'd heard that sound cue, but it definitely didn't seem like he had because he stayed very active. He was going to flash himself back forward. It signals that he had no idea that a play was that close. That's ultimately what gives Lynn Vision the avenue in. Now we've got the double up again. The Molotov is going to force Alistair back, and Starry wants to assert control early, and he's done so. Vexite removed.
Great play. Good initiation, and Alistair's just not aware whatsoever. Molly goes in towards camera, it just displaces him. Lynn Vision already ahead of his utility. Dexter will catch off Amelia. That feels like a certainty, and now Liaz needs to hold strong, can't adjust onto Starry, who elevates himself, and now Lynn Vision have got B.
Yeah, again, Liaz required to do a lot there. And also, again, interesting decision, because he threw the Molotov forward to force the player forward into his crosshair, but then wasn't ready for that to actually take place. They are giving this a look in. Dexter's in towards Darkins. Going on through CT. Have the kit, but no smoke for main, where 2 players are posted up, including the AWP. Harry found, but Inns can't find the kill. Dexter feels fairly committed at this point, but maybe he can get an exit on his way out. Sorry, swings on through. G will trade, and Lynn Vision take the lead.
Yeah, well played from Lynn Vision again. And it's just really exploiting mid. It's been left open multiple times by Greyhound. It's only having the AWP here. This time they reinforced it with Vexite, right? And you see Starry, he sees just a glimpse of Vexite, commits to the spray. The way the molly's landing as well for Lynn Vision, they're lining it up. It's slightly It's slightly deeper to the point where you can walk behind it. Your toes don't get burnt, and this time you can add bullets alongside the flames. It's a really good progression, Molly, and this time G doesn't get run boosted. Instead, just runs himself all the way down and towards dark.
You can't fall to another one of these pistol M4 buys. Just the one hero rifle. 257. Gets one, and Leah's not allowed the multi-kill. Look, it's a little scary. Zaka is low. Upstairs tucked on through into Temple. So Dexter get a knife kill there on the first day. On a player overextended.
It's not happening with Starry.
No, I don't think so. Comes through the back lines. At least she can hold on to this M4. And maybe that AWP can be picked up by Vexite. You can see he wants to get his hands on it. Has managed to pick it up. Now they're interested. Maybe they can give this one a look in. The bomb is planted reverse. There's a smoke collected, but no kit, so surely there's not enough time, and he needed to stick it right there, right then. Amelia doesn't let it happen. Inns can come through with one, but that's all he's going to get for his troubles.
Yeah, that's just, again, applying pressure to Lynn Vision to the point where they will never really have a solid buy. Fortunately, look, it's been a number of rounds in a row now where the only one that kind of left wanting would be Westmelon, but there's enough money in the bank. It's an interesting play. They're just trying to go for the audacious attempt. The last thing that Lynn Vision would expect is a 10-second stick through the smoke. Timeout called. And AWP was always available for Alistair, so that's why Greyhound don't mind just shoving it in and giving it a go.
First timeout calls for Greyhound. Really start to feel the pressure a little bit.
I feel like you just concede mid at this point. You put Alistair over towards camera where you can help out A, but he can also hold mid from a deeper line. We can even have one of your riflers doing that. Maybe you get Alistair getting a little bit more involved, having the AWP head-to-head, potentially in towards dark with G, who's going to be peeking from the stairs. The most important thing is don't have that AWP in middle, because it is just being capitalized upon again and again and again. We saw how clutch Alistair was, especially in that second map, which obviously Greyhound ultimately went on to lose against ATOX, but he was single-handedly keeping them in that game at times. Don't want him dying early.
Now Dexter's come over to support. So a slight change up in how they're holding it, but it's not slow down Starry, who's managed to get that position in towards the double doors again.
Great nade.
Huge nade, but originally sent back the other way, blowing the smoke off the back of it, trying to catch a player that's pushed out of position. But it's a follow-up HE that does the damage. And Alistair's still here. Dexter does fall. Oh, love a peek, looking for the timing shot. They're already into the side. And Amelia, she's peeking on through, running into the smoke. Alistair is not ready for it. At least Vexite is there. They're not even heading this way. Sari's still in towards mid, and he's found the timing can cut off this rotation. Surely he hears Inns running through.
They can even go back through B and go for a collapse. It all depends on what Starry is feeling in the moment. Because look, Inns is going to go and clear and say, okay, well, no one's here. Be careful about middle. Vexite, though, accounts for it. Important one. And then that will funnel them in towards Inns, certainly.
Yeah, it's a great kill to find. Round felt like it hinged on that single engagement and who won it. And now Inns has spotted them out, but couldn't find the kill. Zaka over the top of the box catches him off.
Zaka heard him. You could see his mouth immediately moving when Inns fell off of default. That's the way back in. A 2 versus 2. There's a lot of utility on Vexite, and he's got a kit. All hinges on Zaka. What can he find? Finally, he arrives. Vexite, it's a one-on-one.
G with the AWP. Difficult target to deal with, and Vexite needs to work out where he is. We're towards A main, and he just needs to hold the line. Too easy for G. Doesn't flinch, and Lynn Vision extend their lead.
And there he is, and now it's Lynn Vision barking across towards Greyhound. 7-4. A complete turnaround in this half. Look at how it started as well. It's the utility. It's the deliberate setup to allow Alistair to be in the best possible spot. But Emilia's causing chaos by just running through the smokes with flashbangs. You've got Starry that is trying to piece things all together. It ultimately comes down to the 1 versus 1, and G hits a shot.
Greyhound a bit flustered here on Anubis. Has such strong showings against ATOX and against JiJieHao, but with the caliber competition of Lynn Vision on their home map is a little bit too much. Dexter goes hunting, finds his mark, but immediately traded.
It's so difficult, especially in this round, because you have pushed, but you really don't have any control, and it means that someone has to go hunting, and that person is Alistair straight over the top of the smoke, though. G lies in wait. And now Greyhound still feel like they need to piece this one together. Emilia's just heard the fallback. And even though it's a little bit of a bait out from Inns, it's still collection of information here for Lynn Vision. They've got the player advantage. They don't need to overextend. So deliberate, just the positioning as well on towards the stairs. A little jiggle, you notice them, it draws them into the line of fire, and Emilia punishes.
Lynn Vision are just playing better Counter-Strike right now. This T-side looks phenomenal, the way that they're finding some of these picks, the way that they're isolating these fights. They're not flinching at anything the Greyhound throw at them. 8-4 for Lynn Vision. Their dreams of this major are not over yet.
No, absolutely not. And it's a very good recovery for Lynn Vision. It all starts when they take that pause and they adjust in the moment, in game. Think back to how Greyhound were establishing a lead for themselves on the server. When they had the guns, it was Lynn Vision that weren't even progressing onto the bomb site. No time, countless saves. Their money, wonky. But yet they stand tall, they get the pistol, they take the conversion, and they double the scoreline of Greyhound on Anubis.
The T-side is where Dexter gets his best work done. It's a lot to work with here on Anubis. Nuke that decider if we require it.
The pistols have been pretty good today, Greyhound. Like, they've been a vast improvement over yesterday where they just couldn't find one. A swing from middle. Zach is trying to collapse alongside G. They go blow for blow, and in fact, it's Starry that steps in. Everyone from Lynn Vision is in mid. It's a brawl, a bloody one that results in Dexter in a 1 versus 2.
Whole team's there. Feels like Greyhound should just win on pure numbers or at least be able to reset. And instead, it's left to Dexter. And he's made it into a 1 versus 1. And on the other side is Westmelon. Peppering each other. No kill found. Flashbang forward. Dexter needs to keep fighting. He needs the bomb back. Westmelon acknowledges this. Allows Dexter to have to fight forward. Peek on through. More damage exchange. Dexter has 10 HP. One final shot with a USP will do it. All he needs. And there it is. 9 for Lynn Vision.
A battle of the brains there right at the very end. The two players calling the shots for their respective teams, and it comes right down to it. Felt like Greyhound really needed to get this pistol, and it's just Lynn Vision having the players in the right positions. The fact that they've got so many over towards the double door and middle means that they can swing, and there's different angles there. The crosshairs just have to swap to for Greyhound. They are not ready for the extra element of a third player in GB in there.
I mean, double digits. It's the full EQ for Greyhound. Has to be.
They are pretty good with low investment buys. However, this one feels a little bit like a step too far. Mid control already being lost. Inns works his way back from A after no one pushes from Lynn Vision. Might be set up to have a swing in towards Dark. Yeah, Starry's very keen to give this one a go.
Finds success onto the first. And a great HE forward. Perfectly angled. Now G can get his kills onto the MP9. Vexite's Deagle not finding any success yet.
Time's ticking now for Greyhound. Pressure, certainly they're going to be feeling it. Going round into the next, that really sets the tempo. That gives Dexter a clearer idea of how they can set themselves up, because ultimately, look, this one is just pistols. They understand the bonus as well. Lynn Vision brought in a collection of SMGs, FAMASes. Off the back of it, the buy is not going to be strong in comparison to what Greyhound are about to bring to the table.
Well, the AKs come out, but they need to win this one. Stay in Anubis. It's looking almost as dominant as when the Mongols took down Greyhound in that upper bracket game. And it's surprising to see Greyhound whimpering a bit like this. Punish so much on that CT side.
They're just being cordoned off. Smokes go forward. Vexite looks like he might not respect it. Just drops the molly to ensure that no one's there. Another one goes forward from Liaz. Meanwhile, Dexter starts to push a little bit in towards middle. That nade for Saka doesn't quite clear the smoke. There's an opportunity here, but the MP9 punishes.
A great flashbang to support. And now you have to commit in towards B. Smoke comes on over for Temple. Starry wants to get ahead of it. Vexite gets ahead of him and beheads Westmelon.
It's a great find. However, the bomb is just so far away. And as a result, look, Lynn Vision might not believe that it is truly B, or it sets them up to go for this. They're ready. They're here.
At least Inns can re-smoke towards CT. It's going to come on over now. Saka's starting to get curious. Remember how low Vexite is, although he's managed to tuck pretty safely behind that pillar. Not revealing himself at all to Zaka's poking and prodding. Flashbang through and can't quite deny. That will get Greyhound on the board on this T side.
Good decision there from Lynn Vision. They wait, they hear the audio, and they just try and set up the SMG that's already on low HP anyway. Try and deny that bomb, try and burn valuable seconds off the clock, because if they get the kill, if they deny that bomb, then suddenly this round looks a lot more on. Instead, it's Greyhound grouping together, and he, again, got to heap enormous amount of praise on towards Vexite. The fact he's got the presence of mind just to check Glyph, tucked in, was Starry, gets his head taken clean off his shoulders, and it's Greyhound that rebound.
The issue I'm seeing is you can't rely on these individuals to win you rounds. What Lynn Vision are bringing is team Counter-Strike. Feels like all of the openers they've gotten on mid, in both sides of the map, there's been support. There's always someone there to set up their teammate.
It's interesting that we're not seeing any A executes early, or that contestment for main controls. That was something that Greyhound prided themselves on against ATOX. They're relying heavily on just taking that space, which then would force the CTs into going for an aggressive push somewhere else. But Lynn Vision are showing that they're more than happy to sit back. They've got a lot of reliance on their crossfires in the bomb site. They can trust each other.
Gee, edging on forward. And might find himself Liaz. Great flick. Liaz running across and gets deleted. He's just allowed to peek on out freely with the AWP.
Look at the rotate as well. He's got his kill, and now he's repositioned. Everyone is in the right spot right now. You got Amelia out close with the FAMAS. In fact, they're going to flash through immediately. Go straight into them. Alistair and Inns, though, they find kills apiece, and they know that someone else was here. Someone flashed these players through the smoke.
Yeah, and that someone is creeping on forward, but G misses his mark. And that's given Inns and Vexite an avenue into this round. And Westmelon, he's the closest person in towards camera. It's going to take Starry a minute to get over here. Does have that kit, though. Inns is looking just to take on forward. They're grouped up together. Both players, in fact, going to be going through in towards storage. Vexite can watch the cross. And then even if he goes down, you're not expecting Inns from this position. Ari is going to molly forward. But at this stage, the round likely done. Doesn't look like he's going to be committing to anything. So Greyhound managed to keep this T side going.
Good recovery from Greyhound. And it comes down to Lynn Vision overstepping. They've already got the opening kill from G, but where he's rotated over, he thinks, I can help my teammates out. I can flash them through the smoke, but ultimately, he leads them straight into their death. Really good trades, and then rather than just playing retake, rather than waiting for the reinforcements, G overextends, goes for another kill, probably emboldened by the confidence after that initial find. But one mistake and you're done, and it feels like Vertigo a little bit, where Lynn Vision were making these slight hiccups. They were ultimately resulting in Greyhound claiming rounds. You can't afford to be making these mistakes at this dire stage in the game. They're on USPs. Star is the only one with that saved AK.
Just gonna be sacking the A-bomb site. Greyhound shouldn't fall victim to just walking into this. Dexter has gotten all the space in towards middle. I suspect he'll probably continue his adventure. I'm just going to execute on towards B. It's a double temple smoke, so a slight miscomm there. It's all good. No one is home. We are going to see that 7th come through. Alistair can bring the bomb in. Vexite clears the site thoroughly. Now Lynn Vision can throw some bodies at these players. Do some damage. Greyhound haven't built up enough on this T side. Just 2 players survived last round.
Even in rounds like this, just taking preventative measures. Desk really highlighted that Lynn Vision round where they had so much utility and they just walked into the bomb site without a care in the world. There was a trap that Greyhound set and it was sprung. That was only with pistols. So they're being careful. They're crossing their T's and dotting their I's.
Surprised they don't just send these USP players just looking. There's nothing to lose from Westmel and Zaka going hunting.
Maybe it's just prioritization over this AK.
Protecting it.
Maybe it's
what a bizarre round.
A whole multitude of things. They could even just be talking just the entire time.
Yeah,
just about this round.
No one. The only damage that took place then was a Molotov thrown in towards camera.
It's a unicorn round.
Yeah, you don't see those too often. There was almost contact over towards CT spawn.
Important one for Greyhound, though, notably. Keeping all those players alive. You mentioned the bank hadn't really been established, and now they're within an arm's reach of Lynn Vision. When it looked incredibly dire, they've rebuilt. And they've given themselves something to work with here. Now Alistair's posted on Dark. Starry's not going to go around that corner. It's a lot of utility that always gets dispersed early by Lynn Vision. Whether it's a molly, when it's a follow-up smoke. They are trying to keep them at bay. Look at that. Starry's expended a full belt. Sure, Vexite takes a chunk, but he's got the control.
Yeah, he's not afraid to fight through utility. He's shown that time and time again, particularly on Vertigo. Blowing smokes, Liaz trying to apply a lot of pressure. They're also showing some presence over towards A main. Keeping Lynn Vision guessing now. Are they ready for Vexite? Looks like Westmelon crosses over. He's so low, but the double peek. Vexite has no chance to respond.
That's really nice. And the furthest point for Alistair was the stairs. That's really unfortunate. And Starry's just holding. Alistair's going to walk into him, potentially. It all hinges on this timing. Greyhound still applying pressure B main. Alistair needs to clear Starry, and he can't. It's only through the wall, and Westman has been here the whole time. He's been in low HP for a number of seconds in this round, and he's still providing valuable output. This one's over. This one's crumbling. Starry's done everything in Dark.
You gotta think if Inns have been able to find that kill into the low HP player, there is a pathway through. But now it's just Liaz. And they've got him locked down. Double up, in fact. So covering off every angle. Spots out the first, and there's the swing. 11 for Lynn Vision.
Only keeping one of those orbs over as well. G reacquainted with his. I think the interesting issue there for Greyhound is that they are playing their standard default, but they are being a little bit more aggressive, especially with that Vexite push. But he was completely on his own. He didn't really have the help. Obviously, Greyhound are bombarding grenades all the way over the top of B. They're really trying to force the fight, but Lynn Vision are aware it's the double swing.
This barrage of utility in towards mid continues. Dexter wants to fight forward. Zacker's got a little bit of space he can work with the double door though, so he needs to be careful. A lot of damage being done both ways. G with the AWP, getting aggressive, finds ins. A freebie, no chance of Vexite to trade.
That's nice as well. He just drops the incendiary. Now he can reposition, get on this angle. There's another flashbang here available. Greyhound, the only control they've got really is over towards A main, so they have to execute on this side of the map. And Lynn Vision, they're all here. They're ready.
Good Molotov is going to at least disrupt G. Going to give the pathway through. He can't fight forward, but Amelia, despite being low HP, hits the headshot immediately. G is given finally some space to work with, and he's found two. For finally the trade comes through. And Sliaz again. One player is low, but they're doubled up. And there's a flank coming quickly. Nothing you can do here. Amelia swings and Lynn Vision 5 map point.
It's all been heartbreak for China. RMR after RMR. But here we see Lynn Vision really shutting the door on the potential of Greyhound winning this series 2-0, and then starts to ask the questions. Can they do it? Greyhound banned Ancient for the possibility of having Nuke as this decider. It looks like that's where we're going to end up. Really simple stuff there on the A bomb site. G taking the contact, the rifler swinging, and G has been on fire this map on Anubis.
Everyone has been for Lynn Vision. Look at the kill distribution. It's really only Vexite that's packing the punch back. Feels like Nuke is inevitable unless Greyhound can pull off a phenomenal comeback, but it starts with 3 Tech 9s, an AK and a Galil.
Yeah, and that feels not great, to be honest. Only a handful of utility as well in the pockets of Greyhound, and Lynn Vision start the round the same way as they always do, denying the control early. You never even allowed this fight in towards Dark unless you want to come through this smoke, unless you want to enter into Starry's domain.
Vexite is thinking about it. Also forward, there is space for Starry to work with behind it. And surprise, here I am. And Starry just keeps on spraying. Into the site they go. And Ins and Dexter, all that remains. We're going to Nuke. Ins gets 1 kill back, but he needs to come up with the ace clutch. Greyhound, shocked by Lynn Vision.
And Lynn Vision asks the question, Greyhound, what is the dog doing on Anubis? Really unfortunate scenes for them, but Lynn Vision, that CT side was spectacular. And it's a very familiar, foreboding story from what we saw with Greyhound against ATOX, because Greyhound were really made to work for that map control. Lynn Vision didn't really have to do anything. It was the same utility. It was the same grenades recycled over and over and over. And Greyhound didn't have a response.
And there was nothing scrappy about the way Lynn Vision approached that. That was very calm, collected, kind of Counter-Strike. It was very clean, and yeah, it just felt like they had nothing to answer for on the Greyhound side. So I'm curious what the desk has to say.
Thank you very much for that, folks. Well, yet again, we're going to go to a third map. And what a fantastic way to start to approach our final best of 3 here at the Asia RMRs. Lynn Vision coming into this looking a lot stronger on their T side and the utility usage too.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't lie, I'm pleasantly surprised. Maybe not for you, Mac, but I am pleasantly surprised. I think they played some really good Anubis right there, especially in their first half, right? You had a Greyhound winning about 4-3 in the CT side, and you feel like, it looks like Greyhound probably back in this. And then we had these plays being made by Starry, forcing the rotations out from the Greyhound players and just making them feel super uncomfortable on the CT side. And then you're heading on the CT side for the side of a round like this, for example, just being very patient, waiting for Greyhound to make the plays, which they need to do when they don't have any information to work with. And then in the second half, just also, I have to give a shout out to G. He's been one player I feel like has been a bit missing this entire RMR for the side of Lynn Vision. And on that CT side, he was hitting freaking everything.
Yeah, he definitely showed up. But this is, you know, the polarity of Lynn Vision. You're looking at how they played on Vertigo before, and then you're looking at exactly how they're playing on a map that they know how to play on, right? Which is Anubis. And their whole play style, the timings of when they do everything, their structure is just, it's so much better. And then the utility usage as well, there was utility going everywhere. And the Hounds, I was hoping that Dexter was going to be able to, you know, really stand up, really lead by example and call back into that second half. But without winning the pistols, there was just no space. And that was definitely the difference maker between map 1 and 2.
And even the final few rounds, they were able to close out on the CT side. It was like so one-sided, right? Just losing maybe a couple of players here and there. That's about it. I think in total, in the final 3 rounds for Greyhound, they had like, I think 4 kills, if I'm not mistaken. So just very convincing from Lynn Vision. And we had a questions, right? Are you going to probably go for this bit of a punish pick on Ancient? Or are you just going to be sticking with what you're comfortable on? Clearly, Lynn Vision thrives on what they're comfortable on. And one more thing which goes with Lynn Vision for me is the fact that when it comes to these big games, when it comes to, let's say, the grand finals of Extremesland against the Mongols, when it comes to playing on land, I've always felt they struggle in these must-win games. And after losing their first map, I thought their mentality would be completely crushed. There's going to be just a walkover for Greyhound.
Yeah. And
they have the tenacity and the mental sort of bounce back. For me, that's a big dub for Lynn.
The real question is, though, can they do it in the third map of Nuke? Taking a look at the stats, it doesn't necessarily look the best for them.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's definitely a big chance here for the Hounds. The thing is, there was a few individuals that felt like they were missing. You know, there was a couple of moments where some of the individuals felt pressure. You could see, you know, the sprays are going a little bit everywhere. That second half pistol round as well, that was pressure going everywhere. Yeah, I was sweating. So I know that they're probably feeling it as well. They don't want to trip up. This happened earlier in the first series of the day, and it's all about who is going to be able to hold themselves together and go into the final map of the Asia RMR and make it all the way to the major, because there's only that one spot left and one map left as well.
What are we thinking? Are you still believing in the Lynn Vision fairy tale story?
No. I still feel Greyhound have this one in the bag, right? Like again, if you're looking at this at the numbers of the maps played right there, for Lynn Vision, they have had more reps, but the losses have been pretty rough, right? Losing teams like NKT, 13-7, 13-4 to Mongols as well. And for Greyhound, even though they haven't had as many reps on this map, I feel like fundamentally they should be pretty comfortable on it. They used to play this back in the day as well. The only worry is, yes, they haven't had enough reps, and even the reps they've had, the few ones, have been primarily against Australian teams, only Australian teams. So yes, while it could get messy, it could be ugly, I have to go with Dexter.
Well, that's a problem. If it gets messy and it gets ugly, that's where I'm thinking Lynn Vision might be able to slide through, because that's not where Greyhound play their best games.
I agree.
Greyhound really need to stay in control of the map, and that is how they're going to win the series.
And one final thing, like if Greyhound don't make it, like you got to remember, if Greyhound did not make it to the major, it's going to be the very first time since the minors, the Asian minors, RMRs were introduced back in 2015, that an Aussie team has not made it out from this tournament. So it would literally be the streak being broken.
Well, yourself, Mac, knowing the boys personally, their biggest weakness heading into Nuke, do you think that, you know, the performance that we've just seen coming out from them, is that going to factor into this at all? Is it going to be much of a mental battle for them?
I think, like, I need to call out Ali here, because he had a very good first series, but it feels like he's one of the players that was definitely feeling the pressure. You could see some of the mistakes coming through even on Vertigo, where he'd like overcook it, he'd do something really good, and then feel himself a little bit too much, then overextend and boom, get punished by Lynn Vision. And I felt like that was happening a little bit there on Anubis as well. So if he can hold it together and, you know, get himself fired up, and more importantly, play off of everyone else around him, use the structure that Greyhound are known for, that is how they're going to win it on Nuke.
So basically you're saying do not let him cook too much.
He can cook, but just no dessert.
All right, there we go. Well, no dessert for Alistair, but can Greyhound do it? Will they be able to make Mac proud? Final map is going to be in Nuke, and that will be starting very soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's out away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
With the major spot on the line, you want to see each team put their best foot forward, which feels like what we saw from each on their respective map picks, with Lynn Vision absolutely rolling Greyhound on.
But Lynn Vision didn't start on the CT side. They started on the attack, and that was after they got the pistol and the conversion. They got one more round before MongolZ hit 13.
Yeah, and I think the reason we're kind of questioning Nuke coming through, obviously, Greyhound were feeling the pressure after the Ancient loss, and, you know, they didn't want to repeat it. They felt like there's maybe some things they need to work on there. They can't fix that quickly. They ban out Ancient, and we go to Nuke instead, which is a map they haven't played here yet. Only 3 officials on record since Dexter has come back into the squad, all domestically, and one of them was a loss. So I am a little bit scared for them here.
And also, you take a look at the way Nuke plays, and we're talking about pressure. Your rotations, your communication needs to be on point. When it comes to that CT side, everyone needs to be in unison. Because if something goes slightly wrong or something is miscommunicated in the moment, then that completely changes the outcome of rounds, and that can leave you incredibly vulnerable on different bomb sites here on Nuke. And for Lynn Vision, they'll be coming into this one strong. They'll be feeling confident. They've made Greyhound ban this Ancient play. This is a real opportunity for Lynn Vision. It's the best one they're going to get.
And we've praised sort of Dexter's calling since he's come back into this squad, and, you know, mentioned a couple of times that one of his strengths is the T side. However, I do feel that through this series, it's been very much default. That's what the T sides have felt back whenever they've got the guns out. The variations come through sometimes when they've got the half buys, with a couple of like pistols in the mix. That's when we might see something a bit more pacey, but it's been very much reliant on the default. I think Lynn Vision recognized that so early on in Anubis, and they never really had to adapt too much because they knew what Greyhound were going to bring. On Nuke, there's a lot of different variations you can bring. I do think that despite Greyhound not having played it a great deal, it was a staple part of MongolZ's map pool when Dexter was calling in that squad, even when he did the deep run at the Rio Major all those years ago now it actually is. But, you know, he's got the experience to lead them to success here. Just needs everyone to step up around him.
Yeah, and needs everyone to understand the calls as well, and everyone to trust him. And you feel like you do get that in this squad with Dexter at the helm. Everyone is very trusting. Everyone knows kind of the ideals. For Lynn Vision on this one, when it comes to Nuke, you're looking at G, especially being that outside rotate player and being so commanding with the AWP as he was in Anubis. That's brought attention to it, but also Starry. This guy has been quiet, not been the same Starry that we're used to seeing from this Lynn Vision squad, but it all comes down to this. One map to decide it all. Will it be Greyhound with Australia's pride on their back, or will it be Lynn Vision to make China #1?
Blowing the door early. Putting pressure over towards ramp. Bombing is over this direction, but it's just a fake out. They're going to run back, and I don't think Lynn Vision are really too stressed about it. Westmelon with the dual Berettas on top. And it's a double fake. We're going back. They have been given all this space because of it. There is a quick rotate down, though. Zaka's already here. Door open. Taking some shots. The dual Berettas from Westmelon have made their way down quickly as well. Backside pushed low early. This is a little bit of a weird round. Sorry, though, he's finding the impact. Westmelon as well. And Dexter needs to bring up something for his team. Gets the 1 kill. And it's left to Alistair. Back behind the silos. Can only find 1 before he's felled.
What happened there? It just felt like as soon as Saka took the contact over towards decontamination, Greyhound completely paused. They didn't accelerate onto the bomb site. They were so worried, and you can kind of see the hesitation, even in that call when it comes to the pistol. Thinking about going ramp, they hear the player drop on towards top hut, and then after a period of time decide, okay, well, if he's close top hut, we should probably go back towards ramp. They get space on the bomb site, but the rotations are just so good from Lynn Vision because it's so direct, and they're not overthinking. That's just what's happened. Greyhound's just played themselves.
They're forced into this.
That's brave. That was no bomb plan.
No bomb plant, and they've got the Tech-9s out, smokes as well, so they can maybe go for the cross. Very scary.
The smoke's scary as well. That's a massive gap in it. They might be trying to exploit and creep close, maybe go for a main pop instead. It's just patience yet again. Dexter leading the line. Is there a flashbang to get him in towards main here? No, but Amelia's not looking.
Yeah, caught sleeping. Just staring at the vent while his teammate goes down. Vexite finds one, Nasari. Westmelon does come back up. But the swivel from Dexter almost brings him down. And now he feels like he can't get involved. But he's the one that's first point of contact. Still takes one to the grave. That's an M4 recovered. G's removed. He's going to be grouping up with Zaka. I wonder if they just go back up to the top. Ins with the bomb on his back, takes the fight. And the force buy, which felt incredibly risky, has looked like it's netted success, unless G can find a good timing here and catch them off guard.
Indecision again. Look, they've opened the door, they got the kill on B, and because of Vexite's full position in heaven, it just means they're trying to lock in the round, but they're cordoned in. This bomb, it can't cross. It's getting increasingly difficult. 20 seconds left. G swinging for the fences, but because of that flashbang, he's able to convey the info to Greyhound. They drop back down the vent. It's so messy.
Good God, this is a terrifying round for Greyhound, but they do plant. Ins is going to run away. They almost completely drop the ball. G's given an opportunity, but now he's just going to save. And yeah, as soon as he makes the noise in towards Hut, that's their, okay, we need to just drop. We've got the space to get the bomb down.
That's twice now. Mac was talking about pressure, and even in these first 2 rounds, there's been a lot of indecision. This is a 3-on-1 for Greyhounds, and they're still not 100% certain of where they'd like to end up. They got to snap out of this. I wouldn't even mind a pause in the next couple of rounds just to calm things down, steady the ship.
Terrorists win.
Good news is, though, they do convert 2 M4s picked up as well, so that's going to keep the money looking flush. Lynn Vision now have to make a decision. Most likely will force around the rifle without the loss bonus. I don't know what Amelia is focused on there. Maybe thinking someone could walk through Squeaky, and he's just holding the smoke.
Yes, it's sloppy. It is what it is from Lynn Vision. And they've been making these kind of mistakes all series long. You're right, there is that forced investment, and G will probably be set up to try and put the rifle to good use. Maybe even a boost over towards ramp. Zaka interested in forcing the issue. He's just gone through the smoke. They're taking a lot of space here, Lynn Vision.
Yeah, they've got to make a proactive play like this. A lot of it's good to force Westmelon back. Still got Amelia walking through a smoke. Ins, not ready for it, and he finds his kill. Zaka was thinking of the swing as well, but no, it's Westmelon continuing his adventure, and he's made his way to T-Roof. He completely slips the net. Liaz is considering it, and is going to find him. That could have got hairy. And it still can with this position. Lobby control continuing to be established.
This is nice, though. The freeze from Greyhound in the mid-round, because Dexter has secret control, it just means that they can wait. They can see what Dexter can potentially find, or Lynn Vision will overstep the mark and they'll completely push in towards Lobby. Because the one thing both of these teams don't have is information.
Yeah, I think Lynn Vision's hoping that Greyhound are going to go outside because it's been given up. And so that's why the M4 has come down here. And yeah, it strikes. But now you got information. 2 players on the B bomb site. At this stage, you're looking to wrap towards heaven. Zaka tries to get ahead of it and they spot him out. Now he's just getting run down and still manages to find the headshot on the way through. Amelia is still backside. Fires the shots prematurely though. Now Eliseo, he would have thought he had that kill locked in. So it's forced by back and forth. Lynn Vision this time prevailing.
Yeah, well done from Lynn Vision. And it's very much what we saw in Anubis. It's disruptive players getting ahead of these smokes. You can see that they really wanted to push and force the issue early, but as soon as that Molotov came in towards Hut, they delayed. They waited for another opportunity. All the contact was taken by the confirmed piece of intel. It was the vocalized players that were over towards Squeaky, over towards Hut, taking the initiative. Starry with 2 important kills. There it is, that first one from Amelia. G chiming in. That saved M4. will be put to good use. Some of these kills are just disgusting out of the CT side, but it completely repels Greyhound from what they want to do.
I feel like you can't really let the pistols get away with this, but then again, you just got away with the round before, right? So goes back and forth. Now Greyhound, you're definitely thinking about a buy here, surely, right? Yeah, Liaz and Vexai can get the full kit out. Dexter, gotta get something useful. Continue the Force by Wars.
Scrappy, and that's exactly what Greyhound wants to try and avoid. We've seen what it's like when it gets chaotic, and this time they're trying to throw it all the way on towards A yet again. Amelia caught off guard, but the spray is laboured from Dexter. Westmelon, he helps out, and somehow, some way, Lynn Vision, they're able to overwhelm the bomb site. Vexai tries his best, but ultimately is shut down at the very end. 3 casualties. It's probably a lot more than Lynn Vision were hoping for, considering how clean those early kills were.
Yeah, Vexai almost tries to make something happen there, but yeah, Dexter's not going to be happy about that one. He had really good timing on his push out through Hut, but instead of kind of continuing to run on through towards Tetris and hound down that player, he sticks to the spray in front of Silo, and at long range, he can't quite connect the MAC-10. As soon as he goes down, Amelia's then feeling a lot safer. Vexai does eventually come through, but it's a bit too late at that stage. So finally, the economy is broken. Nice drop down. Amelia almost caught.
It's just clean. It's so clean. Making sure he's got the reinforcement from Starry. They're just swinging together, having fun, just against the pistols. It was
fun there, right? He tried to distract Amelia so that the bomb could go down then.
He tried it.
But Zaka was already down to deal with it. Cool idea.
I wonder, again, for Lynn Vision, they've seen Greyhound elect to, more often than not, drop the smokes. It's normally a lurk player that goes outside, but I wonder when the consideration is just to start a player down secret, rather than getting too aggressive over in towards lobby. Change up. Potentially not needed so far. Only 1 bomb plant. This entire half for Greyhound. Dexter just walking through the smoke. Starry has been blindsided. They cross. They've got no idea. Dexter's just walked through everyone, and he's found one, and it swivels on towards Westmelon. Dexter's opened up an opportunity to A.
How's he gotten away with that? Starry lets him slip through. In the smokes, now Amelia under pressure, but Zaka steps up alongside him, and despite the heroics at the start, suddenly everything's fallen apart. Ince has a single point of health. And now he waits patiently. Lynn Vision aren't going to overextend. Zaka too is low. The Starry, it feels like it's inevitable, and yeah, if they swing together, Ince, this would be a highlight of an entire new measure, and he's not ready for the reswing. Dexter gets 2 incredible openers, and then it all crumbles.
It just feels like Greyhound weren't ready for Dexter to get that much over towards main. The fact that he walks past Starry, who's outside, is able to get the kill on towards Gary, spin around and find the main player, and yet there's immediate rotations out of Lynn Vision. Starry comes over towards main. Zaka comes straight up towards Heaven and finds 2 important kills, and that player on the bomb site has just enough time to reset and pick one direction to fight from. The Greyhound, the wind has been taken out of their sails. Lynn Vision build on the momentum that they set on Anubis. They're running away with this if Greyhound isn't too careful.
Certainly feels like it. That was the way back in. See these entries from Dexter again. It's brilliant, and they just immediately want to pounce onto A, which feels like the right call, but the comms from Lynn Vision are so sharp. They're so quick on the response. They lose 2 players immediately over towards main, and already 2 more on the side.
It's just not coordinated there. You can see it in the highlights. It's one team immediately being on the same page, first responding to situations in a matter of moments. And for Greyhound, it's like, oh, Dexter, you got 2 kills. Okay, we'll start to go in towards A, but by that point, it's just too late. A scout for the in-game leader. Tech9's wielded just behind him, and the AWP is deleted by that scout. How can you try and recover this weapon, though, if you're Greyhound?
Yeah, that's a difficulty. You found a nice opener, but where can you go from here? player making their way to Secret now, so Starry can lock down if they continue. Oh, this isn't the position though. Very one and done, but they don't swing. So he is able to get ahead and fall back. Was very worried when he tucked into that left side that he'd get flushed out just by the pure numbers of Greyhound. He gets his kill and falls back.
It's smart as well because where he's positioned, he's in the vents who can quickly rotate up. Alistair will get his eyes and hands on the prize, but it doesn't matter because all his teammates are falling in the interim. Zach has just come back over from hell. He's looking. Just because Starry didn't see anything after the initial smoke, they didn't push. Contained once more. Our Greyhound locked in the kennel of outside, and Alistair, all he can do is not even go for the orb. It has to be a deagle play. Zach is not ready. Oh, yes he is. Fantastic adjustment from the youngster, and suddenly Inns is all alone.
Yeah, Ali had heard Zaka being very loud about his position there and was hoping maybe he'd push, but he had to take the initiative and couldn't quite find that timing. T-side struggles, which looked like it was going to really start well for Greyhound, right? They win that second round force without a bomb plant. Put Lynn Vision on the back foot, but Lynn Vision grit their teeth and they soldier on through. Zaka and Starry, two players which haven't been at the top so far really this series, but they're doing all the work right now.
What a time for Starry to come alive as well. He's always been the front runner when it comes to putting up the numbers. Westmelon running at Inns. A lot of damage and also just offsets him completely. The nade isn't going to finish the job, but it puts Greyhound aware of the possibility that any moment, Lynn Vision going to give the fight to you.
Nade Stack could do a lot of work. I think it might just be the single one. Oh no, Vexside is by his side. Perfect. Expecting Westmelon to fall back after he takes that initial contact in hut. That's a great response from Greyhound.
And Dexter also is holding just in case players push deep outside. You can see that the AWP rotated over initially. Great spam from Liaz. Amelia caught unawares. Zaka just sliding in towards ramp. Oh, and Inns wasn't ready for it, but somehow gets out scot-free.
How does he get away? This round has started well for Greyhound outside of Inns being brought down low, but they still need to finish. Dexter shows some presence. Starry is so ready for this swing. Flashbang does actually do a lot of work, but Amelia doing so much more. And for all of the hard work on finding that kill on Westmelon, getting the info on Amelia's position, the control towards outside, it amounts to nothing.
They just look lost at times, honestly, Greyhound. Again, with this, they're waiting on the utility to come from Dexter, but why is he the only one dropping these grenades over from main? He's trying to create a distraction, a diversion to allow his team just to walk through, but they all line up. It's too straightforward for Amelia. Starry even gets the best of Dexter. And for Alistair, it's just a painful save. This is 7-1 now.
It almost feels like Greyhound have had the opposite of trading weights on, where they've been buffed up by playing just their domestic competition and just dominating with relative ease. Now they've come to their first international LAN, Dexter at the helm, and it feels like those hits just aren't hitting as hard as they used to.
Again, it's with this opening kill. They're trying to apply spam in towards hut to force the squeaky player into these Greyhound members, and it just isn't working whatsoever. Alistair saved all. Is yet again accompanied by pistols. It's a familiar, horrible feeling for Greyhound.
What are we going to do with these Tech 9s? Slow and steady has been the motto.
At some point, you've got to test something. It comes back to what we were saying about Greyhound when they were on their CT sides against Lynn Vision, where they didn't really have to adjust. They didn't have to do too much because pressure wasn't being applied. Sure, you've only got pistols here, but at the same time, feel free to take these risks. Go in towards ramp, see what you can achieve, because that could be the outlet for the rest of the round. You need to gather some sort of information. How are they playing these setups? When's the rotation going to come over? How quickly are they repositioning? And we know it's fast.
Want to set up Ali for the boost there, but Zaka drops the smoke at the perfect time. Calls over the support because there's no pressure anywhere else.
And also, he had them tick on the grenade.
All the information gathered. Still potentially a path through. Zaka drops off, trying to bait them in. Come forward. Well, the AWP has actually gone up towards heaven, so ramp space has been found. Dexter's lurking towards the lobby, caught off. G drops into the side. Down towards B they go. Zaka is here, but they don't need a commit. They throw the smoke forward just to show some intent, but Zaka's going to know that no one is here. Ins wanted to find that kill on the lurk. Alistair does find one with his AWP, but G is still here.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. They need to get the bomb down. And G is overwhelmed. Over towards the vent. Liaz from up on high finds the critical kill. And now there is a chance. Starry is so low. It's going to flank out towards heaven, but Liaz is ready for this. Holding this exact play. Starry's just going to search around, see if he can find a head, but it's not going to be given to him. Liaz is sitting back perfectly poised. Maybe this round hinges on Zaka. Swing through, not successful. AK to be picked up, and Zaka needs to find both quickly. Finds the first, but a molly forward. That's going to make this defuse nigh on impossible. Hoping that maybe a sling comes through, but he's burning out. He can't commit. And so finally Greyhound break through. And it's with the pistols again.
And it's one of the most convoluted rounds of the entire half. The walk in towards ramp, you felt for sure that the AWP was going to hang around for a little bit longer, but where Greyhound take an extended pause, G repositions up heaven. Gives the space, gives the possibility for the flank to come up. Through hell on the ladder. And that's where Liaz delivers it. Another one of these low buy rounds fall in favor, but it needs to be consistent. 30 seconds. It's a good time to take the pause. Because look, Lynn Vision, they've got plenty of money. They can keep buying. Singular AWP for G. There's no double up this time.
It almost feels if they don't get this round, it could all be over. You hate to be saying that so early, but Lynn Vision have just looked lights out on this CT side. With Greyhound struggles on pistols. The scary future presenting itself, not just for Greyhound, but for an entire region.
But also the jubilation, the anticipation for another. It's been a while since these Chinese teams have made it to the major. The disappointments of TYLOO over and over again, even echoing at this event. Lynn Vision are trying to give them something to cheer for. Dexter yet again creeping, that always this player just solo outside, trying to maneuver his way through all of the various smokes, dodges the spam and finds the gap. Ins, even with a kill of his own. There's Dexter found though.
Is that a reliable way to find your opening zone? Just throwing a plethora of smokes out and then trying to navigate it. At least with Ins finding his kill, it's a 1-for-1. And Zaka getting curious and gets the best of Alistair, but the trade, again, Vexite fast on it. G aggresses in towards Hut, and he's got a good line if they do come back. It's Greyhound's call here. They've actually managed to get in towards ramp. Ins is going to be holding the rotations at vent. It does feel like B is inevitable.
This has always been the gap. Greyhound have always been able to find this space. This little piece of comfort on nuke. And now for Lynn Vision, they start to assess the situation. Amelia goes to check out ramp, will deem it clear, but unknown of the underbelly of which Greyhound lie in wait. In's really hoping to get this vent rotate. There's going to be two players instead coming right behind, and G is vocal, but doesn't go vent. In should have him. Oh, how does he not get that kill?
Not great. Done a lot of damage. The bomb goes down, but the flank is so fast. Starry and Amelia revealed. Ins is going to be able to eventually group up. G is low, so that's something. It is the AWPer. Backside and Ins need to do it all. HE, this is their saving grace to blow open the smoke, and they do it early. Backside, still trying to put the pressure on, and bomb not tapped yet. Need to get on it soon. It's starting to tick down. They tap it, trying to bait out the shot. Backside runs on forward, and it's all into Ins. The spam through connects onto the first, but I don't think it's going to matter. G has the time, just barely enough of it.
Nice flash!
Well played from Lynn Vision again. And the fact that Ins doesn't finish his meal on towards G is honestly the turning point, because there's 2 kills in that after plant attempt. They're fighting through these smokes. But ultimately, because Inns can't close that kill, there's enough manpower to disrupt, there's enough manpower to distract. Starry will find it with the USP. 8 rounds, plays 2. And Greyhound, their heartbeat, it's starting to fade.
Bomb plant gives something to work with. And it's a heavy lean early towards ramp. Inns is going to be getting ahead of that smoke while Liaz provides spam. A bit of distraction and not ready for it, but it doesn't matter. Zaka adjusts with the USP and nothing is going right.
How? How does that happen? The decision-making of Greyhound as well, it's desperate. One player sprinting through the smoke, even gets the jump on the player with the nades out. And yet the USP prevails of all weapons against the AK. And that sets up G perfectly. He's even spotted another one. Dexter removed from the equation. Piece by piece, Greyhound start to topple and Lynn Vision start the ascendancy. A 9th round surely on the horizon.
Smoke in the face of Alistair. 9 for Lynn Vision. Starry's even on the hunt. Doesn't want to allow him to save anything. He is spotted. That's just confirmation that Greyhound are checking out.
And now it's a decision to be made if you're the CT side. And I feel like you're just going to hold on to this. You take a look at your money, your prioritization is on you. Sure, there's only 1 round left in this half, but ultimately, things are working. Things are feeling really good. It's been very interesting watching the push and pull of ramp, because if there's no contact early, Saka is more than happy just to contest, fight for the space, and more often than not, that's where he's been caught out. This time, Greyhound wanted to throw manpower at it, but again, not quite on the same page. Pressure really being applied and getting to them because one player goes way before the others are ready. Not even set up with a flashbang.
Lynn Vision unlocking Greyhound out. Now you've got to go back to that question. They made the choice to go to nuke. It could have been Ancient, but the conditioning of the maps they've played so far just had them feeling worried about it. Final round of the half. Greyhound at best can hope for 3.
It's an assortment of weapons as well. Deagle, Mac, Tenga, Lil. Everyone's rocking a different firearm. Dexter, yet again, he's always been able to make this journey over towards Secret. This time escorted by Liaz. In fact, the whole gang is walking over. G trying to peer over the top of the smoke, can't see anything. Smoke starts to fade. And the flicker gives away Vexite.
This is only really the second time that the whole squad's even come over towards Secret.
You see they're curious here as well, Lynn Vision. They want to put themselves in the best possible position to be able to guess where Greyhound is going to go. Starry thought about pushing and was like, okay, let's not do this. Let's not give them an opportunity to potentially get the player advantage equal. Westmoreland's also come over to support Saka. There's so many bait and switches going on. They've got to make a decision here, Greyhound. There's 40 seconds left, and they're just loitering just outside.
Waiting for something, but gee, he was waiting as well. Dexter walks straight in. Now, yeah, okay. Gotta commit down. Starry, okay, he starts to move. That's given a little bit of space to walk forward. Now another drop. That's gonna bait for Starry, and he should just be able to swing. Should be able to just go to town, but Inns gets one back to Bomb's lost. And so is the round. Double digits for Lynn Vision.
It's really impressive as well. Look, where they've got the player advantage, they are trying to just set themselves up, and it doesn't matter who is in that position. They want to guarantee kills. The vocalization of that vent drop when Starry is already there, the swing of the player close means that the player far can grab the kill. It's perfect team play.
Greyhound are just looking lost. Running out there, default, not finding any purchase. The 2 rounds that had success with those crazy Tech 9 ones, that second round force where Dexter catches the timing onto Amelia. And then the later stage one where they've just got the half buy coming through and they find success. This pistol now could be the difference between going to Copenhagen or not.
Isn't it quite fitting that Greyhound are always operating as a team, though? You take a look at their kills, and sure, the numbers aren't there, but at least they're doing it together. It all starts with unity. But for Lynn Vision, oh, I mean, what can you do about that? Starry with the P250, Ins, who's already been felled. And that is one step closer. A lot of respect being given here on this pistol as well from Greyhound. Pushing towards lobby, most common thing when outside is compromised. Vexite and Dexter know that it surely ends B, but there's still an option for them to come up through heaven.
Dexter's going to tuck in, but difficult position. Exposed towards main, and even fighting heaven can get a little bit unwieldy, but Liaz is going to come through to support. Lynn Vision have been so controlled on their T sides. When it comes to these pistol rounds, they really take their time with it. Westmelon's going on an adventure while the rest of the team does wrap towards heaven. So Dexter, oh, wow. Westmelon with a great shot onto Alistair. That's going to send Liaz down. Finds the kill onto Zaka. Lynn Vision still haven't committed. Westmelon's making a lot of noise, trying to draw attention down, and he's done so successfully. And Dexter steps out of his cover, and he's domed by Amelia. The bomb drop for him. There is a kit on the site, on Dexter's body. You can see that highlighted here. Vexite and Liaz have to do it all.
You gotta be careful here as well. You know Liaz was down towards B. He could reset, and that's why your Heaven player is also just staring down at hell. For Lynn Vision, it's all about this crossfire. G waiting patiently. Dual Berettas go straight into him, and the player at back sight of Amelia can convert onto Liaz. Lynn Vision 2 steps away from Copenhagen.
And Greyhound haven't even stepped into the server. And they're feeling it. And why wouldn't you? But Lynn Vision, who came into this RMR, certainly a name in consideration, but not among the top 2. Greyhound always expected to go through. It's mentioned multiple times throughout this series. Australians have always been present in the top 2 teams at the Asian RMRs, at the Asian minors. Lynn Vision take a timeout, let them stew in it. Because it's going to have to be the force buy from Greyhound, and say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and it's certainly feeling that way because they are out of ideas.
All of those top 2 place finishes are potentially going to be left behind in history as well, and it's a new era now being defined by new Asian teams here at the RMR within the inception of the CS2 Major. Of course they're going to force into this Greyhound. What choice do they have? Double scouts. You basically call it an AWP if they're together. But Lynn Vision, yet again, just doing the basics. Down in towards Secret. Alistair misses his shot, and Starry punishes.
He gives Starry a second chance, and he will take it. The first falls, and Westmelon has gotten so much space. Inz is going to come down, drops a HT over towards Double. Westmelon's just going to use that opportunity to slip on through. He's in the back lines. They don't even seem cognizant to it. Inz hasn't budged. He's going to get wrapped on. He is starting to come down now, but Westmelon's past him. A shot fired, but it's way too late. Which has felt like the story of Greyhound this entire map.
And now the doubt creeps in for Greyhound because there hasn't been anyone sprinting away down ramp. So where is this really ending up? Are they coming back up towards Secret? Are they resetting in towards lobby? Look at everyone from Lynn Vision. One player outside, but it's Westmelon that finds Liaz. A drop down. Dexter will punish. However, G overwhelms Vexite, and now it is just up to Dexter with the AK, blindsided by Westmelon. Major point for Lynn Vision.
10 opportunities. 10 chances for Lynn Vision to book their spot in the first CS2 Major.
They're there, they can feel it. Take a look at this buy from Greyhound. It goes from bad to worse again. A FAMAS is the MVP. Your prize possession in this round is on your in-game leader.
Alistair falls first, and there's 4 more targets for Lynn Vision to find. They're playing with confidence. They are running them down, taking the space. No respect given. Greyhound have given them no reason to go slow. Liaz and Dexter, all the stands. And now a kill back gives something. A drop down, a 2 versus 2 becomes a 1v2. And Liaz sees the end of Greyhound's run. Lynn Vision are victorious.
And they are the second team to qualify here in the Asian RMR, and Greyhound are just grayed out. They go out with a whimper, nothing to show for on Nuke. You see the jubilation here as a new titan emerges out of the Asian RMR. Copenhagen welcomes Lynn Vision.
And you can't help but get excited for them. The jubilation of these players on your screen, you can see what it means to them. This is what the RMRs is all about. A new hope for Chinese Counter-Strike emerges in Lynn Vision. But on the other side, it's heartbreak for a nation. As for the first time in 6 years, there will not be an Australian playing at the Major.
And it's an old favourite that wanted to re-inject new hope into this Greyhound side. Left for international waters, wanted to bring Greyhound back with him overseas to the Major, but it's not going to be. It's heartbreak for Greyhound.
The emotions on both sides just so contrasting. Greyhound just never felt they were in that final map. They come into this RMR as one of the favorites. This Greyhound was been spoken about as the best looking Greyhound in so long. Dexter bringing that experience from tier 1 to the squad, but maybe it's just a little bit too soon to see the fruits of that labor.
Absolutely, it was the high run in domestic competition, but when they get tested against other teams in the region, that was their ultimate downfall. Unfortunate, but respect shown on both sides. Lynn Vision and the Mongols, they are the 2 contenders from Asia to participate in Copenhagen for our first Counter-Strike 2 Major.
Yeah, it took Lynn Vision 2 opportunities to do so, but they were able to take it the second time after getting pretty demolished by Mongols earlier. They bounced back in emphatic fashion, and what a way to close it. Just that nuke game, fantastic. And well, I don't know if I want to hear from Mac, but I do want to hear from the rest of the desk.
Thank you very, very much for that. Mac, you good? You've already...
I'm there. I'm there.
You're hanging in there.
I'm right here for you, buddy. I'm right here for you.
That was hard.
Everyone's here for you, man. But I think first and foremost, we need to give props to Lynn Vision.
100%.
Incredible performance, fantastic showing from them. And I just want to give a shout out to Starry as well. Great performance, great player as a whole. But it just seemed like they absolutely had Greyhound's number heading into this one.
Yeah, this was just Lynn Vision. We had questions. You know, we had a couple of questions here. Lynn Vision, they played this quite a bit, but they've struggled against the Asian opposition. Greyhound have a good win rate, but they barely played against Aussie teams, and clearly could see, Mac, the lack of reps in high tier CS, or at least compared to the region, really coming and biting the butt for Greyhound. They looked lost, man. This T-side was an absolute disaster, and you can see Lynn Vision, once they smelled blood in the water, they just never let go. Just went for the kill, and even the couple of rounds that Greyhound were able to scrape through, coming down to clutches, coming down to some hero plays, they were nowhere in the server. And considering for Lynn Vision, I did say they tend to choke a bit when it comes to the big games. They tend to struggle a bit. They start off the day with a loss to Mongols. They lose the first map, and then they bounce back, pull off the complete reverse sweep. They deserve it.
You want to tell me about that 5-man rotation through Vent to that B site last round of the first half?
They were just better.
They were just better. They were just better, man. Pack mentality. How do you counter strat that? That's something that Greyhound definitely weren't expecting. I don't think anyone was expecting that. Even Lynn Vision looked a little bit lost. But look, at the same time, they won that really early in the first half. You could see as well the contrast in the emotions. That meant so much to Lynn Vision. Oh, and then I'm losing words as well. I'm getting all caught up just looking at how heartbroken all the boys were there.
And on the other side, for Lynn Vision, like I've seen a lot of these Asian teams qualify, and most of them are they're not usually used to showing too much of emotions, right? Like we won, they'll smile a bit, they'll be like high fiving each other. You can see G literally sobbing.
Yeah.
Literally. So you got to understand how much this means for these guys. They've never been to a major. The Mongols have made it 4 times in a row. TYLOO, some of these guys have made it in the past. You know, the Rare Atom guys back in the day have qualified for the majors and whatnot. This is the first time that a Chinese team, which is not the known names, right? It's not the TYLOOs, it's not the Rare Atoms, not the PG Gamings, have made it. And so at least for Chinese Counter-Strike, the king is dead. Long live the new king. That is Lynn Vision right now. And I have to give them credit. I did not think they had the mentality, the tenacity, the tenacity to bounce back and fight back from uncomfortable positions, especially against favorites like Greyhound, but they get it done.
Yeah, not only do they win too, but of course, with a Chinese team going to the major for the first time in a while, I think everyone that's in the sticky capsule is going to get a couple of the W's there. So, Starry, man, really had Greyhound's number today. That was it, and I can't believe how one-sided it ended up being on that map. Even on Anubis, you know, when they got that taste of victory, you could see they completely changed their mental, even in that second map as well. Never worried, just played their game, and Greyhound felt like couldn't play their game. There was so many rounds where I just was watching them not shoot back, not because they weren't trying, but because they were just like getting taken over the top of smokes, getting caught on timings as well. And Lynn Vision just, yeah, that was a spectacular nuke.
I mean, it's also so disheartening to see Greyhound, because you're looking at how they've been, you know, just demolishing everyone in the domestic circuit or over down under. You head into nuke, and I'm looking at rounds where they're just running out through Squeaky, running out from HUD with no utility.
Yeah.
And they're trying to go for the mini pincer. A couple of guys coming from outside. There is no synergy there. The main players die. Half an hour later, the HUD players push out. And like, you know, for the defenders, like for Zach or for Westmount, like it's like literally shooting fish in a barrel. It was so deflating. It's not like I want to take anything away from the Chinese. Like they played really good CS, but they weren't pushed to play great CS.
Yeah.
Just their B+ game was enough to win that convincingly.
It seemed like Greyhound were making all of the small, very, very simple, basic mistakes that you shouldn't be making playing CS2 whatsoever in the very first place as well. Do you feel like it might have been an element of lacking in confidence heading into this following the previous map?
I think so. Maybe, like, I can't really tell without really talking to them. I don't know what went wrong, because they have, you know, the best leader that they could have had leading into this. All I can think of is the fact that they, you know, were playing overseas and not finding results towards the end of last year, weren't able to go to Cato, weren't able to get an EU bootcamp before coming to the RMR is probably the worst case scenario. And you can see, because the region in OS obviously isn't the strongest. You hear them when we do speak to them in interviews all the time saying it's really hard to prac in OS. Yeah. It's hard to play your best game at the biggest event that we've had so far in CS2 when you don't get the practice that you feel like you should be getting.
Yeah.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there, right? You might be dominating, having like 100% win rate on 5 of the maps or 6 of the maps you're playing, but if it's against, you know, the likes of teams even I haven't heard of, and I like following some of the Aussie teams and whatnot, it comes with a caveat that it's not high-level prac happening. And there's so much you can prac, you know, in empty servers or against like lesser opposition, and you go up against a team like Lynn Vision, who've been, sure, they're not the best in Asia, but they've been grinding it out against the likes of TYLOO, against the likes of MongolZ, and for them, you can clearly see how that it's kind of helped them build their mentality, so to speak, and how they have more reps on it. So unfortunate truth, but it is the way it is.
Well, boys, the Asia RMRs certainly did deliver from start to finish. So let's go ahead, look at our bracket one more time as we finally have our 2 teams that will be making it to the Copenhagen Major. I really want to revisit the entire storyline, the full arc, the big surprises that were thrown your way.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise is this is the very first time, right? Like for those of you just tuning in right now, they introduced the Asian minors, as it was called before COVID hit. Now it's called the RMRs, Regional Major Rankings. It was an IEM Taipei back in 2016, also my second international event ever. That was the first proper qualifier for APAC. And ever since then, it's always been either a Chinese team or an Australian team, or 2 Australian teams, but it's always been 1 Australian team, right? This is the very first time we're seeing 2 Asian teams grab those 2 spots and make it to the major. And that is a streak just being broken. And I guess it's kind of fitting in a way, in a very kind of sad way if you're an OCE fan, but like it's the first, you know, qualify for the first CS2 major. Maybe this might be the winds of change happening here for Asian Counter-Strike.
How about for your side, Matt?
I think, yeah, look, the route that Greyhound had to go through. They had to play the best competition here. They had to play MongolZ, they lost to them. They had to play Lynn Vision, they lost to them. They managed to take out ATOX and didn't really get a chance to show against TYLOO, but TYLOO didn't show up here either. So two of the big names are getting knocked out, and ATOX maybe a dark horse that you can expect to do some more work later on, but the Mongolian scene looking better than ever. The Chinese scene, you could say it's just as shaky, and the O scene, of course, it's, yeah. Who knows what the future holds for him, but they're not going to be fucking pick'ems this time.
How are we thinking that MongolZ and Lynn Vision are going to fare up versus, you know, all of those international opponents now?
Look, for MongolZ, they are just knocking at the door, I personally feel, of like tier 1, the upper echelons of tier 1.5 in EU, right? They've taken on some very big names. They seem to have the number of all the South American and the NA teams, that's for sure. So I might even go out on a limb and say they might be perhaps the most consistently good team outside of EU right now, international Counter-Strike, because we can see what's happening with Liquid Cap, by the way, right? So I think for MongolZ, it's not about, oh, we're going to try and make a deep run here. They are consistently getting better and better. I'm thinking they're going to make it to the second stage of the major. I think their expectations are pretty high as well for themselves, and I think that's very important for them, to have that faith in themselves.
The faith is great, right? We saw that article from Techno saying that he wants to get a third slot for Ocean.
And they've got the power to do it. Well. They can do it.
They can do it right now with what they have. It's the best chance. And look, shout out to HLTV for getting that insight. Of course, the players aren't here because we've got the remote broadcast, so it's good that we have some people on the ground that are able to have a quick chat to them, but also report on things such as 29 bullet whiffs from Mac 10, and I don't want to talk about that one.
I think that was very emblematic of Greyhound. Like the nerves were there. It was rough.
Me in the green room watching that, I was like, yes, it's happening, it's working. And then I just watched 30 bullets.
Watching Max
kill the CT. Oh, that one hurt.
Watching Max meltdown there, just.
I almost feel like we should have had like a face cam just on Max for the entire game.
It would have been more entertaining than watching Greyhound's T side. That I'll tell you that. Sorry, I had to.
Maybe. I was just as heartbroken as the player cams though. So.
Yeah, I really do. I really feel bad for them, right? It must be so jarring, right? This is an event. I don't want to call it overconfidence either, right? There are many factors here. We need to talk to them and figure out what really went wrong. But, you know, for these players who consistently, again, you know, it's like they don't have much support down there. Just getting this major stickers and all that is a big deal for them. And for the very first time in a very long time, they're not going to be at a major. It's heartbreak for them.
That's it, right? Greyhound is literally funded by the sticker money. And now this is the first time in a long time that they haven't made it. Are they still going to be the Hounds at the next RMR? That's the big question.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the question on everybody's minds. But you know what? I want to focus a lot more on some more storylines that we've had throughout the Asia RMRs, particularly TYLOO. For you both, what went wrong for the front of TYLOO not being able to, you know, make much of a run?
I don't know. I think for me, maybe the leadership needs a bit of a change. Maybe it's needed a bit of a change for a while. I think that's a common opinion amongst Counter-Strike, Asian Counter-Strike enthusiasts. There's a lot of experience there. It's great, but sometimes the firepower can be lacking, and that's kind of what we saw yesterday.
You took the words straight out of my mouth. That's something I think anyone who follows Asian CS a little closely or is insane enough to do that would probably know. You know, Advent, look, buddy, it's time to, you know, switch to the coaching role, right? I still feel he's got brains for the game, so to speak, but like, you know, get a new IGL or promote someone to be an IGL, have a, you know, just switch up a couple of players right there, and maybe they could come back and claim the title, because the Chinese, the Shanghai Major is a few months away, right? It's at the end of this year. And if an org like TYLOO is not there, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and like, I feel like that is the best place Advent could really go, right? Is towards a coach role. So he can still hang around, he can still try to reclaim the throne, because the throne is currently not TYLOO's. Yeah.
Most memorable moments, favorite moments from the Asia RMRs. You can pick any single moment that you want.
The bad's outweighing the good for me right now, so just give me a minute, you go first.
Okay, yeah, but watching Mac's reaction to Dexter whiffing 29 bullets, so the Mac 10 perhaps, that was great for me. For me, it has to be not a moment per se, but just like the MongolZ run, right? Every time we have these RMRs and whatnot, it's always like a little bit of a struggle city. You know, you'll have like a close game between Greyhound or Renegades with the top Chinese or the top Mongolian team. This time MongolZ like, listen, we're looking to take down, you know, so teams like FaZe, for example, looking to take down teams like Vitality or ENCE and all these guys. You guys are nothing but just going to be an easy game for us, and they showed that. There was not even a semblance of competition between them and everyone else, and for me, they are the guys carrying the flag high for APAC as a whole. They're the team who can actually give us 3 spots. So for me, it makes me very happy to see they're playing with that confidence and that belief that they are absolutely the best in Asia.
And for me, it's probably just seeing Mongolian CS going so hard.
Yeah.
You know, having someone that we have people internationally at the moment saying is up there with the tier 1 teams, is able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the business, and may give us one of the best chances for anyone from Asia to make it deep into the major. And I feel like that is what we need to focus on, right? Is the positives, how far Mongols are going to be able to go once the major starts. And look, that's not too far away. So hopefully, we saw in the interview, or read in the interview rather, that they're just going to go straight back to Mongolia, try to get the visa situation sorted, and as soon as that happens, then boom, they're over there, they're getting ready.
Well, I have some fantastic news for you boys and everybody that is tuning in right now. I do believe we have an interview ready with the coach of Lynn Vision, and that is Gum. Hello, hello.
Hey, hello.
Congratulations are in order to you and the entire team. The vibes have got to be good there right now. I know emotions are really, really high. So talk to me, what have the boys been saying between the victory and now?
The victory, like, just it's like a dream, and it's come true. So everybody is very, like, I don't know, they are speechless right now because, like, some of our good people, our players, they have spent a couple years, 6 or 7 years in Counter-Strike and never reach RMR and never make a staker, make to the major.
Yeah.
And you count those years, for them, this is so, like, unbelievable. And I don't know what to say, because, like,
I know.
we are all speechless a lot.
History has well and truly been made for you and the entire team there.
Firstly, congratulations, right? I have a simple question. The first game you had today, you know, you lost that, right? You lose the first map, and then you destroy Greyhound in the second and third map. Like, what did you guys talk about? Like, you know, what did you discuss between the losses and then the final 2 maps?
Yeah, like, we found out all the foreign teams, how to counter, like, Chinese teams, because, like, we like to execute once and everyone just stand there and try to, like, throw their utilities. So they will rotate very fast to counter us. But after the Mongols game, we just try to slow down. I tell Westmelon, and we discuss about how we make a call mid of the round and after the later of the round. That's why we can calm down and actually perform how we should perform.
Perfect. That's great. Awesome.
Yeah, thanks for that little insight. Now, talk to me about Nuke. Did you expect it to be that one-sided? What was the prep going into that? And in terms of the Veto, was that the Veto you guys were hoping for, or did you think it was going to be a different map for the third?
That's totally, like, we predicted that, like, the map is, like, we expect to play on Nuke and to play those the other 2 maps.
Cool.
And how about one for the Vertigo matchup that you ended up having? What was the, you know, preparations heading into Vertigo? Because obviously statistically, not a whole lot to go off.
It's so hard to practice Vertigo in China because the Mongols, they never play Vertigo, and most of the Chinese teams, they don't play Vertigo with us because once upon a time, we are one of the best Vertigo team in Asia, but then later, nobody won't play that map.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah, so right now, we just don't have enough experience on that map.
All right, well, we're certainly looking forward to seeing some, hopefully, more Vertigo coming from you and the team. And any final words that you want to give to people watching, supporting your run?
Just keep your faith and keep believing you can achieve something gold.
You well and truly can. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again.
Thanks.
Amazing.
That was great. Yeah, answered a couple of questions we had, right? That's really good to know. You know, the Vertigo, they were really a really good Vertigo team once upon a time, and everyone stopped playing, but also clearly how much it means to all these guys. They've been around for a while as a 5-man unit, as a 4-man core, and to pull it off in this fashion, it's heartwarming.
Are we thinking we're going to be seeing some more Vertigo, though? Is there the potential for more Vertigo to be played in Asian CS?
Well, probably. Like, if they want to keep it in the map pool, they have to get ready. You know, they're going to play the European teams, and the meta that we saw them play, you know, pretty much is exactly what he said, right? Is they used to play it and they used to be good at it, but then I was talking about how the util was like old meta and they weren't really using a lot of the util. They were trying to play a older version of it, and unfortunately, Greyhounds had a better Vertigo, but they had the better everything else, right? And it's their chance to put China back on the map.
Well, there we have it, boys. We have Lynn Vision and MongolZ being the two final teams making it through from the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs. I've had an absolute blast being here with the two of you, but you know what? The CS fun still does not stop, because we have our America's RMRs coming up as well, and that's going to be the day after tomorrow. I'm definitely looking forward to that one. I want to give a big thank you to the two of you, everybody that's been joining us on the broadcast, and of course the fantastic production team that we've had. We will see you all a day after tomorrow.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas, and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the same time.